Chapter 161. Wang Ba is back. Holy crap. A shriek cut through the air, startling Du Hong. He had been intensely focused on the blood-red envelope on the table, its contents a dying victim's account, accompanied by eerie music. The sudden noise nearly sent him flying. What the hell was that? Yangzi, do you want to die? Faced with a chorus of accusations, Zhang Yang scratched his head sheepishly. Well, that ghost head thing was there, and then the lights suddenly turned green. It just scared me, and I couldn't help but yell. Such a scaredy cat. Why even bother with a haunted house? I wanted to play. Then shut up, already. Okay. The haunted house, which wasn't even that scary, had managed to terrify the group of 7. Zhang Yang was the designated scary, while the 3 women were the atmosphere enhancers, joining in with their own screams whenever Zhang Yang shrieked. It wasn't just the girls. Du Hong, with his usually iron constitution, was starting to feel the strain. Zhang Yang had a knack for unexpectedly yelping at the least scary moments, and if they hadn't seen the genuine fright on his face, they would have thought he was deliberately messing with them. I swear to God, there's nothing scary here, yet you've managed to make me sweat like crazy. Wang Chong was already complaining the moment they emerged from the haunted house exit. Exactly. It wasn't scary at all. I'm never going into a haunted house with you again. Not escape rooms either. Or murder mystery games. Damn it. Might as well say you don't want to hang out with me anymore. Du Hong gently squeezed Hua Yuxuan's slightly cold hand. She'd been quite frightened, clearly not someone who enjoyed these types of experiences. She'd only joined because of the others, and they ended up having a mole in their group who doubled the scariness of the experience. Are you okay? Hua Yuxuan shook her head gently, taking a deep breath before grabbing Du Heng's arm. I'm fine. It was just a bit claustrophobic in there. I'm okay now that we're out. That's good. Rubbing his temples, Du Hong nodded at the worried-looking manager, who seemed relieved. If Du Hong got scared, the manager would likely be out of a job. He was baffled, though. There weren't that many jump scares on the open route, so why were these people so shaken? Do you guys still want to play a murder mystery game? Forget about it. Let's do something daytime. I never want to touch those nighttime attractions again. Du Hong paused for a moment before smiling. Why don't we split up here? We can each do our own thing, and just call if we need anything. All right. After they parted ways, Du Hong and Hua Yuxuan strolled through the park. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he chuckled. Yuxuan, you're going to be the lady boss here. What are your thoughts? Hua Yuxuan rolled her eyes playfully. What lady boss? This is your family's business. Your mother is the lady boss. Du Hong gently pinched the tip of her nose. You're so self-aware? Humph. Being a wife in a wealthy family isn't easy. I won't fight for things I shouldn't fight for. As long as a heng is good to me, that's all that matters. Du Hong laughed, speechless. There's no saying whether being a wife in a wealthy family is easy or not. It all depends on how your in-laws are. My parents like you so much, there's no way we'll have any of that trouble. Hua Yuxuan smiled sweetly and nodded. Let's go. What do you want to do? I want to ride the Ferris wheel. Okay, let's go ride the Ferris wheel. They didn't have to wait in line, flashing their golden ticket to enter a freshly emptied cabin. The Ferris wheel continued to rotate, their cabin ascending. Higher and higher. Hua Yuxuan leaned against the window, staring out, holding Du Heng's hand tightly. She was a little scared but also looked very happy. Looking at Hua Yuxuan, a smile slowly crept onto Du Heng's face. It wouldn't be long until their engagement ceremony and also Hua Yuxuan's birthday. Yuxuan, after this, let's go to the mall. Hua Yuxuan turned her head, her big, watery eyes blinking at him. What for? To buy an engagement ring. But, don't we already have rings? Hua Yuxuan held up the ring on her right hand and gestured to the one on Du Heng's left. See? Can't we just use these? Du Hong shook his head. It's different. These are witnesses to our sweet relationship. Our engagement is our engagement. They're different. Okay, then let's go with a heng's idea. Looking at the youthful and lovely Hua Yuxuan, Du Hong was suddenly moved. He smiled and pointed to his lips. Understanding his silent request, she leaned in and gave him a quick peck on the lips. She then jumped back, as if shocked, her face flushing as she looked out at the scenery with a sweet smile. Du Hong grinned. Just then, his phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was Wang Ba. He was startled. If not for the call, he'd almost forgotten about him. Without hesitation, he met Hui Yuxuan's gaze and answered the phone. A somewhat excited voice came from the other end of the line. "Brother, did you miss me?" "No." "Haha, I knew you must have missed me." "Hang up. Thanks. You're back?" "Yeah, after circling Taiwan with Lucy, we were planning to head home, but she said she wanted to ride the Sichuan-Tibet highway, so we were delayed a bit. I just got home." "You've been together for so long. So, how are things? Any results?" "What results? Are you talking about Hey Hey?" "I'm asking if you have any plans to get married." "I do want to, but Lucy just turned 18 last week. She's not old enough to get married yet." "Damn it, you beast." Rubbing his temples, he glanced at Hui Yuxuan, who was covering her mouth and giggling. He said with a wry smile, "So, you called just to tell me you're back? That's just one thing. I heard you're getting engaged." "Yes, the date is set for December 18th. That's soon. I'll definitely come." "You should. I was planning to invite you." "Then it's a deal. I'll bring Lucy with me." "Okay." Hanging up, Du Hong shrugged helplessly. Good thing we don't need a best man for an engagement, or I'd worry what kind of trouble he'd cause, and that's not even mentioning that idiot in our dorm. Those two would make a great comedy act together. Lingling said she wants to be my bridesmaid too, but I wasn't sure if we need bridesmaids for an engagement, so I didn't say yes immediately. "Is that so? Well, why not find a few groomsmen and bridesmaids? Is that okay? It's our engagement ceremony. If we think it's okay, then it's okay." Chapter 162. The CET4 Exam. Today was December 12th, less than a week away from Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan's engagement. Du's mom had been calling frequently over the last few days, discussing various engagement details. When Du Hong suggested talking directly with Hui Yuxuan, his mom instantly found an excuse to video call Hui Yuxuan. Like last night, for example, Hui Yuxuan, who had just finished showering and put on a face mask, was watching TV with Hu Ling in their dorm room when she received a video call from Du's mother. Her two roommates were in the room too, but their seating positions made it clear that Hui Yuxuan was deliberately distancing herself from them. Hu Ling had also learned that they had been trying to feed Hui Yuxuan toxic advice and was furious, so her relationship with them had also become distant. Hui Yuxuan also felt that Hu Ling was a little isolated in the dorm room, so she had been spending more time with her recently. Now, seeing the video call request from Du's mother, she answered it without hesitation. "Good evening, Auntie." "Oh, Yuxuan, are you wearing a face mask? Am I bothering you?" "It's okay, Auntie. I'll be careful. Is there anything you need from me?" Auntie wanted to ask, "Have you confirmed the matchmaker from your side?" "It's confirmed, Auntie. It's my aunt. She's coming back from Kyoto tomorrow. She should be visiting your house soon." "Oh, that's fine, as long as we have time. It's just a formality anyway." After a brief pause, Du's mother smiled. "I have some face masks from overseas. They are very effective. I'll send some over to you." Hui Yuxuan was stunned for a moment before quickly shaking her head. No, Auntie. I already have face masks, and I'm used to using them." "Okay then. Well, Auntie won't bother you any longer. You can just talk to Annie on WeChat if you need anything, okay?" "Okay, Auntie." After the video call ended, Hu Ling said enviously, "I'm so jealous of you. Your mother-in-law is so rich and likes you so much. Didn't you say Zhang Yang's parents are also nice?" "Yes, they are very nice, but a bit traditional. They care a lot about formalities. His sister is okay though. Traditional is fine as long as they aren't rigid." "Oh, right. Zhang Yang should be taking his CET4 English exam tomorrow, right?" "Yes, Du Hong is taking it as well, right? I have not seen Yangzi studying English lately. He says that he will just take the test using his high school knowledge. I really don't know where his confidence comes from." Hui Yuxuan laughed. "Confidence is a good thing. Aheng hasn't studied either. He has the same idea as Zhang Yang. I don't think it's a big problem though. Everyone who got into Jincheng University should have a good enough grasp of English. The CET4 exam is not difficult. They should be able to pass." "Let's hope so." And so, the next day, Du Hong, Zhang Yang, Wang Chong, and Han Lei headed to the exam room ready to face the CET4 exam. Just like many other students, most were either confident in their English or thought the test was just simple. 10 minutes before the test began was the sound check. Du Hong adjusted his headphones and fiddled with the channel. Frowning slightly at the static, he noticed several other students doing the same thing, adjusting their headphones. Once the exam began and the test papers were passed out, Du Hong removed his headphones. He quickly checked the paper to ensure there were no printing errors, and then began to look at the composition topic. The CET for exam begins with the composition section, followed by the listening comprehension. After the listening section, the first answer sheet is collected, and the remaining parts of the exam are then completed. After writing an English composition with printer-like handwriting, Du Hong started to look at the listening answer sheet, trying to guess what the topics would be. At 9:40, the teacher reminded everyone that the listening section was about to start. He quickly put his headphones on. This time, the sound wasn't so crackly, it was clearer. At 10:05, the first answer sheet was collected. Du Hong was confident. Besides one question he really couldn't hear, everything else was very clear. The rest of the exam was very straightforward. The CET-4 is just very long and has a very strict time constraint. The questions are not difficult. With a strong foundation from high school, there's no need for revision to pass easily. After completing all the questions, he stretched his fingers, spinning his pen while checking his answers. He wasn't arrogant enough to not review his work before turning it in. The exam room was quiet. The proctors paced up and down to prevent cheating. Some students had beads of sweat rolling down their faces. They were likely those whose English skills were not strong in high school and relied on other subjects to get into Jincheng University. For them, the CET for exam was a real challenge. The time was short, the number of questions were high, and when they realized that they had only finished half the test with 30 minutes left, they felt despair. And Zhang Yang, who had been assigned to the same testing room as Du Hong, was among those students. Looking at the multiple choice questions, it seemed that all options were correct, but this was a single choice question. There was only one correct option. Chewing on the pen in his hand, his brow furrowed. He glanced at the time, wiping the sweat off his forehead. If in doubt, choose C. Next question. I swear. Again, every option looks good? Okay. CCC. 3 short, pick the shortest. 3 long, pick the longest. After guessing his way through the page, Zhang Yang discovered that his answers looked kind of strange. How come it's all C? Coincidence? Or is that the correct answer? It is like after making a choice he felt that his answers were correct, and he would even start to develop some conspiracy theories about the exam setters, thinking it was all intentional, and that people would get too suspicious and change the right answer and waste their time. If they could change a few correct answers in the process, that would be great. There are 5 minutes remaining. If you haven't finished, please hurry up. Make sure you transfer your answers to the answer sheet, or else you will get no points. Oh crap, I forgot. A chorus of despair echoed in the room. Du Hong had already checked his answers twice. Looking at everyone else, some were frantically filling in their answer sheets, while some who hadn't finished were still trying to answer the questions. One of them was Zhang Yang. There's no time, no time. Fill in the cards first. Fill in what I haven't finished randomly. Hopefully I'll get at least one right. He was going for broke because randomly answering at least gave him a chance to get some points, but skipping would equal 0. Ring, ring, ring. At 11:20, the bell rang on time. The proctor knocked on the table to stop the students who were trying to fill in a few more answers, and then collected the answer sheets quickly. Walking out of the exam room, Du Hong took a deep breath, confident that he had done well. He was surprised by the sight of Zhang Yang, who was shaking and mumbling something. What's wrong? Didn't you finish? It's over. It's over. I filled it in too fast. The order is all wrong. All wrong? Well, that's certainly some good news. Chapter 163, A Strange Convoy. How was the exam, Duji? On their way back to the dorm, they ran into Wang Chong and Han Lei. They were in the same exam room. Wang Chong was the one who had just asked the question. Not bad, I should pass. Awesome. I have no confidence at all. Wang Chong shrugged. My English wasn't good in high school, and I haven't studied recently. I ended up not having enough time to fill in almost 20 answers. Han Lei pushed his glasses up. It was clear that he was not in a good mood. Me too. I had a few questions left that I didn't have time to fill in. I was too engrossed in writing and forgot to fill in the answers. The proctor's reminder came too late with only 5 minutes left. After hearing Wang Chong and Han Lei's words, a certain Mr. Zhang suddenly felt like he had come out of the rain. He felt like he was fine all of a sudden. Haha, I filled them all in, so I'm a little bit better than both of you. Wang Chong and Han Lei's faces froze. They glanced at Du Hong, and when they saw Du Heng's silent signals, they understood what was happening. They shook their heads and didn't say anything further. The more he thought about it, the more he believed that even though he had messed up the order, it was only the end part. Maybe by some miracle he had gotten it right by chance. The more he thought about it, the more sense it made. Zhang Yang got very excited and somehow managed to convince himself. He started to imagine all sorts of possibilities, even thinking that the teacher had marked it wrong and would give him points anyway. He forgot that the answer sheet was not graded manually, but by a machine. Beaming, Zhang Yang picked up his phone and called Hu Ling, boasting as soon as she answered. Lingling, I finished my exam. Oh, really? How was it? Did you finish? I did. I filled everything in. Changji and Lazy didn't finish. Oh, really? Can you pass? Haha, I think it's no problem. That's great. Hee hee. After hanging up, Zhang Yang even raised his eyebrows at the speechless Han Lei and Wang Chong. They exchanged glances and nodded. They each hooked an arm around Zhang Yang's shoulders. Yangzi, let's play a game. What is it? If I say left foot, you raise your right foot. Conversely, if I say right foot, you raise your left. If you can do it 10 times in a row, I'll pay for lunch. Oh, really? Really? Okay, let's do it. Wang Chong grinned and winked at Han Lei before shouting, left foot. Zhang Yang raised his right foot and said triumphantly, too easy. You should say it faster. I'm hungry and waiting for lunch. Okay. Wang Chong nodded, and together with Han Lei, who had grabbed Zhang Yang's back, they both yelled, idiot. Oh? Just then, Zhang Yang felt both of his legs suddenly thrust forward from behind. He was caught off guard and fell flat on the ground. By the time he reacted, Wang Chong and Han Lei had already run away, laughter echoing in the air. Because there were so many students taking the CET, for exam, people passing by stared at Zhang Yang, who was questioning his life on the ground. Several girls laughed at Zhang Yang's awkward pose. Climbing up from the ground, Zhang Yang then realized that Du Hong had already disappeared. He dusted off the dirt from his clothes, his ears burning red, before chasing after Wang Chong and the others. Don't run. Not running makes you an idiot, ha ha ha. In the cafeteria, at a table, the 4 members of the 417 dorm were eating lunch, but Zhang Yang was scowling at the other 3. That was too much. You guys actually thought of such a nasty trick. Who told you to be so cocky? You deserved it. Yeah. The truth was, you guys are just jealous. There was no real animosity between roommates, not to mention they were just joking around, and they were very careful with their actions. Otherwise, Zhang Yang might have hit his head first had he fallen over without warning. After taking a sip of soup, Du Hong smiled and asked, Yangzi, are you interested in being my best man? Hu Ling will be the bridesmaid. Huh? Me? Zhang Yang pointed at himself, a little doubtful. I've never been a best man before. I don't even know what a best man does. Han Lei pushed his glasses up and said seriously, the best man is there to protect the groom from disaster. The groomsmen have to help solve any problems the bride's side throws at them. And there's also the door games. Changji and Wang Miao will come too. Can't just be him and Hu Ling. And what about you? Han Lei, are you interested? Han Lei shook his head. I'll pass. And how about you, Changji? I'm good. But is there enough time to order a suit? Oh right, Duji. Will your engagement suit be a regular suit or a traditional Chinese gown? A suit. We'll do the traditional style for the wedding. I've already discussed it with Yuxuan. If there's not enough time, it's fine. We'll just go by one. In the afternoon, I'll take you guys to pick out suits, and we'll need to choose dresses for the bridesmaids too. Great. I'll message Miao Miao right now. Du Hong nodded with a smile. Okay, but don't ask her to come here. We'll drive there. We'll pick her up when we pass by her school. I'm driving myself and Lingling this afternoon. Zhang Yang suddenly interjected. Everyone went silent. After they exchanged glances, Han Lei raised his hand and said, since I'm not a groomsman, I won't be going in the afternoon. Wang Chong now regretted not buying a car. He also had no money at the moment. Let's get this straight. I'm not getting in your car. Damn it. I'm a really good driver now. No, I'm afraid of death. Zhang Yang was furious. He turned his frustration into appetite and started devouring his lunch. After a 1-hour nap, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they drove towards Duheng's mall. Zhang Yang successfully got behind the wheel of his Mercedes, but no one else joined him. In front of him was an ash-gray Porsche 911, with a huge novice driver sign, next to a picture of a panda pointing at the novice driver sign and saying, "This sign is not a joke." A novice female driver driving a Porsche who wouldn't be scared. That's right, Hui Yuxuan was driving the Porsche 911, with Hu Ling sitting in the passenger seat. Du Hong was driving a Mini with a curious-looking Wang Chong, leading the pack. The two people fitted perfectly in the car. And what about Wang Chong's girlfriend? Wasn't there a Porsche behind them? That was a female-only vehicle. This slightly funny little convoy, which was made of a small car and luxury vehicles, was too much for people to mess with. This was mainly because of the huge novice driver signs on both the Porsche and the Mercedes, and of course, the Mini also had a huge novice driver sign that looked exactly the same as the one on the Porsche. Gee, how much did this car cost? Not expensive, less than 40,000. It's pretty good. You can think about getting one. Even if it's a loan, the monthly payment would be about 1,000. You can totally afford it. Oh, Wang Chong's eyes lit up. I need to talk to Miao Miao about this when we pick her up. Chapter 164. Wang Chong plans to buy a car too. Yuxuan, this car is so pretty. It must have cost a lot. Hui Yuxuan carefully drove the car, following the Mini in front. Hearing Hu Ling's question, she nodded with a smile. It cost over 3 million. Oh my gosh. Hu Ling widened her eyes. That's so expensive? It doesn't feel that different from Zhang Yang's Mercedes, which was only a few $100,000. I don't know. It could be because of the brand. I've never driven a Mercedes, so I don't know how to compare them. But this car is very comfortable to drive. Alright, the only way that women could distinguish between good and bad cars was based on how comfortable it is to drive and sit in, and of course the look was also a factor. Other than that, they knew absolutely nothing about car performance. They didn't know about horsepower and didn't understand the difference between CVT and dual-clutch transmissions. Hu Ling nodded, agreeing that Hui Yuxuan made sense. There must be a reason why it was so expensive, she didn't know, so it was best not to comment. When they arrived at the entrance of Wang Miao's school, Wang Miao was standing by the side of the road, looking at her phone. She didn't even lift her head as the Mini drove past. It wasn't until the Porsche stopped in front of her and Hui Yuxuan called out her name that she reacted. Her eyes lit up at the sight of the beautiful Porsche in front of her. Wow, this car is so pretty. Hui Yuxuan pointed to the rear door with a smile. Get in. After Wang Miao got into the car, Hui Yuxuan gently stepped on the gas pedal and the car sped away without hesitation. The Mercedes quickly followed. Wang Miao looked around the interior curiously. When she saw a pendant hanging on the front rearview mirror, with a picture of Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan printed on it and on both sides, she asked, Yuxuan Jie, is this your car? Yes. I'm so jealous. Yuxuan Jie is still in her second year of university and already has such a nice car. Hui Yuxuan nodded with a smile. Miao Miao, you and Wang Chong just have to work hard together, and you'll have one too one day. How could Wang Chong have that much money? This car is very expensive, right? It is very expensive, but you don't have to buy a Porsche. BMW, Mercedes, and Audi are also fine. Hopefully. Wang Chong has never told me about his family situation. I don't know if we'll be able to be together in the end. As long as you want to, you'll definitely get married. Aheng said that Wang Chong has a fruit orchard. They should be pretty well off. Hu Ling chimed in as well. Yes, Yangzi told me too. He even brought some apples from his home for me to eat last time. They were really sweet. And Wang Chong is also doing game development with Yangzi, right? Though he's not making much right now, but it's still some income. Oh, how much does he make a month? After thinking about it, Hu Ling said, it should be about 5,000. I'm not too sure. Isn't he always doing part-time work? He should earn quite a bit, right? Wang Miao did some quick calculation and nodded. If that's the case, he should be making 6,000 to 7,000 a month. Yes, he's already earning so much in his first year of university, so rest assured, you guys will have the opportunity to drive nice cars in the future. Yes. The atmosphere in the car got better and better. The three women chatted from north to south, from the engagement dress to how many kids they wanted, and even started to give names to the kids. Hu Ling even declared that she wanted to have 2 kids, one following Zhang Yang's surname, and one following hers, which earned a thumbs up from Hui Yuxuan and Wang Miao. Oh, Yuxuan Jia, why is it just the three of us picking out dresses? Where are Du Ji and the others? Just then, they came to a red light. The three cars stopped in the lane in order. Hui Yuxuan pointed to the Mini in front and said, "There, a Heng and Wang Chang are in the car in front. Yangzi is in the car behind." Huh? How come Du Ji is driving a Mini? Isn't his car that big SUV? Wang Miao was a little shocked. A super rich guy driving a Mini? He said he suddenly had a change of heart, so he's driving this one. Anyway, there are too many cars today, so as night 15 wasn't needed, it's too big and difficult to park. Oh, that car is called the Night 15. I've never heard of that name before. Wang Miao blinked and looked at the Mercedes behind her. Is Zhang Yang driving the Mercedes? Did he buy it? Yes. Hu Ling was full of pride. Her man had just started university and already bought a Mercedes with his own abilities. How could she not be proud? Wow, that's amazing. I'm so jealous of you too. There's nothing to be jealous of. Didn't you see me sitting here? I don't dare to ride in Yangzi's car. Why? It's not a paid ride. It's not paid, but it's life-threatening. Ha 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 ha. X3. Inside the Mercedes, Zhang Yang, who had the music cranked up, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and looked at the Porsche in front, thinking that the three women in the car were definitely praising him. With that thought, he started to get excited. The light turned green, and the three cars continued to move forward. Wang Miao looked at the scenery outside the window as it sped by. Suddenly, her phone rang. She looked at the caller ID. It was Wang Chang calling for a video call. Without hesitation, she accepted. Meow meow. What's wrong? I want to talk about something. What is it? I want to buy a car, like that Mini you saw. What do you think? Huh. Wang Miao's heart suddenly started to race. Although she felt like the Mini was a bit cheap, what girl could resist the temptation of a car? You don't want one? That's not what I mean. Wang Miao quickly shook her head. It's just, do you have money to buy one? In the video, Wang Chang smiled confidently. Yeah, but I want to pay it in installments. The 2-year installment plan is interest-free, so it's only about 1,000 a month and a down payment of around 20,000, which will be just under 30,000 total. Really? Really? At that moment, Hui Yuxuan, who was driving the car, laughed and chimed in. By one, it's very cheap. Wang Chang also has a driver's license. If you have a car, you can go to a lot of places on weekends. And most importantly, this car is small and convenient to park. Wang Miao was tempted. She nodded emphatically. Okay, you decide. Haha, then it's a deal. We'll go look at cars tomorrow. Okay. After hanging up the video call, Wang Miao was trying hard to suppress her excitement, but the expression on her face still gave her away. Happy, aren't you? Yes, yes. I don't know why, but even though it's just a Mini, I'm still very happy and satisfied. Hui Yuxuan smiled and nodded. After all, Wang Chang is just a first-year student, and you're in your first year as well. Not many people can do this. You'll have many more opportunities in the future. Right now it's a Mini, the next one will be a Mercedes, then the next one will be a Porsche or even a Lamborghini. Yes, yes. Chapter 165. A reputation ruined in the underground parking garage. Arriving at the mall, they parked in the underground garage. Under Du Heng's lead, the 7 of them wandered around for ages, unable to find the elevator to go up. A few more minutes passed. Du Heng was sweating profusely with anxiety. Keep in mind, it was already December and everyone was in long sleeves and coats. Du Heng's sweating showed how desperate he was feeling. Hui Yuxuan stood by his side, smiling silently. Although she didn't know the way either, she found Du Heng to be more real this way. The others couldn't take it anymore. Zhang Yang was the first to mutter. I feel like we've been here before. Hey, I thought it was just me. It really does feel like we've been here before. Hu Ling, seeing Hui Yuxuan's stifled laughter, knew what had happened. She shook her head helplessly. Yuxuan, did Du Heng lose his way? Huh? Du Ji, you can't even find the elevators in your own mall? I thought you were leading us through some secret passage after wandering around for so long. Du Heng touched his nose awkwardly. Well, I lose my sense of direction as soon as I enter a basement. I don't even know where I am now. Ha 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 ha, that's hilarious. Zhang Yang stared blankly for a moment before he suddenly burst into laughter as if a funny button had been pushed. He clutched his stomach and slapped his thigh, tears streaming down his face. The others couldn't help but laugh as well. Never thought the all-powerful Du Hong could be such a goof. You could have just said you lost your way. I think I saw the elevators earlier, but I didn't dare say anything since you didn't go in. Well, why didn't you say something sooner? We've been wandering around for ages here. Finally, Du Hong gave up. Under Hu Ling's guidance, they quickly found the elevator after a few turns. Looking at the bright elevator number 1 sign, Du Hong suddenly felt that the words were rather eye-catching. Most of all, his face was starting to hurt. The 7 of them squeezed into the elevator. Du Hong stood at the front. He could feel the others behind him whispering and trying to hold back their laughter. His glorious reputation had actually been ruined in a small underground parking garage. How embarrassing. Once inside the mall, Du Hong could finally stand up straight. He led Wang Chong and Zhang Yang straight to the 2nd floor, where the men's clothing section was. Hui Yuxuan, on the other hand, took Hu Ling and Wang Miao to the women's clothing section on the 1st floor. They split up to find suitable outfits. On the 2nd floor, at a suit shop, Wang Chong looked at the well-tailored mannequin and thought it looked great. However, after glancing at the price tag, he nearly fainted. They cost over 10,000. Du Ji, let's go to another store. This one's too expensive. It does seem a little expensive. Du Ji, let's change stores. We're just buying these for one use. No need to buy such expensive suits. Du Hong smiled and shook his head. He beckoned for the store manager. Who said you can only wear it once? If you buy the right one, you can also wear them for future important occasions. The store manager smiled and walked over, nodding to them. What kind of suits are you looking for? Would you like custom-made or ready-made? A ready-made one and a custom-made one, Du Hong said directly, not giving the other 2 a chance to speak. Measure their sizes first. I don't need it. I have one. Du Hong already had it planned. He would wear the tailored Chinese suit that Hui Yuxuan had bought for him in Yangzhou. Why not wear a suit? What a joke. If there is something cooler, why would he wear a suit? Who made that rule? The store manager nodded and instructed a staff member to bring a measuring tape to measure Wang Chong and Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was okay. He had money now and the confidence to spend it. Wang Chong looked a little distressed, as one ready-made and one custom-made suit would cost tens of thousands, and he also needed to take Wang Miao to look at cars tomorrow. Seeming to see Wang Chong's worry, Du Hong smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll pay for it. These 2 suits are my gifts to you for being my groomsmen." Wang Chong was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a smile. "Thank you. Don't be so polite. We are roommates. It's a pity that Han Lei isn't here. Otherwise, all 4 of us would have suits. That would be great. Should we call him over?" "Forget it. It's a bit far. It would take him over half an hour to get here by taxi. Let's just call him for his measurements. We won't have a custom-made suit for him. We'll just buy a similar one." The store manager said, "You can let him take a full-body photo, then tell me his height, and we can calculate his size." "Oh, that's awesome. That's a must. For our profession, sizing customers by eye is a compulsory course. Not all customers are willing to be measured." "Okay, I'll ask him to take a photo." A few minutes later, after a lot of explanation, Du Hong finally got a photo of Han Lei. He handed it to the store manager and said with a smile, "My roommate is not very tall, around 1.6 meters. He's on the skinny side." Actually, he was exaggerating. Han Lei's actual height was less than 1.6 meters. Du Hong wanted to save him some face, so he reported 1.6 meters. By saying that he was on the skinny side, even if the suit was a bit big, it wouldn't be too noticeable. The store manager took Du Heng's phone, carefully examined it, and returned it to Du Hong. "Okay, I roughly know his size. Once you've picked out your suits, I'll choose a suitable suit in the same style for him." "Okay, thank you, store manager." With Han Lei taken care of, the remaining task was for Wang Chong and Zhang Yang to choose styles. Zhang Yang pointed to a suit with extremely wide pants. "How about this one? I think it looks very majestic." Du Hong glanced at it, compared it with Zhang Yang's skinny build, and imagined the image of this guy wearing this suit. The corners of his eyes twitched madly. He suddenly remembered the way Zhang Yang looked when he wore his military training uniform, grasping his Huawei P50 Pro in his hand a little harder. He glanced at the increasingly receding hairline on the latter's forehead and took a deep breath before stuffing his phone back in his pocket. He was a good man, but the job of dealing with this dude was better left to others. "Let's change," This set isn't suitable. After rubbing his temples, Du Hong hesitated for a long time, but decided that he had to say it. He turned to Wang Chong. Are you interested in this model suit? Wang Chong nodded. Yes, it looks very cool. It doesn't really feel like a standard suit, but it still looks really cool. The store manager smiled and walked over, pointing to the suit on the mannequin. This isn't really a standard suit, it's more of a Chinese-style suit, but not a Zhongshan suit. We'll take this one then. Do you have it in stock? The store manager nodded. Yes, I'll have the staff go get it. Okay. After instructing the staff to get the clothes, the store manager turned back and continued to ask, now that you have this one, which style would you like for the custom-made one? Wang Chong was a little indecisive. He didn't ask Zhang Yang for his opinion, but instead looked at Du Hong. Du Ji, do you have any suggestions? Du Hong smiled and nodded. Yes, let's get 2 custom-made Zhongshan suits, the slim-fit kind. I think they look pretty good. Okay, then Zhongshan suit it is. Chapter 166, Birds of a Feather. Lingling, am I handsome? Inside a women's clothing store on the first floor, Zhang Yang, who couldn't wait to wear the newly acquired suit, struck a pose he considered cool for Hu Ling to see. She rolled her eyes and ignored him, continuing to pick out clothes with Hui Yuxuan. Wang Miao's eyes lit up when she saw Wang Chong in his suit. She smiled and went over to him, looking him up and down, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, it fits you well. More importantly, it's like your whole aura has changed. Wang Chong smiled sheepishly and scratched his head. That's great. I took a liking to this style at first glance. I was afraid you guys wouldn't like it. It looks good. Why wouldn't we like it? How much did it cost? This set was over 9,000, and another custom-made set will be delivered in about a month. That one is over 20,000. Wang Miao widened her eyes in disbelief. You're crazy. Why buy something so expensive? Du Ji paid for it. There are no cheap suits here. I did want to buy a cheaper one, but I looked at a few stores later, and this set is considered cheap. However, the custom-made one is a bit expensive. Isn't that a bit unfair, though, since it's his money? Wang Chong shrugged helplessly. I know, but that's just how Du Ji is. A few 10,000s to him is like a few dollars to us. Actually, it's more like a few cents. Okay, I just feel a bit embarrassed, always taking advantage of him. Du Ji doesn't care about that. He said that it's to thank us for being his groomsmen and bridesmaids, and for being there to witness his and his sister-in-law's relationship. Wang Miao nodded. No matter what, we have to remember this kindness and try to repay him in the future if possible. Yeah. Meanwhile, Du Hong casually scanned the store and didn't find any outfits that caught his eye. The outfits were for Hu Ling and Wang Miao. Hui Yuxuan would of course be wearing a wedding dress, which they wouldn't be able to find here. They would have to go to King Lady. He had considered wearing the Qinghua porcelain pattern cheongsam he bought for Hui Yuxuan before, but that dress was a bit tight and might not be suitable for the engagement day. Yuxuan, do you see anything you like here? Hui Yuxuan shook her head. Although she wasn't choosing an outfit for herself, her taste was still quite picky. The clothes in this store were all very ordinary and clearly unsuitable for use as formal attire. No, these are too ordinary. The clothes here are all pretty standard. They're not suitable for formal wear. At this time, the clerk who had been waiting on the side smiled and said, Are you looking to buy formal wear? Yes. For a wedding? For an engagement. We don't have bridesmaid dresses here. I recommend you check out the bridal store. They have wedding dresses as well as bridesmaid dresses. So, under Hu Ling's lead, the group quickly located where they parked their cars and headed straight for King Lady. 20 minutes later, it was already a little after 4 in the afternoon when they arrived at King Lady Wedding Photography. There was surprisingly quite a lot of people there. There are a lot of people. Is there some special occasion recently? At this time, the store manager, seeing Du Hong, walked over with a smile. Our distinguished guests are here. Why didn't you inform me beforehand? Du Hong smiled and greeted him. We decided to come last minute, so I didn't notify you. There are a lot of people here today. The store manager looked around at the couples who were choosing their packages and smiled. They are all preparing to get married during the Spring Festival. Coming now to take wedding photos is already considered late. Handsome, what kind of photos are you taking today? Group photos? No, Du Hong shook his head. We're here to buy wedding dresses and bridesmaid dresses. Oh. The store manager's eyes lit up. He motioned for them to walk inside. Are you planning to get married? When are you going to have the wedding? Aren't you getting wedding photos taken? Du-hung smiled wryly and waved his hand. Engagement. The date is the 18th of this month. Oh, that's good. Let me take you to look at wedding dresses and bridesmaid dresses. Half an hour later, after lots of looking and trying on over a dozen bridesmaid dresses, Hu Ling and Wang Miao finally found some suitable ones. Mainly, they were not going to steal the limelight. Actually, they had no chance of stealing the limelight. The style of bridesmaid dresses was already set to avoid being too extravagant, unlike wedding dresses which have either puffy skirts or extra-long trains. At this moment, Hui Yuxuan, wearing her wedding dress and veil, stood before them. On her sides were Hu Ling and Wang Miao and their bridesmaid dresses, and in front were Wang Chong and Zhang Yang, who were just loitering around on a wooden stool. Du Hong was grinning from ear to ear. Wow, Yuxuan, I'm discovering for the first time that you are this beautiful. No wonder Du Hong is so eager to get engaged to you. You're too beautiful. Yuxuan Jia is so pretty. She's prettier than those female celebrities in the TV. She has such fair skin and a tiny waist. Her collarbone is also beautiful. Too beautiful. Wang Miao and Hu Ling praised her sincerely. Hui Yuxuan's face flushed slightly, and her beautiful eyes lifted. Her watery gaze fell upon Du Hong, who was examining her wedding dress seriously with a satisfied nod. The store manager was beaming. This wedding dress was the most expensive one in her store, with a price tag of 50,000. It had been there for a while without any buyers, because it was very demanding when it came to body type. Now, Hui Yuxuan's figure seemed like it had been specifically tailored for the dress. How could she not be happy? She only found out after asking that Du Heng's idea was actually very simple. The engagement could not be more grand than the wedding, so the engagement wedding dress should be more standard. He would then custom order a wedding dress for the actual wedding. Aheng, how is it? Du Heng smiled and nodded. It's very good. Let's go with this one. The two bridesmaids look good as well. Hu Ling giggled and winked at Du Heng, while Wang Miao stuck her tongue out, a little shy. They came here and spent a lot of money. The store manager was ecstatic. Having gotten the engagement outfits at her store, how would she let the wedding dresses get away? When they left King Lady, it was completely dark outside. The nights in December came that early. It was already completely dark at 5:30 p.m. Looking at the traffic and the colorful lights of the shops across the road, Du Heng picked up his phone and made a reservation at Starlight Seafood Buffet. Let's go eat hot pot. Yay. Du Ji is mighty. Du Heng is so handsome. Ha ha ha. When the seven of them drove away, the store manager stood at the entrance of the store watching the three cars slowly disappear into the traffic and chatted with the curious staff next to her. As expected, the people around excellent people are also excellent. Why do you say that, store manager? The plates on that Porsche and the Mercedes weren't installed, and only one person was driving that Mercedes, one of the groomsmen. Although he looks a little silly, he's still someone who drives a Mercedes E300L, and from their conversation, I could tell he was Du Heng's roommate. Birds of a feather? Yes, work hard. Such customers are here again at our store. This is a good thing, and try to reel in that Mercedes driver as well. We will, store manager. Chapter 167. Jealousy Makes You Ugly. Jincheng University, Dormitory Building Number 1, Room 417. Du Ji, what are you doing? After taking the Mercedes for a few laps, Zhang Yang and Hu Ling returned to the dorm and saw Du Heng intently working on his computer, but it wasn't a game video. He had also seen several photos of Hui Yuxuan. None of your business. Can I even ask? Nope. Damn it. Annoyed, Zhang Yang returned to his seat. Not giving up, he quietly turned his head and glanced at Han Lei, who was watching a drama, then decided to move closer. Lazy, what is Du Ji doing? How would I know? Use your smart brain to deduce. Push up your glasses like this, and then give me your answer. I feel like you're implying something about me, and I have proof. Still without an answer, Yangzi turned his attention to Wang Chong, who was having a video call with Wang Miao. Changji, I'm busy. Damn it, you didn't even hear what I was going to say. Still without answers, Yangzi returned to his seat again, sighing, and opened League of Legends. He was assigned to the jungle role. After thinking for a while, he turned to Han Lei and asked, Lazy, which jungle hero is strong? Ashe, Demacia, Soraka, just pick one. If not, then go for Yumi. Oh? Are those even viable picks? He casually picked Jarvan and entered the game. After finishing his blue buff, he went straight to the bottom lane. A beautiful Q-flash dazzled the enemy bot. Lane duo, and they quickly ran away, shouting that they couldn't mess with him. He then took the opportunity to kill the Jarvan in order to save their lives. If that first failure was a coincidence, the fact that he had failed every gank attempt was just due to his lack of skill. Top, I'm begging you, please don't come again. I was 3-0, but you ruined me, and now I'm 3-3. Mid, I swear. Jungler, can you play some wards? How come I run into the enemy jungler everywhere I go? Bot, bro, can we make a deal? Go home and AFK, please. I won't report you, I promise. Annoyed, Zhang Yang lost this game. In the second game, he was assigned to the support role. Seeing that his ADC was a long-range Jhin, he picked Alistar to support him. Jungler, Mercy Alistar? Is this a joke? Jhin, you can beg to them on your knees, they are still not going to give you pocket money. Opponent, thank you. Cow, you are a good person. Brave cow, don't fear difficulties. Dormitory building number 2, Hu Ling was helping Hua Yuxuan with pasting photos and small decorations. On the table was a thick scrapbook. Hua Yuxuan was writing something with a colored pen, while Hu Ling was tearing up small pieces of paper and passing them to Hua Yuxuan, who would take them and find a place to stick them on. The two roommates who were watching dramas were staring curiously at them, but they didn't come over to ask. They could tell that both Hua Yuxuan and Hu Ling were deliberately distancing themselves from them. What do you think they're doing? So secretive. How would I know? Maybe they're trying to find their next rich guy? But I think I once heard Lingling say to her boyfriend during a video call that Yuxuan seems to be getting engaged to her boyfriend. Just because she said it, you actually believe it? Maybe this is just their way of distracting us. Engaged in her second year of university? Who would believe that? That's true. It's only been a few months since the start of the school year. Being engaged after a few months is too fast. Even if they are engaged, so what? Rich men are all the same. They'll be extra nice to you at the beginning, but after a while they'll get tired of you and dump you. So engagement is nothing? Marriage can still end in divorce. An engagement has no legal effect. What does it count for? Okay. One of the two roommates was a bit weak, and the other was more of an overbearing type. They just couldn't stand others being better than them. The weaker one had already been successfully swayed by the other. Now they were looking down on Hua Yuxuan and Hu Ling, thinking that they had snagged rich guys. Didn't Hu Ling say she almost had a heart attack from getting startled by her boyfriend as soon as she came back from a drive? She couldn't drive a Mercedes well, yet she still went out for a drive every day. Isn't that just showing off? It was impossible for the two of them not to feel jealous. Both Hua Yuxuan and Hu Ling's boyfriends were rich and both were in their first year. One drove a Porsche and one drove a Mercedes. They also secretly tried to find boyfriends in the first-year computer science department. However, when they discovered that the guys were terribly emotionally unintelligent and didn't even know how to cheer them up and were always busy and didn't reply to their messages, they broke up immediately. Just kidding. They were the goddesses who needed to be carefully cherished. Although they had a boyfriend, wasn't it okay to have a backup? Now that they found out the backups were not as good as their current boyfriends, they immediately cut ties. This further fueled their jealousy of Hua Yuxuan and Hu Ling. However, as the saying goes, jealousy made them ugly. The weaker one was dumped by her boyfriend just a few days ago. The overbearing one hadn't, but just then, her phone lit up. She saw a message from her boyfriend, and she thought it was some love message for her. However, when she clicked on it, she was stunned. Let's break up. Her heart jumped, and her blood pressure suddenly soared. She typed in a flurry of messages, why? Soon, the other party replied, why? You know in your heart. What are you talking about? What did I do? The other side didn't reply, but sent a photo. In the photo, she was holding a guy's arm, strolling through the mall with a gentle smile. And this guy was the boyfriend she had in the computer science department. If I hadn't seen this photo, I would have been kept in the dark. It's laughable that I was even planning to buy you a new phone for Christmas to make you happy. No. This photo is fake. I don't even know the guy in the photo. Really? Are you trying to say that the photo was photoshopped? Yes, the photo is fake. The Photoshop technology is very advanced. Someone must have been jealous of us being in love. It must be like that. The other side didn't reply right away. A few seconds later, a short video was sent. The video showed her teaching that guy how to kiss. Photos can be photoshopped, so what about this? What explanation can you give? Or are you going to say that this girl just looks the same as you? No, darling, I love you. You have to believe me. Huh, you're disgusting. That's it. Let me explain. However, after sending the message, she got a red exclamation mark, telling her that the other party was not a friend, and she had to add him as a friend to send another message. She quickly sent a text message and called him, but without exception, she was blacklisted. She got dumped. Chapter 168. Chapter title, I want you to send it. Wait a minute. I'll go change first. Because, originally I just wanted to try this pajama set at home. I didn't expect you to call. A little, embarrassed. This style, will it not suit me? While busy making a video, Du-hung suddenly heard a clear female voice from Zhang Yang's direction. The latter's phone was placed on the desk, and he was even smiling foolishly. Of course it will suit you. It'll look great on my baby. Something must have happened, as the voice coming from Yangzi's phone was clearly not Hu Ling's voice, as the latter's was not this soft and crisp. Turning his head, he didn't find anything unusual. Han Lei and Wang Chong were also looking over. The three of them exchanged a glance and were a bit shocked. Did this dude have Hu Ling and was still messing around with other girls? The crisp voice continued. It sounded like Zhang Yang was video calling with a girl and that the other party was trying on all sorts of outfits for him. Hesitating a bit, Du-hong cleared his throat. Ahem, well, Yangzi, who are you video calling with? Zhang Yang turned his head with a sly smile. Hee, I'm video calling with my daughter. Oh? Zhang Yang picked up his phone and shook it. The three of them then realized that this guy was playing a dressing-up mobile game. This one, Shining Nikki, is my daughter. I named her Wan. How did you manage to make such a cute name sound so perverted? How bored do you have to be to play this game? Why is playing this game boring? Yangzi retorted. A lot of people play this game. It has been downloaded tens of millions of times. Han Lei mercilessly pointed out, that's because there are a lot of people who are as bored as you. But that doesn't mean that you are not bored. Damn it. Isn't it okay to play this because I'm bored? Is that so? Is it so fun? How much money did you spend? Haha, I've spent 100,000. I just got the Shining set. It's so pretty. Do you want to take a look? No need. Han Lei pushed his glasses up. His lips curled up with a hint of wisdom. I will just tell Hu Ling. Zhang Yang was stunned, and he quickly got up and fell on his knees in front of Han Lei. Lazy, no, Lei Ji. Lei Ji, let's talk this out. Don't tell Lingling, or she will break my legs. Oh dear, unfortunately, I tend to have a big mouth. I'm also getting a bit hungry. I suddenly want some pizza for some reason. Does Du-ji want some? Du-hung smiled and nodded. I'm also a bit hungry. It's also time for late-night snacks. I also want some milk tea. I also want to order some for Yuxuan. Oh dear, what should I do? Wang Chong's eyes lit up and smiled. I also suddenly want to order some for Miao Miao, and a platter of snacks. Oh dear, what should I do? Damn it. Half an hour later, Du-hong, who was eating a slice of pizza, sent a message to Hua Yuxuan. Did the pizza and milk tea arrive? Just arrived. Wasn't this ordered by a Heng? Who is this guy called Invincible Handsome? Oh, Lingling told me. It's Zhang Yang, ha, what a cringy name. Shaking his head, he looked at the receipt on the packaging. As expected, it was Invincible Handsome. Fantastic. Late-night snack earned by skills. Eat up. Okay. After finishing one slice, he grabbed another. Zhang Yang had already finished 2 slices, and as he reached out for the last slice, his hand was slapped by Wang Chong. 2 slices each, that's enough. What are you doing? Damn it. Can't I even eat what I ordered? If you want to eat, order more. This piece is mine, or else I'll send a message to Hu Ling right now. Oh my dear Chong. Look at the mess I've made. Eat up, is it enough? Should I order another one? Forget about it. It's almost 11 o'clock. The power will be cut off soon. Okay. On December 17th, Du-hong was very busy all day. He was busy decorating the hotel and listening to Du's mother talk about the things that needed to be taken care of for tomorrow. And on this evening, Hua Yuxuan wasn't at school, but had returned to her apartment, along with Hu Ling and Wang Miao. They were the bridesmaids and were afraid that they might not be able to make it on time tomorrow morning. Plus, Hui Yuxuan had enough room at home, so they decided to stay there for the night. The living room was lively. Some relatives who had heard that Hui Yuxuan was getting engaged rushed over. They had dinner together, and everyone was having a good time. Everyone was especially happy and full of blessings, especially after learning that Hui Yuxuan's fiancée was a rich second generation. Chun Ziheo's smile was so wide that his mouth could not be closed. While messaging Sun Xiaonan, he was chatting with Hui Yuxuan, who was trying to juggle all the conversations. Yuxuanjia, how are you feeling right now? Are you nervous? Hui Yuxuan shook her head with a smile. I'm not really nervous. I just feel that it's a bit odd to suddenly be the focus of the family. There are so many relatives. Before, we would talk about other people, and now it's me. When is brother-in-law coming tomorrow? He should come in the morning. Why? Nothing. I want to take a photo with my handsome brother-in-law. Then you better seize the opportunity tomorrow. Your brother-in-law will be very busy tomorrow. There are many procedures for an engagement to follow. Oh? What kinds of procedures are there? You'll find out tomorrow. Oh right, this is the invitation. You'll need this to enter the hotel tomorrow. Qin Ziheo looked at the invitation that Hui Yuxuan had passed to him, his eyes wide. Wow, it's so beautiful. Those two characters, are they really made of gold? Hui Yuxuan nodded helplessly. They're made of gold. Du's auntie insisted on it. She said we shouldn't lose face, and they aren't worth that much anyway. Okay. You sit for a while. I have to give out the invitations to our relatives. Okay. They were busy until very late. By 12 o'clock, the relatives had gone home one by one. Hui Yuxuan was finally able to rest. She looked at the grinning Hu Ling and Wang Miao and shrugged helplessly. I'm going to take a shower and go to sleep first. I have to wake up very early for makeup tomorrow. After taking a shower and getting into bed, she finally noticed a message from Du Hong. She was too busy dealing with her relatives before and didn't have a chance to check her phone. Go to sleep early. You'll be very tired tomorrow. Okay, you too. I'll be waiting for you. Good night. Good night. She put down her phone, turned off the lights, and gazed at the colorful patterns on the ceiling which were illuminated by the streetlights outside. Her lips slowly curled up into a smile. She closed her eyes and slowly drifted off to sleep. After sending the message to Hui Yuxuan, Du Hong grinned. He looked at the room with the balloons all over the wall and the large wedding photo on the wall, nodding in satisfaction. Du's mom came in for a look and said with a smile, Tonight you have to sleep with your two groomsmen on the bedroom bed. Just deal with it for one night. You guys have to wake up early tomorrow. Looking at the grinning Wang Chong and Zhang Yang, Du Heng's lips twitched. He nodded. Let's just hope I can get some sleep. Chapter 169. Ancestral Rites, Departure, and Betrothal Gifts. Heng, are you asleep? Du Hong, who had been trying to fall asleep with his eyes closed but couldn't, suddenly saw his phone light up. He opened it to see a message from Hui Yuxuan. Not yet. It was already past 1 in the morning, but he just couldn't fall asleep. Although it was a large, 2-meter-wide bed, it was a bit crowded with 3 grown men on it. Mainly, Yangzi had been pressing his leg against him, and after pushing it away it would be back in place in no time. His foot was right next to his face. What? Why not sleep on the other side? Although this guy brushed his teeth, his breath was still horrible. I haven't slept either. I can't fall asleep. Are you excited? Yeah, a little. I'm very excited too, but I want to sleep but I can't. What's wrong? It's hard to explain. I think I know the reason. You should get some sleep. I want to sleep too. We can't have dark circles tomorrow. Okay, good night. Good night. He put his phone down, pushed Yangzi's foot to the side, rubbed his temples, and smiled wryly. This was hard. He closed his eyes. He faintly heard movement outside the door. After an unknown amount of time, the bedroom door was suddenly opened and someone came in. They turned on the lights and called out, Son, get up, it's 5:30. Huh. He opened his eyes a little. The light was a bit blinding. He looked at his mother, who was dressed in a solemn red cheongsam and a mink coat. He rubbed his eyes. They were very dry. He felt a throbbing sensation in his temples. He didn't even know if he had fallen asleep last night, or if he had just drifted into the present moment. He pushed himself up to a sitting position. It was still dark outside, but the living room was lively. These were all Du Heng's relatives, both rich and poor, but they were all living fairly well. They all liked Du Hong, a polite and wealthy young man. He nudged Wang Chong and Zhang Yang, who were still fast asleep. They were still in a daze. Du Hong told them to get up, and then got out of bed and put on his Chinese suit. He didn't put on a tie, but after putting on the suit, washing his face, and applying some hair wax, he looked completely different. Under the guidance of his family and relatives, he burned incense to worship his ancestors, then went downstairs. The wife of the municipal party secretary had already arrived, her face full of smiles. Du's mother had already given her the betrothal gifts. Including the matchmaker, there were 4 people. But when he went downstairs, he discovered that there were luxury cars everywhere. A 9-meter-long Rolls-Royce Phantom led the way. On its hood was a huge heart made of roses. Today, Uncle Lee had also styled his hair with a slick back and was standing quietly by the car with sunglasses on. When he saw Du Hong, he nodded to greet him. "Young master, thank you for your hard work, Uncle Lee. It's no trouble at all, it's what I should do." Du Hong nodded, glanced at the convoy behind him, and was a bit speechless. Wow, Du's father had brought all the cars from their garage. Lamborghini, Bugatti Veyron, Ferrari, Bentley, Aston Martin, Maserati, Jaguar, Hongqi H9, and even a few vintage cars were there. Looking at the long line of luxury cars, Du Hong's lips curled up. With a wave of his hand, everyone got into the cars. Du Hong, of course, sat in the Rolls-Royce. Wang Chong climbed into the Lamborghini. He had wanted to sit in one for a long time. Zhang Yang got into the Hongqi H9. When he was buying the Mercedes E300L, he had also considered the Audi A8L and Hongqi H9. So now he wanted to experience it. It was already a little past 6 in the morning. People who had gotten up early in the neighborhood saw this super luxurious convoy. Those who could afford to live in Vank were not short of money, but this convoy was still eye-catching enough. Some people took out their phones and started filming, especially the moment when Du Hong got into his car. The convoy set off for Hua Yushuan's apartment complex. Because it was an engagement, they hadn't hired a photographer. This banquet was considered a family banquet between the 2 families. The reason they found groomsmen and bridesmaids was to add to the festive atmosphere. Besides, the table for friends would still need to have people sitting at it. It couldn't be left empty, could it? That would be too embarrassing. "Yushuan, I'm here." Okay. I'm waiting for you. They can't wait to ask you for red envelopes." "Ha ha ha, it's okay. There will be plenty." Before leaving, Du's mother had given him a bag. It was now in Wang Chong's hands, and it was full of red envelopes. He casually opened it and saw they were all 100 yuan bills. Some even had 10,000s. This was more than just giving out red envelopes. This was like turning him into a wealth-distributing saint. But after thinking about it, he knew why. Du's mother didn't want him to be overly embarrassed and for him to be stuck at the door. Because it was so early, there weren't many cars and people on the road. What was interesting was that they had met a total of 3 wedding pickup convoys on the road. When the 3 convoys saw this luxurious and unbelievable convoy, they were all a bit stunned. "Holy crap, where can we rent this convoy? That Rolls-Royce is so long. Is that a Lamborghini in the back? A Ferrari? And a Bugatti Veyron? Damn, how much would it cost to rent this convoy?" This was a question from a groom. The driver of the Audi A8L next to him laughed. "This kind of convoy is definitely not rented. Rich people don't bother to make that kind of money. Any scratch or bump on these cars will cost a lot in repairs. Of course, most importantly, no one would dare to drive these cars. So, this groom is a rich person, and a super rich one at that. Our convoys are considered quite good in Jincheng." Anyway, the convoys had already passed each other. After about half an hour, the convoy arrived at Waterside Gardens. After negotiating with the security guard and handing over a packet of lichuan, cigarettes, and some candy, the security guard happily lifted the barrier to let the convoy in. They drove straight to the foot of Hua Yushuan's apartment building and saw that a group of people had already gathered at the entrance. When they saw the convoy, some were in disbelief. It wasn't until Chen Zihao excitedly shouted that they knew that this was the convoy of the groom-to-be. Du Hong didn't get out of the car. The drivers and Wang Chong and Zhang Yang each had a party popper. After they fired the poppers, Chen Zihao ran over and opened the passenger door to help Du Hong out. At this time, Some people at the entrance also started firing party poppers. Colorful confetti danced in the air. The sound was deafening. Many people in the community were drawn to the scene. "Brother-in-law, you look so handsome today." Du-hung nodded with a smile. At this time, a small child came over with a wash basin filled with water. Du-hung knew what to do. He smiled and washed his hands in the water and then dried them with a towel. "Thank you." With that, he took out 2 red envelopes from his pocket and handed them to Chin Zaheo and the child respectively. Chin Zaheo didn't care, but the child took the red envelope and ran back to his mother excitedly. He opened it up and was surprised. It was quite thick. He opened it up and was stunned. There were exactly 10 bills. No more, no less. Oh my God, just holding a basin of water and getting so much money? Chapter 170. I'm here to pick you up. He nodded to the people around him. Some children came over to ask for red envelopes and candy. Du-hung would smile and give each one a red envelope and some candy, but not too much. The red envelopes were all 100 yuan each. He wasn't dumb. They got into the elevator and went upstairs. Zhang Yang and Wang Chong were laughing and discussing the lively scene below. When the elevator doors opened, they arrived at Hua Yuxuan's door and discovered that it was tightly shut. They could hear people talking inside. They really want us to do the door games? I feel like the engagement procedures are different from ours. That's for sure. These procedures are not standardized nationwide. It's normal for them to be different in each place. What should we do now? What nonsense. Of course we should knock on the door. How should we knock? You knock on the door first. Don't say anything. See if they'll open it. If they open it, just rush in. Oh. Yangzi nodded. He tiptoed forward, glanced at the peephole on the door and shrugged. With this here, it's hard to trick them. Just knock first. Okay. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Yangzi squatted down. Du-hong, Wang Chong, and the matchmakers were all in a blind spot, so the people inside couldn't see them. That's weird. Are you dumb? If someone knocks at this time, but you can't see anyone, it's definitely the groom's party trying to trick you. If you won't do it, I'll do it. If you don't give enough red envelopes today, no one will open the door. Hearing the voices inside, Zhang Yang stood up, scratched his head, and looked at Du-hong. Du-ji, what do we do? I'll do it. With that, Du-hong came to the door and gently knocked on it. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? It's me, Du-hong. I'm here to pick up Yuxuan. The groom-to-be? If you don't have any red envelopes, we won't open the door. Look at this whole family of people. Everyone wants some. What should you do? Du-hong smiled. Okay, then I can only stuff them in from under the door. Go ahead and stuff them. I'll tell you first. I heard that you're rich, so don't bother putting in 1 or 2 yuan. Du-hong didn't say anything. He squatted down and stuffed a 100 yuan red envelope under the door. As soon as the red envelope went in a little bit, someone inside pulled it away. Hey, that's mine. How can you guys just snatch it? Du-hong didn't stop what he was doing. He stuffed more than a dozen more red envelopes in, but the door still didn't open. Groom-to-be, there are a lot of people inside. These few aren't enough to share. Stuff some more? Zhang Yang was unhappy. Over 1,000 yuan had gone out in just a short while, yet the people inside still wouldn't open the door. Damn it, they're too greedy. There's nothing we can do. Since we have to follow this custom, we can only accept our bad luck. The people inside must have heard that Du-ji is rich, so they want to get as much money as they can. Du-ji, what do we do? Du-hong rubbed his chin and thought for a while. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He moved close to the door and said loudly with a smile, People inside, listen up. I have a big red envelope here. Whoever opens the door for me, I'll give it to them. A big red envelope? How big is it? Too big to fit under the door. The room suddenly went silent for a few seconds. Then the doorknob turned slightly. Wang Chong was quick to react, and he quickly charged forward and slammed against the door. 3 big men were definitely more than a few women could handle. The door was opened. Zhang Yang was the first to rush in, followed closely by Wang Chong and Du-hong. When they went inside, they found that there were indeed a lot of people standing behind the door, and they were all women. The youngest was only a few years old, and the oldest looked like she was in her 40s or 50s. One of the women, who looked a bit attractive, was staring at Du-hong unhappily. Groom-to-be, I've opened the door for you. Are you going to break your promise? Du Hong didn't say anything. He took out a red envelope from his pocket and handed it over. This is yours. The woman took it. She opened it and glanced at it. Her eyes lit up. She didn't count it and just stuffed it into her pocket, grinning. Not bad, very generous. But this door is open. There is still another door behind it. That's right. Hui Yuxuan's bedroom door was still closed. There were many people in the living room, including Hui's parents and Qin's parents. Qin Zihao had also come upstairs from downstairs at this time. Du Hong noticed that except for Hui Yuxuan's uncle's family, he didn't recognize anyone else. There were a lot of older people who were already going gray. He nodded to them. Du Hong led the group to Hui Yuxuan's bedroom door. He put his ear against the door and listened. It was very quiet inside. He could vaguely hear some whispers. Without thinking about it, he knew that the people behind the door were listening to what was happening outside. Clearing his throat, Du Hong raised his hand and knocked on the door. Yuxuan, I'm here to pick you up. Du Hong, it's not that I don't want to open the door for you, but there are a lot of people inside who are watching. I can't open it. Ha 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 ha. Groom-to-be, it's not too much. I counted them inside. There are 7 people besides Yuxuan. You have to stuff 7 red envelopes first before we open the door. Du Hong smiled wryly. He squatted down and started stuffing one red envelope after the other. He had stuffed 7 in, but the door still didn't open. Oh, you're putting them in too fast. They all got taken by just one person. We didn't get any. Yeah, I didn't get any yet. Zhang Yang glared and turned to Du Hong. Du Ji, what do we do? Should we keep stuffing them? Du Hong shook his head. We don't know what the situation is inside. Sticking with this isn't the way. Let's use the same method as before. He cleared his throat and knocked on the door again. Knock, knock, knock. People inside, listen up. I have a big red envelope here. The door crack is too small to put it in. Whoever opens the door for me will get it. There is only one opportunity. You guys should discuss it well. That did it. The people inside nearly started fighting. They were all clamoring to open the door. Du Hong narrowed his eyes and looked at the door handle. Suddenly, the door handle turned slightly. This time, Du Hong was smarter. He immediately grabbed the doorknob, twisted it, and pushed the door open. Huh? It was clearly me who opened the door. Du Hong looked at the woman who had spoken. He didn't recognize her, but it didn't matter. He took a large handful of red envelopes from his pocket. Before he could find the bigger one, a hand suddenly reached out and snatched all the red envelopes away. Then everyone else rushed over to try and grab one. The woman who spoke didn't manage to get one and looked a little angry. But then, a red envelope that was noticeably thicker was quietly slipped into her hand. The woman looked up and saw that it was Du Hong. Keep this secretly. If they see it, they'll try to take it. The woman nodded, smiling as she accepted the red envelope and put it in her pocket. She pointed to Hui Yuxuan sitting on the bed. There, your fiancé is waiting for you. Du Hong looked over. He felt like he had stopped breathing for a moment. A pure white wedding dress, a fair neck, a stunning face, and her watery eyes were looking at him with a smile. The people around them quieted down. Du Hong smiled and walked over and crouched down. Yuxuan, you're so beautiful. I'm here to pick you up. Chapter 171. Serving sweet tea. Weighing down the teacups, the soon-to-be weds enter. Ah Hong, have some tea. Du Hong smiled and took the sweet tea that Hui Yuxuan offered him, taking a sip and feeling content. Hui Yuxuan then presented 2 more cups of tea to Wang Chong and Zhang Yang, who quickly accepted them with smiles and drank. Once the 3 had finished their tea, Hui Yuxuan brought out a tray, gesturing for them to place their cups on it. Du Hong chuckled and pulled out a bulging red envelope, intending to place it beneath the teacup but finding it unstable. It won't stay there, so I'll just put it beside it. This is for you. Following Du Hong's lead, Zhang Yang and Wang Chong each produced large red envelopes and placed them next to their respective teacups. These 2 envelopes weren't from Du Hong. They had prepared them themselves, acting as a sort of wedding gift. Inside Zhang Yang's envelope was 10,000 yuan, while Wang Chong's held 5,000. They gave so much because, without Du Hong, they would have barely had enough for living expenses, let alone savings. Of course, how much money Yang Zi actually had before was debatable. Hui Yuxuan smiled and nodded, not refusing the gifts. It was part of the custom. Although she knew there was a substantial amount of money inside, considering Du Heng's situation, it didn't seem like a problem. After all, he'd bought a 3 million yuan Porsche. What was a 10,000 yuan red envelope compared to that? Since this was an engagement and not a wedding, the expected difficulties for the groom's side didn't materialize. Hua's parents walked into the bedroom, which was now crowded with people, all eager to watch the proceedings. Meanwhile, those who had already received their red envelopes were excitedly discussing their contents. Hee, I got 300 yuan red envelopes. Not bad at all, and I didn't even have to give anything back. I definitely didn't waste my trip. Xiaohao, how much was in your envelope? Chen Zihao turned his head. I'm not telling you. Come on, just tell us. We're not going to ask you for it. Nope. Hey, Hongju, what about you? How much did you get for opening the door? The person called Hongju, who had opened the main door, couldn't stop smiling. She raised her right hand and held up one finger. 100? That's impossible. Your envelope was quite large. 1,000, but I bet Lanlin's is more. I got 2,000. My God, that's so much? You two together earn more than my monthly salary. That's nothing. The real money is with Yuxuan. Didn't you see how thick those envelopes were? The red envelope from the groom was about to burst. How much was that? If they were all hundreds, it must have been at least 10,000, right? I think it was more than that, probably 20,000. The other two were likely 10,000 and 5,000. How can you tell all that? Well, I work at the bank. I've got a good eye for these things. I'm so envious of Yuxuan, finding such a rich, polite, and incredibly warm boyfriend. He's her fiancé now. Watch your words. Oh, right. Fiancé. Chen's mother came over, took Wei Yuxuan's hand, and led her out of the bedroom. Surrounded by a large crowd of relatives and friends, they continued with the rest of the ceremony. Once everything was done, Du Heng led Wei Yuxuan downstairs and into the Rolls-Royce. The new arrivals were stunned by the luxurious car convoy. Chen Zihao eagerly ran to the passenger seat of the Lamborghini only to find Wang Cheng already sitting inside. He ran to the passenger seat of the Ferrari and saw Zhang Yang there as well, forcing him to sit in the passenger seat of the Bugatti Veyron. He then pulled out his phone and started snapping pictures. He had already taken pictures of Du Heng and Hui Yuxuan during their photo shoot, but taking them now felt completely different. More and more people came out of their homes within the complex and gathered to discuss the convoy. Because it was an upscale neighborhood, there were no cars parked randomly along the road. Even the electric scooters and motorcycles were parked in designated areas. Some people got into the cars, while the others had to drive themselves or take other transport. Fortunately, Hua's father had planned ahead and called a large bus to take those who didn't drive. The convoy set off amidst the sound of celebratory firecrackers, heading towards the booked luxury hotel. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Du Heng held Hua Yuxuan's hand and grinned. I thought your sisters and cousins would make things difficult for us. I didn't expect it to be so easy to take you. Hua Yuxuan laughed. It is an engagement after all. I told them beforehand that they could block the door, but not to make things too hard on you. I didn't expect you to just smash them with red envelopes. Du Heng touched his nose, both amused and embarrassed. He'd thought he'd won them over with his charm, but it turned out Hua Yuxuan had arranged it all beforehand. If that's the case, why didn't you just tell them not to block the door? Hua Yuxuan stuck out her tongue and giggled. That wouldn't have worked. They wouldn't listen to me. Knowing you have money, they insisted on getting red envelopes from you. Okay then. Turns out, money can make things happen. Money solved the problem. It was almost 9 o'clock, and the roads were getting busier. The convoy's speed couldn't compare to its pace earlier. They also passed several other wedding convoys along the way. They reached the hotel at 9:30. Everyone got out of their cars and, showing gold-lettered invitations, were allowed into the hotel after a security check at the entrance. The invitations were not collected. Some people were smiling as they stuffed them into their pockets, planning to melt off the gold lettering later. Du's parents greeted them and, after exchanging greetings with Hua's parents, led everyone to the large banquet hall on the second floor. The hall was luxuriously decorated, with crystal chandeliers and balloons adorning the ceiling. There were many tables, but not many people, as it was considered a family gathering. Some less important people weren't invited. Once everyone was seated, the lights in the hall dimmed, and spotlights shone on the center of the T-shaped stage. An MC with slicked back hair, and a bright smile appeared. Distinguished guests, friends, good evening. A single happy engagement binds 1,000 years of love, 100 years of unwavering hearts. Engagement has been a traditional wedding ceremony since ancient times. On this auspicious day, two young people, Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan, after getting to know each other, understanding each other, and falling in love, will finalize their marital relationship. Today, we are honored to be surrounded by esteemed guests, with beautiful music filling the air and laughter echoing throughout. On this auspicious day, Mr. Du and Mr. Hua are holding this grand engagement ceremony for their children, Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan. On behalf of both families, I extend a warm welcome and heartfelt thanks for your presence. The hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. The MC didn't stop it, only continuing after the clapping had subsided. At this very moment, on this perfect occasion, I am honored to announce the engagement ceremony of Ms. Hua and Mr. Du is officially beginning. May I now invite the soon-to-be weds to make their entrance. Chapter 172. Happy Birthday, Yuxuan. Du Hong held Hui Yuxuan's hand as they walked into the hall and onto the T-shaped stage. Flashing lights surrounded them, gentle music filled their ears, and the person they loved stood by their side. They walked hand in hand to the MC's side and stopped. The lighting brightened slightly, and Du Hong could see that everyone below the stage was smiling at him and Hui Yuxuan. He nodded to the crowd. How is the groom feeling right now? Happy. Happy. Ha ha ha. As we can see, our guests are very happy too. Does the groom have anything he would like to say to them? Du Hong took the microphone with a smile, not letting go of Hui Yuxuan's hand, and stepped forward, looking around at everyone below. Thank you all very much for attending Yuxuan and my engagement banquet. I'm very grateful for my parents' support, and I'm also very grateful to Yuxuan's parents for trusting me with her. Lastly, everyone, please eat and drink your fill, haha. A bit awkward, Du Hong felt like he couldn't muster any more words. He had so much he wanted to say, but his mind went blank. Thankfully, his words of thanks flowed relatively smoothly. Otherwise, he would have died of embarrassment. But after his final sentence, the hall still erupted with laughter followed by enthusiastic applause. The flashing of cameras didn't stop. The MC didn't waste any time, taking the microphone and saying, "Now, let's invite the soon-to-be weds to exchange rings. May I have the best man and bridesmaid present the rings to the two soon-to-be weds?" Wang Chong, Zhang Yang, Hu Ling, and Wang Miao quickly went up onto the stage. Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan each picked up a ring and placed it on the other's ring finger. At this point, Du's mother rushed onto the stage and placed a diamond-studded necklace around Hui Yuxuan's neck. With that, the ceremony was complete. Du's father, Hua's father, and Hua's mother all went onto the stage, raising a glass to drink together with those below before stepping down to sit at the front table. It was then that Du Hong noticed Du's grandfather and Hua's grandfather were at the table. He quickly brought Hui Yuxuan over to greet them. "Grandpa, Grandpa Hua." "Grandpa, Grandpa Du." Du's grandfather happily nodded, his wrinkles almost coming to life. Hua's grandfather wasn't far behind, his mouth practically reaching the back of his ears. Although he had said he didn't want Hui Yuxuan to get married before graduation, seeing his precious granddaughter so happy made him truly joyful. Du's grandfather waved his hand, gesturing for Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan to sit next to him. Once they were seated, he smiled and patted Du Heng's shoulder. "You're all grown up now. You have more responsibilities on your shoulders. Even though you're engaged, you still have to complete your studies. You and Yuxuan must study hard. We don't expect you to make money with your knowledge, but you must at least get your degrees, right?" Hua's grandfather snorted unhappily. "My granddaughter's grades are excellent. You don't need to tell her that." Du's grandfather's expression didn't change. He glanced at Hua's grandfather from the corner of his eye. "What are you talking about? Why can't I say that to my granddaughter? If you can't stand it, you can tell your grandson the same thing?" "Humph." Hua's grandfather snorted and turned his head away. He'd never gained the upper hand when arguing with Du's grandfather. He was always completely outmatched. This was mainly because Du's grandfather had a very thick skin. Hua's grandfather was a school principal and needed to maintain his public image, so he couldn't be like Du's grandfather. This was also one of the reasons why he didn't go into politics. Du Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Hui Yuxuan and gave a helpless shrug. Just then, the lights, which had previously brightened, suddenly dimmed again. The large screen on the T-shaped stage began to play a short video. Everyone curiously watched it. Hui Yuxuan also looked over subconsciously and was immediately stunned. The video used soothing background music, showing a series of photos of Hui Yuxuan alone and of Hui Yuxuan and Du Hong together. Some of the pictures showed her smiling, others showed her lost in thought, crying, and some showed her playful and cute. In the photos they took together, Du Hong was always smiling, his eyes shining with a light that could only be described as love. The scene flashed and a large birthday cake appeared. Although it was a little rough-looking, Hui Yuxuan spotted 2 small figurines on the cake. They were the same ones that she and Du Hong had got in those blind boxes in the mall. At that moment, a huge tin-tiered cake was wheeled onto the T-shaped stage from the side. At the same time, the MC also walked onto the stage. At the request of the soon-to-be groom, I've returned. And why is that? Because today is not only the engagement day for these two, but also the soon-to-be bride's birthday. The groom has put a lot of thought into this, and this video has truly moved me. It has captured the joys and sorrows of this soon-to-be wed couple. Or no, I didn't see any sorrow. I only saw the couple's love for one another. As you can all see, our bride-to-be is already crying. I think she must be very moved at this point. But do you think that's all? No, no, no. This is also what I find so moving because I knew all of this beforehand. Our bride-to-be also has a gift for the groom. The MC gestured, and an assistant handed over a thick commemorative album. The cover had a picture of Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan together, their faces beaming with natural happiness. Soon-to-be groom, soon-to-be bride, won't you please come up here? Du Hong was stunned. He didn't expect Hui Yuxuan to prepare a gift for him. He glanced at the latter, who was already sobbing uncontrollably, and grasped her small hand and gave it a gentle squeeze before walking her onto the T-shaped stage. The sight of Hui Yuxuan crying so hard made Hui's mother start to cry as well. Du's mother was in a similar state. Hui's father's face was tense. He was feeling a mix of happiness and sadness. He wanted to cry but couldn't laugh or smile. Du's grandfather raised an eyebrow at Hui's grandfather, who snorted softly and didn't say anything, watching Hui Yuxuan, his wrinkles almost jumping out of his face. The hall erupted in applause. Some of the guests, who had just come to have a meal and some fun, were now offering their sincere blessings to the couple. Du Hong, seeing that Hui Yuxuan was crying more and more, gently hugged her. He quickly felt his shoulder getting wet. Hui Yuxuan's sobbing was reaching his ears. Ahung, thank you. He gently patted her back and said, Happy birthday, Yuxuan. Hui Yuxuan nodded her head emphatically. The MC didn't interrupt them, waited a while before taking the microphone and laughing. What a loving couple. I hope they invite me to be the MC at their wedding too. Ha ha ha, sorry I'm digressing. The MC coughed softly before continuing. The soon-to-be groom's unspoken words don't need to be said. Just look at the bride-to-be, she has already felt his heart. Let us wholeheartedly wish the two of them a long and happy future together, and that they will eventually get married. Applause broke out, lasting for a long time. Hui Yuxuan leaned on Du Heng's shoulder, letting her tears soak the latter's shoulder, feeling the warmth of his embrace as she quietly sobbed. Chapter 173, The Meaning of Engagement. The banquet continued, and Du Hong had already taken Hui Yuxuan back to their seats. She was still sobbing quietly, and the Du family and Hui family members at the table were all smiling happily. Seeing you two so happy together makes us feel relieved. Are you hungry? Let's eat. Although it wasn't lunchtime yet, because almost everyone hadn't eaten breakfast, they were all quite hungry. Delicious dishes were brought to the table one after another, and some people couldn't wait any longer. Hanlei had only just arrived. He couldn't help it, there was a traffic jam on the way. After circling around, he found Zhang Yang and the others, and sat down at their table. Why are you so late? Hanlei waved his hand. Don't even mention it. I ran into an idiot on the way. There was a traffic jam, and then I got into a collision with a taxi. I had to walk a long way to hail another taxi. Then hurry up and eat. Du's engagement is almost over. Hanlei smiled wryly and nodded, picking up his chopsticks and joining the feast. Toasting glasses, clattering bowls and chopsticks, the pleasant sounds mixing with the elegant music and dazzling lights, everyone felt a bit intoxicated. Accompanied by their parents, Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan went around the tables toasting the guests. Of course, Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan were drinking juice. No one objected. After all, they were still university students, and them coming to toast was showing more than enough respect. The meal lasted 2 full hours. Most of the later dishes were barely touched. Although they looked delicious, everyone was simply too full. Adhering to the principle that if you're going to do something, do it well, Du's mother had ordered a total of 36 dishes, and that wasn't including the cold dishes, fruit platters, and snacks. Only the final fruit platter was eaten quite a bit. There were still quite a lot of dishes left on the table. But that didn't faze the friends and family members. Some people, seeing that no one else was moving, ran to get takeout boxes from the servers. So many dishes that were untouched or barely touched. It would be a waste to throw them away. It was all about the clean plate campaign. There was no shame in that. Everyone had a gift box, inside which was an engagement gift, as well as a pack of Panda cigarettes. It didn't matter if they were male or female. Of course, children definitely didn't get any. It wasn't appropriate to give them that. The guests were all very satisfied. Having had their fill of food and drinks, it was time to leave. They were going to get a free delicious meal and a pack of Panda cigarettes, a great deal. They're even giving away Panda cigarettes. Those are pretty hard to get. What a lavish affair. They aren't short of a bit of money. Didn't you see the wedding convoy? It was full of luxury cars. I even heard from that Chen Zaheo guy that all of those cars belong to the groom's family. His family is really rich. They own a mall and an amusement park. Really? That's incredible. It's definitely a good thing that the two families are becoming in-laws. Not bad at all. The guests were all happy. Once the last of the guests had left, the Du and Hua families chatted for a while before also leaving. It was just an engagement, not a wedding. They had reached a consensus that the two children would be getting married eventually. Du Hong glanced at Hua Yuxuan, who was looking a little tired. She had rubbed her eyes several times, and they were still a little red. She must have slept very late last night and then woken up early this morning. Add to that the crying before the meal. She must be sleepy. Yuxuan, I'll take you home to rest, okay? Hua Yuxuan raised her head, smiled sweetly, and nodded. Okay. Let's go. Change out of this outfit first. It has already fulfilled its mission. After changing their clothes and saying goodbye to Du's parents and Du's grandfather, Du Hong led Hua Yuxuan and Zhang Yang into the Rolls-Royce waiting outside. Uncle Li looked rather satisfied after eating, but he hadn't had any alcohol. Young master, where are we headed? To Vank Phase 1 near the school's east gate. Understood. The Rolls-Royce started up smoothly. Hu Ling and Wang Miao pulled Hua Yuxuan to one side and started chatting animatedly. Judging by the latter's flushed face, they must have been talking about some rather saucy topics. Zhang Yang and the others were all winking at Du Hong like crazy. What? Yeah. Were they holding secret conversations or something? Wibby wibby? Wibby bappa. The group was staring at each other. In the end, Du Hong gave up. When it came to thick skin, he couldn't match Yang Zi. That guy had been trained by Hu Ling until he was practically invulnerable. Du Gu, tell us, how does it feel to be engaged? What feeling would there be? It's not like we're married or having kids. What feeling is there? But if I had to say anything, I guess it's happy. Oh, but engagement feels like a loss. Looking at the procedure today, you'll have to do it all over again at the wedding, and it'll be even more over the top. Luckily, Ling Ling's parents said last time that we didn't need an engagement. We could have a tacit understanding. Du Hong nodded. Everyone has their own ideas. Yuxuan and I are engaged to give her a promise. After all, as you know, my family is quite rich, and some people will always covet her position, wanting to take her place. That's true, ha ha ha. Unlike me, Ling Ling won't have to worry about such things. Times 7. Don't ask why, excluding Yang Zi, there were still 7 people. There was also Uncle Li in the driver's seat. The atmosphere in the car became awkward. Hu Ling covered her face and sighed. That guy always managed to make everyone speechless in various ways. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with what I said? Wang Chang smiled and nodded. Yes, there is a huge problem. You're laughing at Du Gu for having worries. Han Lei pushed his glasses up and said, Little did you know, Du Gu is laughing at you for being ugly and poor. That was Hu Ling. Ha 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 ha. Damn. The atmosphere in the car was lighthearted. Wang Chang glanced at the time. It was not yet noon. He hesitated for a moment and then looked at Du Hong. Du Gu, drop me and Wang Miao here, okay? What's wrong? Wang Chang scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Well, I wanted to take Wang Miao to look at cars. I can drop you off. What kind of car do you want to buy? No, no, no. Wang Chang quickly waved his hand. Wang Miao and I can just take a taxi. I'm not buying a fancy car after all. It'd be too embarrassing if I bought a Mini after you dropped me off in a Rolls-Royce. Du Hong couldn't help but chuckle and nodded. Uncle Li saw this in the rearview mirror and slowly pulled over and let Wang Chang and Wang Miao out before driving off. Is Changgu buying a car too? Han Lei looked at Du Hong. Weren't you saying before that you weren't going to buy one? Saying you just buy a small electric scooter? Du Hong shrugged. I can't help it. It's normal to have such a need when you have a girlfriend. Plus the Mini is pretty cheap. He can totally afford it. Han Lei frowned. Now that he thought about it, he was the only one in the 417 dormitory who didn't have a car. Du Hong drove a Night 15. Zhang Yang drove a Mercedes-Benz. Wang Chang was getting a Mini, and him? He was walking. Looks like I have to get one too, or you guys will look down on me. Oh, you're going to buy a car? What brand? Xiaodao. Oh? A small electric scooter? Chapter 174. Pregnant? So, are you planning on buying a small electric scooter as a means of transportation? Han Lei nodded. Yeah, I was originally planning on getting a bicycle, but seeing you all driving cars, I think I'll just get a small electric scooter. That's fine. You don't go anywhere anyway. The most you go is to the library to study. Du Hong pointed out the library. Han Lei knew why and fell silent after hearing Du Heng's words. He nodded. He had been a bit too listless lately, spending all day either watching dramas or on his way to watch dramas. Du Hong didn't have to worry about it, not even needing his degree. Zhang Yang's acceptance to graduate school was basically confirmed, seeing how much his major professor liked him, and he even drove a Benz. He could be said to be slowly reaching the peak of his life. Wang Chang hadn't thought about going to graduate school, but he had been earning 6,000 or 7,000 a day since his first year. He worked hard and spent his weekends with his girlfriend doing part-time jobs to earn money before going out at night. And now he was going to buy a car. But him? The one who was initially determined to go to graduate school. What had he achieved except for making some pocket money with Zhang Yang every month? He really needed to reflect on himself. Since he wanted to go to graduate school, he needed to act like it. Putting on a show for other people was useless. He nodded heavily, but he didn't look up. Instead, he said in a low voice, I know. After dropping off Zhang Yang and the others at the west gate, they drove around the school and came to the east gate, making sure Uncle Li didn't drive in to avoid attracting attention. After all, a lot of people had seen the car this morning. It was too eye-catching. Du Hong was worried that some people would take advantage of it. He was fine, but sometimes Hui Yuxuan would be on her own, and Du Hong didn't want her to be in any danger. He took her hand and they walked slowly through the community, where they were strangers to almost everyone. Hui Yuxuan had yawned several times in a row. She was truly exhausted. He gently squeezed her hand, not saying anything. He just quickened his pace, and they soon arrived downstairs. They got into the elevator and went up to the 17th floor. He opened the door to 1701 and had barely closed the door behind him and changed into slippers when a figure threw herself into his arms. Hui Yuxuan blinked her big, watery eyes at him, the light reflecting off of them as if they were twinkling stars. Du Hong could see her intentions. He laughed and picked her up in a princess carry and walked into the bedroom. Aren't you sleepy anymore? Hui Yuxuan giggled and rubbed her eyes, gently caressing Du Heng's cheek, her voice soft. I guess Da Hong must have missed me, so maybe I'll sleep later? Du Heng's lips curled into a smile, and he gently tapped her nose, saying, that might take a while. Hui Yuxuan gave him a challenging look and covered her mouth and laughed. Anyone can talk the big talk? Oh, really? Well, there was nothing else to say. The hostess had spoken. This battle had to be won one way or another. In 1601, a young couple was lying in bed watching dramas, staring blankly at the ceiling. The sounds from upstairs were pretty loud, and those moans were a little too cheerful. Even through a thick wall, they could still hear it. How excited were they up there? The two couldn't take it any longer, and had also had to go at it. But just as they finished, the people upstairs were still going, and it had already been going on for over half an hour. Husband, weren't you saying you were great? You were also saying that your friends don't last as long as you, and you were boasting about how long you last. Then what's happening upstairs? The man was a little embarrassed, meeting his wife's scrutinizing gaze, He shrank back and said, "Wife, it's not that I'm not good. It's just that person upstairs is too strong. I'm not lying to you. Look it up yourself on the internet." However, an hour later, the man was incredibly embarrassed. The woman was still staring at him with distrust, which was very upsetting to him. Wife, I admit I was exaggerating, but that guy is overdoing it. I swear, I didn't lie to you. Another hour passed, and the man was numb. The way the woman looked at him seemed wrong. The man didn't even have the energy to explain anymore. He had also tried to rise up one more time to prove himself, but now he was completely defeated. Was the couple upstairs putting on a show, or was it the real deal? How could it be so excessive? The woman looked away and harumphed unhappily. "Let's order takeout for lunch. I don't want to cook." But I'm hungry. Let's just cook something. Yesterday's food can be reheated and eaten." I said order. Take. Out. Okay. We'll order takeout. The man's voice had weakened. He used to be able to brag and then order his wife to cook, wash clothes, and do other things. But not anymore. He was too humiliated. Back in 1701, Hui Yuxuan had finally fallen asleep. Her eyelids felt incredibly heavy. Du Hong watched her fluttering eyelashes, his lips curling into a smile. He closed his eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep. He woke up at around 5 in the afternoon. Du Hong had been woken up by hunger. He hadn't eaten much at the engagement banquet. His appetite was much bigger than Hui Yuxuan's, who was always full after eating a little. Not to mention now, without waking the sleeping Hui Yuxuan, he got out of bed and put on his clothes. He walked into the living room and after drinking some water, went to the kitchen and opened the fridge. Good Lord, it was empty. That was to be expected. There were so many people here last night, and Du's mother had personally cooked several of her signature dishes. It would be a miracle if there was anything left in the fridge. If there was no food, then he would have to go buy some even though he was very hungry. But just as he was about to put on his shoes to go out, a clear voice called out to him. He turned and saw in the dim light, a figure was leaning against the bedroom door. She looked so charming, and if you looked closer, she was wearing a pair of ears on her head. Ahong. Hui Yuxuan was awake and was wearing her pink bunny pajamas. "You're awake?" "Mm." Hui Yuxuan nodded, walking up to Du Hong and reached up to turn on the lights in the bedroom. "Are you going out, Ahong?" Du Hong smiled and hugged her, kissing her red lips before saying, "Yes, I'm going out to buy some groceries to cook dinner." Hui Yuxuan giggled and hugged him back, leaning her head against his chest. "No need, Ahong. Let's go out to eat." "Go out to eat? Okay." 10 minutes later, a Mini drove out of the community gate. Hui Yuxuan said she suddenly wanted to eat spicy hot pot. So, Du Hong had searched for a highly rated restaurant using the car's GPS and drove there. "Why do you suddenly want to eat spicy hot pot?" "I don't know. I just suddenly felt like eating it." As she said this, she suddenly paused. Her eyes widened. Could I be pregnant?" Du Heng's eyes also widened. "Why does wanting to eat spicy hot pot mean you are pregnant?" "I heard people say that pregnant women suddenly crave a certain flavor. Some want to eat sweet things, some want to eat spicy things, and some want to eat sour things." "Really? But we use protection every time? Maybe we're thinking too much? Maybe I just really want to eat it. Should we go get a checkup?" Hui Yuxuan hesitated for a moment and then nodded. "Let's go get a checkup tomorrow. We'll get a pregnancy test tonight on the way back home." "Okay." Chapter 175. Just a craving? Du Hong was feeling tense, his mind racing with all sorts of thoughts. Hui Yuxuan was in the bathroom taking a pregnancy test, and his mind was flooded, wondering what went wrong that led to the possibility of pregnancy. It shouldn't be possible. I was careful every time. Did we miss something? Just then, Hui Yuxuan came out of the bathroom holding the pregnancy test. How is it? Am I pregnant?" Hui Yuxuan rolled her eyes, scolding him playfully. "We have to wait 15 minutes. It's not that fast." Du Hong touched his nose awkwardly and sat back down, his leg bouncing involuntarily. Hui Yuxuan placed the test on the coffee table, using a tissue underneath as a pad. She looked at the nervous Du Hong and laughed. "Why are you so tense?" Du Hong gave a wry smile. "I'm not ready to be a father. How can I not be tense? What if I really am pregnant?" Du Hong shrugged. "I don't want you to have an abortion. If you're really pregnant, we'll have the baby. Someone will help us take care of it. Hui Yuxuan's face lit up with a smile. Many women were afraid their partners would leave them after they became pregnant, especially if they weren't married. Usually, a pregnancy would lead to an abortion. Although some got married because of pregnancy, it wasn't common. She had received a promise from Du Hong, and even if they couldn't get married yet, their child would naturally have someone to care for it. Like a certain mother who had long wanted to hold a grandchild. 15 minutes passed. Hui Yuxuan took a deep breath and picked up the pregnancy test from the coffee table. Du Hong was nervous, holding his breath and looking on. Saying he wasn't nervous was a lie. There was only one line. The second line was completely absent. Hui Yuxuan blinked twice and looked at the bewildered Du Hong. Ah Hong, I don't think I'm pregnant. How do you tell? If there are two lines, that means it's positive and I'm pregnant. Of course, pregnancy tests aren't always accurate, especially in early pregnancy. It's easy to not detect it. Then, maybe we should go to the hospital tomorrow. Hui Yuxuan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay. That night, to prevent the possibility that Hui Yuxuan was really pregnant, Du Hong was very well behaved. He just held her quietly as they fell asleep, but he was still a little unsure. Hui Yuxuan's eyes were bright in the darkness. She could hear the steady sound of his breathing behind her. She touched her lower abdomen, feeling rather worried about the results of tomorrow's test. Although Du Hong had made a promise, he was still young and so was she. If she were pregnant at this time, how many cold looks and accusations would she endure? She didn't even dare to imagine it. Not to mention Hui's father and grandfather, who held such high expectations for her. If she were really pregnant, those two would definitely be the most disappointed. Even if they were engaged, it wouldn't matter. The test of being pregnant before marriage was especially difficult at this moment. She thought about it for a long time, but then heard a murmur from behind her. If you're pregnant, let's have the baby. In the dark, Hui Yuxuan's eyes suddenly widened. She turned her head to look at him. Du Heng's eyes were still closed. It was clear he was just talking in his sleep. The corners of her mouth gradually curled into a smile. Tears welled up, and she curled into Du Heng's arms, quietly sobbing. Pushing aside her fears, she decided that if she were really pregnant, she would give birth no matter how her family tried to stop her. The next day at 10 in the morning, Hui Yuxuan and Du Hong came out of the gynecologist's office, laughing and crying at the same time as they held the test results. It turns out I was just craving something. I was so worried for nothing. Du Hong breathed a sigh of relief, put his arm around Hui Yuxuan's waist and laughed. Since that's the case, shall we go get some spicy hot pot again for lunch? Hui Yuxuan paused and then covered her mouth, laughing as she nodded. Okay. Not being pregnant was good news for the two of them, so Du Hong decided to take Hui Yuxuan shopping to dispel all the worries and troubles of the day before. Hui Yuxuan didn't stop him. She happily tried on clothes, showing them to Du Hong and asking for his opinion. Ah Hong, how's this one? Du Hong glanced at it and smiled, nodding. It's good, let's get it. The clerk standing beside them could barely contain her smile. The clothes in their store weren't cheap, and Du Hong had already asked to pack over a dozen items, basically everyone that Hui Yuxuan had tried on. Their sales were skyrocketing. After buying a mountain of stuff, Du Hong couldn't carry anymore. He had to put them in the car first. They were using Hui Yuxuan's Porsche 911 today. The Night 15 was parked at the west gate, which was quite far from the east gate, and the Mini was too small. It was clearly unsuitable for shopping at a mall. After putting everything into the back seat, Du Hong led Hui Yuxuan into the elevator to go to the first floor. Ah Hong, are you relieved that I'm not pregnant? Hui Yuxuan asked this question suddenly. Du Hong touched his nose a bit awkwardly. It wasn't a good question to answer, but he didn't want to lie to her. I am relieved. You know, we're both very young right now. If we had a child, it would be a burden. Although we could leave it with our parents, nannies, or a maternity matron, having an additional worry doesn't feel good, I guess. Maybe I'm just not ready yet. Hui Yuxuan looked seriously into Du Heng's eyes. After a while, she nodded. Me too. I'm not ready to be a mother. Maybe if I were really pregnant, I'd feel differently, but right now I just want to be with Ah Hong, without any outside interference. He gently squeezed her waist, leaned closer to her ear, and whispered, But what about the future? I want a pair of twins. Hui Yuxuan's cheeks flushed red, and she glared at Du Hong playfully. We'll talk about the future later. And it's not up to me if they're twins or not. TSK, TSK, TSK. Du Hong chuckled. Just then his phone vibrated. He looked at it and saw a message from Zhang Yang in the dormitory group chat. Zhang Yang, Ling Ling said her period is a week late. Wang Chong. What does that mean? Hanlei, the chance of pregnancy is 90%. Zhang Yang, what should I do? I don't want a child right now. Wang Chong, did you ever consider why you got her pregnant? Don't you guys take safety precautions? Zhang Yang, we didn't have any the last time we went to her hometown. She was too excited. And then, Wang Chong, wow, seriously? At her home? You're bold. So what do you plan to do now? Abortion or birth? Zhang Yang, definitely abortion, but it will harm Ling Ling's health. And she's worried about whether she will be able to have children in the future. Du Hong, get her checked first. Zhang Yang, the pregnancy test showed 2 lines. The second line was very dark. This is too much, goodbye. Chapter 176. Hang Conan, fail the course. Hu Ling might be pregnant. Hui Yuxuan nodded, a worried expression on her face again. Ling Ling just sent me a message. Du Hong was a bit exasperated. I can't believe we avoided that, and they got caught. What a twist of fate. Ling Ling said she's conflicted right now. Doesn't she know whether or not she wants the child? Hui Yuxuan shook her head. No, she's conflicted about which hospital to go to for the surgery. She's decided on an abortion? Yes. Hui Yuxuan nodded. She feels the same way as me. She's not ready to become a mother at all, and she can't accept this suddenly child. Although it was cruel, it would be even crueler to give birth to a child but not take responsibility. But in any case, this wasn't good news. You could tell from Hui Yuxuan's expression that she was very worried about Hu Ling. After hesitating for a moment, Du Hong spoke. How about we go back? You can try to talk some sense into Hu Ling and tell her not to overthink things. We can also ask Yang Zi what his thoughts are. Hui Yuxuan nodded. Okay. At the cool summer milk tea shop outside the West Gate, the 417 dormitory, Hui Yuxuan and Hu Ling were sitting in a row on the wooden benches. Hu Ling didn't look good, and Zhang Yang looked even worse. His legs were shaking. He couldn't bear to imagine what would happen if he told his family that his girlfriend was pregnant. Yang Zi, what do you think? Zhang Yang raised his head, his lips trembling. Don't ask him. He can't make a decision. I've already decided. I'll have an abortion. The strong-willed Hu Ling spoke directly. After she said that, Zhang Yang lowered his head in shame. Actually, he also wanted to have an abortion, but he felt like it sounded hurtful to say it out loud. This is my fault. I didn't take safety measures. It's not Yang Zi's fault. No, Ling Ling, it's my fault. I couldn't resist myself, so. Okay, stop talking. The doctor said that we have to wait 2 weeks before I can get the surgery. Have you already found a hospital? Hu Ling nodded. It's just a minor surgery. Lots of hospitals do it, but some don't want to. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. The people involved had already spoken. There was no use them being worried. Du Hong looked at Zhang Yang, thought for a moment, then said, Yang Zi, remember to buy a lot of supplements. Abortion is very harmful to a woman's body. I don't think you want Hu Ling to ruin her health, right? Right. Zhang Yang nodded quickly. I'll buy a lot of supplements. After all, I want Ling Ling to have a big, healthy son for me in the future. Surprisingly, Hu Ling smiled, her lips curving upwards. It was clear she had truly fallen in love with this unreliable person. Hui Yuxuan and Du Hong looked at each other, then laughed. If you're at peace with it, try not to feel guilty. Don't let it affect your future studies. After all, we're all still students. Okay. At the end of the month, the weather was getting colder and colder. In 3 weeks, the winter break would begin. Hu Ling and Hui Yuxuan had both passed the teaching certificate interviews. Today was the day that Hu Ling would have her surgery. They all didn't go with her. Only Zhang Yang went. Since Du Hong had given him a wake-up call, Han Lei had stopped being so addicted to dramas. He bought a small electric scooter and would go to the library whenever he had time to study. Wang Chong and Wang Miao's relationship was going strong. Wang Chong even took Wang Miao to see her parents in her hometown last weekend while driving the Mini. Judging from the expression on his face when he returned, her parents must have really liked him. That was to be expected. Imagine if your daughter's boyfriend was studying a popular major at a key 211 university, was already earning 6 or 7,000 a month in his first year, drove to your home in a car, and even had a small forest, which meant he was loaded. The most important thing was that he was also very attentive to his daughter, and the neighbors were praising him. Her parents were so happy they couldn't stop smiling. Wang Chang ended up drinking quite a bit of white wine with his father-in-law, and he slept from noon until 11 at night before waking up. Even so, he was happy. He had met his girlfriend's parents for the first time, and everything had gone well. There shouldn't be any problems with him and Wang Miao continuing to be together. There wasn't much to say about Zhang Yang and Hu Ling. Even though she was pregnant, Zhang Yang was completely devoted to her. He was really afraid that she would break, and he bought her supplements every day. She gained 3 pounds before the surgery. Her face even looked rounder than before. As for Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan, they had been rather well-behaved after their engagement, and they were spending much less time together in their apartment. They mainly stayed at the dormitory. The most important thing was that Hu Ling needed someone to be with her in the dormitory, and that person could only be Hui Yuxuan. Today, Hui Yuxuan had saved Du Hong a seat in the classroom. Since the final exams were coming, the last week was exam week. So realistically, they only had 2 weeks to study. Some of the elective courses had already completed the final exam during the last lesson. Fortunately, Hui Yuxuan had told him about this in advance, so Du Hong had not missed any of those elective courses. He hadn't skipped any of them. The results were also very good. He passed them all. He looked at the few people who were studying in the classroom, where no classes were currently being held. He rubbed his hands, glanced at Hui Yuxuan, who was leaning over her desk and writing in a book. "Are you cold?" Hui Yuxuan was already wearing a down jacket. The weather today was overcast. It was hard to say if it was light rain or mist. All in all, it was very cold. The temperature was in the single digits, and the students outside were walking rather quickly. "I'm okay. Is Ahung cold?" Du Hong sighed and nodded. "I'm a little cold. I'm only wearing 1 pair of pants. The classroom is colder than the study hall. The air conditioning in the classroom wasn't on because it wasn't powered up. Plus, there weren't many people. The indoor temperature couldn't rise. Then, why don't we go see if there are any spots left in the library?" Du Hong glanced at the time. It was already 10 a.m. There were definitely no spots left in the library. It was usually not big enough, let alone now with the final exams approaching and there being more students wanting to study. This was just university. There were about 20 weeks in a semester. The first weeks were like kindergarten, and only the last week or 2 did they try as hard as the students in their final year of high school. It couldn't be helped. Failing a course was really troublesome. "Forget it. Let's just stay here. I'll just buy something on Taobao." As he said that, Du Hong took out his phone and opened Taobao. Hui Yuxuan curiously leaned over and asked, "What do you want to buy?" "A hand warmer and a Conan poster." Hui Yuxuan paused. "I understand the hand warmer, but what is the Conan poster for?" "It's simple. Hang the poster on my dorm locker." "Why?" "Because it's hanging Conan, which means it's hard to fail the course." Chapter 177. The First Snow of 2021. Hu Ling looked no different after returning from the hospital. The only difference was she was a little pale, after being put under anesthesia and operated on. As soon as they returned, they dove into their intense revision. Zhang Yang was unconcerned. He had already passed the elective courses, and his major courses weren't difficult. He was clueless about the required advanced mathematics and physics courses, but there was nothing to be afraid of. "Aren't you studying?" Zhang Yang sighed helplessly. "I also want to study, but I don't understand any of those symbols in math and physics." In college, advanced mathematics and physics were 2 roadblocks to final exams. Only those with strong skills could pass them easily. Wang Chang shook his head. "So you're not studying at all?" "What's the point of studying if I don't understand anything? I'm just waiting for the teacher to mark the important points." Teachers at most universities did mark important points, but the problem was that the teacher's important points might not be on the test, and the points that weren't marked might be on the test. So, if you were studying, you had to review everything, especially the things that the less popular teachers mentioned during class. What if the teacher doesn't mark anything? That's impossible. Ling Ling said the teachers will definitely mark important points during the last week of class. "Don't we have advanced math and physics class tomorrow? Wouldn't it be better to study after the important points are marked?" "Suit yourself." Shaking his head, Wang Chang didn't try to persuade him any further. He hadn't gone to see Wang Miao these past few days. She was already taking her exams. Their winter break started earlier than theirs. Why hasn't Dugu returned yet? Do you think everyone is like you? Dugu has been studying in the classroom with his sister-in-law these past few days. No, but with Du Ji's situation, is there really a need for him to be so hardworking? If I were him, I would have chosen to lie flat. Dugu is a man of ambition. He's not like you. Otherwise, he would have easily become a spoiled playboy with his situation. That's true. As he said that, Zhang Yang opened his laptop, but he didn't open a game. He was looking at the stock market, something he had recently started learning about. Since he had money, he had to manage it, and although stocks were risky, they also had big returns. Hu Ling also supported his idea. The guy was a strange talent. He was really unreliable, but he was also amazing with technology. Hu Ling was also curious if this guy entering the stock market would be a breath of fresh air or a mudslide. Anyway, he made his own money, so how he used it was up to him. Although the idea of starting a business hadn't been thrown away, Zhang Yang still felt that he didn't want to work too hard in his first year. He wanted to earn some assets first, and then make a name for himself. He rubbed his stubble-covered chin and looked at the various colored lines on the screen, seemingly not bothered by the huge amount of data. It went up a little. I made about 10,000? Not bad. The money's been coming in steadily. These past few days, his daily stock profits had been around 10,000. Some days he would get 30 to 40,000, while some days it was just a few thousand. Although he was making money every day, Hu Ling had been warning him not to get carried away. Because that's how the stock market worked. The profit you made before could all disappear in an instant, and you would lose everything. Wang Chang also knew he was playing the stock market, and he had followed him and bought some, but not much. He was a small investor with just around 10,000. Even if he lost it all, it wouldn't hurt too much. How much was your profit yesterday? Around 10,000. Oh, it went up again? It was just 3 or 4,000 a few days ago? Zhang Yang smiled and nodded. That's why I said it's a potential stock. There must be someone with great skill controlling it. You can tell something is wrong with the line just by looking at it, but I got in early, so I've been making money. I just don't know when that person will back out. When that happens, I'll back out too. Why don't you sell it now? Zhang Yang shook his head. See this line? Although it's trying hard to hide it, it's increasing every day, but by only a small amount. That person will definitely make a big move, so it's not too late to back out after making some money then. I just have to keep an eye on it. Wang Chang nodded and looked at the stock trading information on his phone. He had only made 300 yuan yesterday, but that was free money. He didn't even have to move a finger, so why wouldn't he earn it? I have to say, you're a genius at making money. How do you do this? Zhang Yang laughed and patted his chest. That's a must. I'm a person who's determined to lie flat. I can't do that without financial freedom, right? Is it too late for me to take back what I just said? Du Hong was in the classroom studying advanced math formulas when his arm was gently nudged. He turned his head and saw Hui Yuxuan. She was handing him the hand warmer. Are you cold? Hold on to it for a while. Du Hong smiled and took it. His hands were a bit stiff from the cold. He glanced outside and the sky was already dark. Suddenly, a shout came from the hallway outside, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. It's snowing. Ha ha ha. The first snow of 2021 is here, earlier than usual. The sounds faded as they got further away. Several people who had been studying in the classroom heard those shouts and started packing their things to leave. Is it snowing? I can't see it. Du Hong carefully looked at the streetlights outside. He could vaguely see something fluttering in the air. It does look like it's snowing, but is it too small? Hui Yuxuan's eyes widened in curiosity as she looked outside. For some reason, even though it was just a natural weather change, and she knew the scientific principles, she would always get inexplicably excited whenever she heard that it was snowing. Ah Hong, let's go out to see the snow. Du Hong paused for a moment, and then nodded with a smile. Okay, let's pack up and go. Everyone else has already left. And indeed, they were the only two left in the classroom. As soon as everyone had heard it was snowing, they had run off quicker than rabbits. After packing their things, they went outside and found that it was indeed snowing, but it was very light and the weather was a bit foggy. It was easy to mistake it for water droplets. A smile appeared on Hui Yuxuan's delicate face. She tilted her head back and let the snowflakes fall on her face, extending her arms and trying to catch some, but as soon as the snowflakes landed on her palms, they melted. Does Yuxuan really like snow? Hui Yuxuan nodded emphatically, took a deep breath, and felt like the air was a bit fresher. It hasn't snowed in Jincheng for the past few years. This year, not only did it snow, it was this early. Du Hong thought about it, and it did seem like it had been several years since it had snowed. He vaguely remembered that the last time it had snowed was the year of the junior high school entrance exam. He vaguely remembered playing snowball fights with Wang Ba that year, and they had smashed his dad's limited edition Rolls-Royce mirror with a snowball. Because of that, Wang Ba got a severe beating. Du Hong, of course, was fine. Wang Ba's dad had just had a meal at his house, laughing and saying he was strong, which made Du's mom very happy. Coincidentally, his phone rang. He looked and saw that it was Wang Ba calling. Hello? Bro, it's snowing, huh? Did you see it? Chapter 178. Going to Harbin to see ice sculptures during winter break. Yes, I saw it. Is that all you wanted to say with this call? No, I wanted to ask if you're interested in going to Harbin to see the ice sculptures together. Lucy said she wants to go. Ice sculptures? Du Hong looked at Hui Yuxuan beside him, who was feeling the snow with her eyes closed. After a few seconds of thought, he said, Okay, but not now. The final exams are about to start, and I have to study. Oh, come on, it's enough. What's the value of a graduation certificate? Your family has assets of trillions. You can get whatever degree you want. That was the truth, because Wang Ba's dad had directly paid to buy him a degree from Kyoto University. It was much more impressive than a degree that Du Hong would struggle to get. Du Hong also knew that, but he didn't think much of it. School life was so good. He had his roommates, his girlfriend, and dedicated teachers who were there to help him with his studies. Seeing that Du Hong didn't answer, Wang Ba wasn't surprised. I give up. I don't understand why you're so obsessed, so if that's the case, I'll just take Lucy by myself. Have fun. That's a must. I'm going to take Lucy on a trip that we can take at any time. I'm going to take her on my bike. Be careful. I know. He hung up the phone. He was met with Hua Yuxuan's curious gaze. Who was that? Wang Ba, you've met him. At the engagement party, he shouted about competing with me in drinking, but I ignored him. What happened? He asked if we want to go to Harbin to see the ice sculptures. Hui Yuxuan's eyes lit up. She grabbed Du Heng's arm excitedly. Let's go to Harbin to play during the winter break. Du Heng smiled and gently tapped her nose. Okay, I'll take you anywhere you want to go, but we can't play for too long. After all, we're engaged, so we'll have to visit both of our families for the new year. Luckily, both of our families are in Jincheng, but if they were in two different cities, deciding where to spend the holiday would be a problem. Hui Yuxuan nodded with a smile, exhaled a puff of warm air, watched the snowflakes pass through the warm air and turn into water droplets. Her eyes sparkled, and she suddenly raised her head and kissed Du Heng's lips while standing on tiptoes. Du Heng was stunned for a moment, then put his arm around her waist and returned the kiss. The two of them kissed under the streetlight, oblivious to everyone else. It wasn't until they pulled apart, breathing a bit heavily, that it seemed like the warmth had dispersed the cold around them. Let's go back. Okay. They walked side by side along the road illuminated by the streetlights, looking at the teaching buildings on both sides. Some of the classrooms were still brightly lit, and you could see people standing behind the windows looking outside. People were coming and going around them, and you could often hear the ding-a-ling of bicycles passing by. No one was carrying an umbrella. Everyone seemed to enjoy the snow, but the snow was still too light. Hui Yuxuan smiled happily, holding Du Heng's arm. Her eyes sparkled and everything around her seemed to be lively and interesting. Du Heng was infected by her happiness, and his mood improved considerably. Just then, a small electric scooter passed by and stopped a few meters away. Han Lei wiped his fogged-up glasses and turned his head to look at Du Heng and Hui Yuxuan. He greeted them with a smile. Du Gu, sister-in-law. Du Heng nodded at him. You're back? Han Lei put his glasses back on and laughed. I was in the study hall when I heard someone say that it was snowing. Then the study hall got all noisy, so I came out. I didn't expect the snow to be so light. It snows a lot where I'm from every year. Du Heng nodded. Then, you should head back. Should I take your backpack back for you? No need. There aren't many books. I can carry them. Okay, then. I'll go first. You two can be lovey-dovey, haha. Watching the electric scooter slowly disappear until the red taillight was gone, Du Hong shook his head. Hui Yuxuan blinked her big eyes and smiled. Is Ah Heng feeling proud? Why do you say that? Hui Yuxuan didn't let go of his arm. She raised her right hand and extended her slender, pale fingers, counting them one by one. Look, under your influence, Zhang Yang doesn't have to worry about money anymore. Just look at how Hu Ling treats him. Wang Chang was just an ordinary person at the start, but you indirectly influenced him to become someone who earns several thousand yuan a month, and now he even drives a car. Han Lei, I heard you say that he was addicted to dramas before, forgetting his initial intentions. But you woke him up, and now he spends all his time at the library, continuing on his path to graduate school. You've had a big impact on them. They are changing themselves, and it all has something to do with you. Du Hong touched his nose a little awkwardly. It doesn't feel like I have much to do with it? Hui Yuxuan shook her head. Your dorm is already better than a lot of people. You're a benchmark for them. Because of your influence, they want to become stronger. Whether it's directly or indirectly, it's your influence. Okay then, I should be happy. They reached the foot of dorm building 2. Hui Yuxuan was a little reluctant to go in. The gaze she gave to Du Hong was full of reluctance. It made Du Hong want to take her back to Vank. Go on in. Hu Ling just had her surgery. She needs you to take care of her. Hui Yuxuan nodded, stood on tiptoe and lightly kissed Du Heng's lips, saying softly, then I'll go back first. Go ahead. Looking at the reluctance in her eyes and the way she could barely move her feet, Du Hong could only try not to show his reluctance on his face. He waved his hand, and after she disappeared around the corner, he waited a little longer before taking a deep breath and turning to leave. There were also other boys who were sending their girlfriends back to the dorms, which formed a pretty scene. When he returned to the dorm, he saw Wang Chang was sitting at his desk and having a video call with Wang Miao. It seemed like she had already finished all her exams for today, and she had already bought a ticket to go home in 2 days. Han Lei was washing his face in the bathroom. Even though the bike ride was fast, when the cold wind blew on his face, it felt like a knife slicing at it. It hurt a lot. As for Zhang Yang, he was surprisingly reading a book, which was somewhat unexpected for Du Hong. He returned to his seat, hung his backpack on the hook on his locker, flexed his stiff fingers, and opened his laptop. He'd been so busy recently that he hadn't had time to edit videos. He didn't even have any footage. Just then, he heard commotion from the hallway. He realized that they were talking about how the snow was suddenly coming down harder. He got up, went to the balcony, opened the window and looked outside. The snow was falling heavily and clearly, illuminated by the streetlights, and it was marking a perfect end to December. It's really snowing hard. Wow, the snow is so big. This is my first time seeing snow. I've only ever seen it on social media and TV before. I have to take pictures and post them on social media. Only Du Hong was frowning. The snow was starting so early, and it was so heavy. If it continued to snow for several days, it would be very troublesome to go out. He faintly remembered the big snow in 2008. He even had to walk home. The snowplows couldn't keep up, vehicles couldn't move, and it was very unsafe. But it was clear that others didn't have these worries. They rushed outside, grabbed some of the thin layer of snow that had accumulated on the ground, and shaped them into snowballs, and then threw them at their friends. Bro, come on, let's go out and have a snowball fight. Chapter 179. Blizzard. Classes cancelled. Forget it. It's too cold. Du Heng's first instinct was to refuse. Right now, he just wanted to get into bed and snuggle under the covers. A snowball fight? That was a game for kids, wasn't it? Just then, his phone lit up. Hui Yuxuan was calling him for a voice chat. Without hesitating, he tapped to answer. Yuxuan. Ah Hong, look out the window. Du Hong turned his head and looked. He saw 2 figures standing under the streetlight, one tall and one short, one plump and one thin. It was Hu Ling and Hui Yuxuan. Why did you come down? Isn't it cold outside? Hui Yuxuan giggled, waving at him. Come out for a snowball fight? Get your whole dorm out here. After a few seconds of silence, Du Hong nodded seriously. He hung up the voice chat and looked at Zhang Yang. Let's go have a snowball fight. Huh? Weren't you saying you were too cold to go out? I'm not cold now. Are you going or not? Hu Ling's also outside. Then let's go. Quick. Changgu, lazy, let's all go. The 4 members of the dorm rushed outside. By now, there were already a lot of people outside. There were many people making snowmen on the road between Dorm 1 and Dorm 2. Du Hong went directly to Hui Yuxuan. She was smiling as she looked at him. She was wearing white earmuffs, making her look particularly cute under the snow-filled streetlights. He'd been staring at her for a little while now. Hui Yuxuan wasn't shy either. She blinked her big eyes and looked back at Du Hong. The air seemed to crackle with love. Thwack. Ha 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 ha. The good times didn't last long. A snowball hit Du Hong on the head. It didn't hurt, but the loose snow fell down his collar, and the biting cold made Du Hong shiver. He turned his head to look at the grinning Zhang Yang. Du Gu, how was that? There are 6 of us in total. Let's have a snowball fight. 3 versus 3, how about it? Du Heng's eyebrows rose, but he didn't answer. He crouched down and grabbed a handful of snow, quickly shaping it into a ball. The icy coldness made his fingers stiff. He squeezed it and aimed it at Yang Zi. Hey hey! Yang Zi ducked out of the way and threw a snowball at the same time. It went wide, and 3 snowballs hit him quickly. They were from Han Lei, Wang Chong, and Hui Yuxuan. Thwack! A large snowball hit him on the neck. It was thrown by Hu Ling. All the snow went down his collar. Yang Zi shrank back, clutching his head and running around wildly. The scene was chaotic. After that, they just grabbed a snowball and threw it at anyone they saw. More and more people joined the fray. Snowballs flew everywhere. No one got angry. When someone got hit, they just made a bigger one and threw it back. Hui Yuxuan's hair was full of snow, and there was some on her clothes. But she was wearing a white down jacket, so it was hard to see. Du Hong wasn't any better off than her. Zhang Yang was the worst. All of his inner clothes were wet, but he was enjoying himself the most. Gradually, the snow on the ground couldn't keep up with the speed of consumption. After playing for a while, everyone was tired. Almost everyone was panting, hot air rising from them. Many people withdrew from the battlefield and returned to their dorms. Snowball fights were just for having fun. After all, it wasn't an actual fight, so why take it so seriously? Du Hong had long since withdrawn from the battle with Hui Yuxuan, but they didn't return to the dorm. Instead, they stood on the side watching the snowballs being tossed back and forth. Hui Yuxuan crouched down and started making a snowman. Du Hong also crouched down and helped. Before long, a passable snowman was completed. It was really just a big ball with a smaller ball on top, and then 3 pebbles were used for the eyes and nose, and 2 twigs were used as arms. Most of the people left on the field began building snowmen, but the snow had been used up, so the snowmen they made didn't look very good. Everyone returned to their dorms to sleep. The night passed without incident. The snow fell quietly all night long. The next morning, Du Hong opened his eyes groggily. He glanced at the light shining through the curtains and thought it looked bright. He glanced at the time, and it was still before 7. He got out of bed and went to the bathroom. He pulled open the curtains and looked outside, and then instantly woke up. The snow was clearly over half a meter thick, and it was still snowing. The snowflakes were huge and dense. The wind between the 2 dormitories was a bit strong, blowing the snow upwards. He took out his phone and looked at the class group chat. A notification had just been posted by their counselor. Due to extreme weather conditions, classes today have been canceled. Please revise diligently in your dorms and prepare for next week. Please inform each other. Reply received if you get this message. Only a few people had replied, received, below. It was still early, after all, and most people were still snuggled in bed, fast asleep. Winter beds were roadblocks, no matter what you did. After checking a few times to make sure it was from their counselor and not some prank, Du Hong replied with a received and climbed back into bed. He was calm, even feeling a little bored, because today was Thursday. He was supposed to go to English class with Hui Yuxuan, but now that was gone. He crawled under the covers and tossed and turned, unable to fall back asleep. He took out his phone and looked at the weather forecast. The following days were also expected to have heavy snow. This wasn't good news. Since he couldn't sleep, then he may as well study. But he definitely couldn't get out of bed. He reached his head out to the cabinet and took the advanced math textbook, opening it and started to study carefully. You are my little apple. I can't get enough of loving you. Zhang Yang's alarm went off again. He hesitated before finally reaching out to turn off the alarm. He glanced at the time and then looked at the message alert. He paused for a moment before letting out an earth-shattering shout. Holy crap! Classes are canceled. So what if they're canceled? It's not like the final exams are canceled. Why are you so excited? Aren't you happy that you don't have class? The impatient Hanlei found his glasses, put them on, and sat up, leaning against the headboard. He rubbed his face. Did you forget that this week is the second to last week? Yeah, so what about it? There's no important points. Oh. Zhang Yang widened his eyes and paused for a moment before realizing, holy crap, there's no important points. Oh, wait a minute, I don't even care about the important points. Ling Ling helped me get the exam papers from the second-year students, but I haven't printed them out yet. If you have something so great, why haven't you printed it out yet? I don't even know where the print shop is. How am I supposed to print it out? If you can't do it, just send me a copy. I'll have a look first. It's fine even if you don't print it. Okay, I'll send it to the group. Everyone can have a look. Du Hong, who was studying his advanced math formulas, instantly felt like the textbook in his hand wasn't so appealing anymore. He simply sent a message to Hua Yuxuan. Can you get me any past exam papers for the computer science department? Yes, I'll send it to you in a bit. I think you might as well find the teacher who set the exam questions and just give me the answers so I can memorize them first. Chapter 180, Sunflower Manual. Du Gu, seriously, hanging up a Conan poster is useless. So, Du Gu, why don't you give me this poster? I'll help you test if it really works. Looking at the righteous Yang Zi, Du Hong resisted the urge to throw his Huawei P50 Pro at him. He took a deep breath and laughed. I don't have a Conan poster, but I have a sunflower manual here. Would you like it? Sunflower manual? I got the previous year's exam papers from Yuxuan, with the correct answers attached. Damn. Du Gu, tell me, do I need to castrate myself first? Or what? Du Heng's eyelids twitched. Zhang Yang lifted the covers and revealed blue thermal pants. The opening in the middle was a little too much. He rubbed his eyebrows and sent the documents Hua Yuxuan had sent him into the dorm group chat. The four of them began to memorize the answers. No, memorizing wasn't quite right. It was more accurate to say that only Yang Zi was trying to memorize things by rote. Hanlei was the most serious. He calculated it first, then he looked at the correct answer. Wang Chong and Du Hong were using the answers to deduce the process. The takeout they ordered at noon didn't arrive until 2 p.m. You couldn't blame the delivery guys. The snow was too heavy. The fact that they were still willing to deliver was incredibly professional. Du Hong didn't eat. He was already full from the snacks that Hua Yuxuan had bought for him. Eating lunch at 2 p.m. was absurd. The day passed, and the intense review came to an end. They finally ushered in their first final exams since entering university. The first exam was a major course exam. Zhang Yang did not let his teacher down and was the first one to hand in his paper. Although his handwriting was atrociously bad, the teacher was nodding in approval. The second exam was advanced math. When the exam papers were handed out, the 417 dorm members looked at them and were stunned. Holy crap, I can do this question. Holy crap, I know the answer to this question. Even though they should have been suffering, the members of dorm 417 finished the exam quickly. They knew all the answers, so it wasn't interesting. The teachers had no creativity, they just pieced together past exam papers to make new ones. But they had to admit that there were still geniuses in the class. This exam paper was like an original paper for Du Hong and his roommates, but there were still people who finished it even faster than them. After handing in their papers, the first day of exams came to an end. They walked carefully along the snow-cleared roads towards the dorm. The roads were full of ice. If they weren't careful, they would fall flat on their backs. Many people had already been caught out. When they returned to the dorm, their whole bodies ached. They had been too tense on the road. Every muscle had been tense to avoid slipping. Wang Chong ate dinner while having a video call with Wang Miao. She had arrived at her hometown. How were the exams today? Do you think you'll pass? They were okay. I should be able to pass. But I can't say for sure. We won't know until the results come out. Wang Miao nodded. Just then, someone called out to her from outside. She replied and then smiled. You have your exams. Mom's calling me for dinner. Okay. After hanging up the video call, Wang Chong ate another bite of his dinner, and then he asked in the dorm, do you guys think I should strike while the iron is hot and drive to Wang Miao's hometown after my exams? Why go to her hometown? To try and earn some goodwill with her parents. There's no need, is there? You're just going to drive back and forth in this snowy weather? Are you going to be spending the new year at her home? No way. I'll have to spend the new year at my own home. Driving back and forth is unavoidable. After all, I have a girlfriend. It's different from being on my own. Zhang Yang seemed thoughtful. He hadn't really thought about going to Hu Ling's hometown for winter break. Last time, he didn't have a car, but this time if he drove there in a Benz, that would definitely make her parents proud. But that also meant he would have to deal with all kinds of relatives. That's just how the new year was like. Relatives from far and wide would ask if you had a partner, about their family, education, major, and whether you planned to go to grad school. Luckily, he was only in his first year, and Hu Ling was in her second. If they were in their third or fourth year, they might even be asked when they planned to get married, and even how many kids they plan to have. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to ask the other person in the dorm who had a girlfriend. Du-gu, will you be going to your sister-in-law's house for the new year? Du-hong, who was eating spicy clam noodles while watching a video, raised his head. Why was he eating spicy clam noodles? Because it was spicy and hot, and it felt warm and comfortable in his stomach. That's just nonsense. Before Du-hong could speak, Hanlei interjected, Du-gu and sister-in-law are engaged. Is it okay if he doesn't go to her house for the new year? That's true. So, should I go to Ling Ling's hometown or not? I went last time, and if I go again I'll have to prepare a ton of things. And if all of her relatives come, do I have to give them gifts too? That's up to you. If you think it's okay, then give them some. Her relatives won't blame you for not giving them a gift. After all, you're just a junior. Zhang Yang was thoughtful. After thinking for a moment, he sent a message to Hu Ling. Slurp. After finishing his spicy clam noodles, Du-hong felt incredibly comfortable. He pulled out a tissue, wiped his mouth, tossed the trash in the trash can, and laughed. I'm going to take Yushuan to Harbin to see the ice sculptures for the winter break, but it seems like it might be difficult now because of all the snow and bad road conditions. Oh, you're going to Harbin to see ice sculptures? What's so interesting about ice sculptures? What's interesting? Have you seen an ice castle? Have you seen the light show in an ice castle at night? There are often fireworks shows there. Have you seen it? No, I haven't. That's right. Harbin's ice sculptures are perfect for a winter visit. Is Du-gu planning on driving there? Drive there? Are you crazy? It's too far. Du-hong shook his head. I was planning on going by plane, but the weather is prone to turbulence, and Yushuan gets a bit of motion sickness, so I think we should forget about that. Then how are you going to go? It looks like we can only take the bullet train or high-speed rail. Zhang Yang thought for a few seconds, and then shook his head. Although I really want to go with you, you're living in the city of Jincheng, but my home isn't. I have to drive back, and can you even buy tickets now? Du-hong paused. He hadn't really thought about this problem. He opened 12306, a train booking website, and found that the tickets for the few days before the new year were all sold out. There weren't even any standing tickets. I let my guard down. I don't know if we can get tickets from someone else. I should ask Uncle Wang. Whenever something came up, he would go to the all-knowing Uncle Wang. But this time he might not be able to get tickets, even if they spent a lot of money from someone, because most people buying tickets at this time were going home for the new year. Even so, he still sent a message to Uncle Wang and received a reply. Leave it to me, young master. Okay, thank you, Uncle Wang. It's my duty. Chapter 181. Heading home. The news wasn't good. Uncle Wang couldn't offer much help this time either. As Du-hong had suspected, most people buying train tickets for the new year were heading back to their hometowns. No one was inclined to give up their tickets to someone else at this time. Young master, please don't worry. I'll have people keep an eye out, Uncle Wang said. Thank you, Uncle Wang. It's my duty. Hanging up the phone, Du-hong felt a sense of helplessness. He stared blankly out the window at the still falling snow. Can't get a ticket? Du-hong smiled wryly and nodded. Yeah, I didn't expect it to snow. I was originally planning to take my family's plane, but this kind of weather is prone to turbulence, which is dangerous. Why not just skip going to Ha City this year? You can always go next year. Besides, since Jean City is also experiencing heavy snowfall, why can't your family's amusement park have an ice sculpture exhibition? Du-heng's eyes lit up instantly. You're right. Why didn't I think of that? The more he thought about it, the more sense it made. Du-heng's slightly downcast mood began to lift. Let's prepare for both scenarios. If this weather continues, then we'll have an ice sculpture exhibition at my family's amusement park, along with a light show and fireworks. And if it stops snowing? Then I'll just fly to Ha City. Problem solved, haha. Having made a decision, Du Hong sent a message to Hor Yuxuan, who didn't express any disappointment either. As long as I'm with Ah Hong, it doesn't matter where we are or what we do. Reading those words, Du Hong beamed, unable to conceal the happiness on his face. Exam week ended quickly. Thanks to Du Hong, the final exams were extremely easy for the guys in room 417, giving them a good idea of what to expect for the end-of-term exams in the future. The snow kept falling, but it couldn't dampen the enthusiasm of the students returning home. Some students packed their bags and left school the day after their last exam, joining the throngs of people heading home. Today, the guys in dorm 417 all finished their final exams. At 2 p.m., Han Lei, having packed his belongings, dragged his suitcase out the door. Lei, are you leaving already? Han Lei smiled and nodded. Yeah, my train is at 5 p.m. I'd rather get to the station early, just in case. The train station must be a madhouse right now, right? It's okay now. The closer it gets to New Year's Eve, the more crowded it'll be. I saw photos my high school classmates sent. There were long lines at the entrance, but it wasn't too bad. I've already got my ticket, so I just need to get through the gate. When did you buy your ticket? I bought it a month in advance. I don't have a car, so I can't just walk home, can I? Oh, right. I forgot that I have a car now, huh? Zhang Yang scratched his head. Goodbye. Be careful at the train station. Don't trust people trying to get you to stay at hotels with young ladies. It's usually a scam. Also, keep an eye on your valuables. The train station is a melting pot with all kinds of people, Du Hong advised. I don't have anything valuable, just my phone, some clothes, chargers, a power bank, and my ID. I'm not even carrying my bank card. Du Hong chuckled. It's best to be careful. Don't assume your phone is safe in your pocket. It's better to hold on to it. Put other things in your inside pockets, close to your body. Isn't that a bit much? It's not. Pickpockets are more capable than you think. And if you do get robbed, don't try to fight them. There are security posts at the station. Shout for help, and don't let them drag you into a corner. Remember that. Isn't that a bit extreme, Dugu? The way you describe the train station, it sounds dangerous. Wang Chang spoke up at this point. It's better these days, but a few years ago, it was way worse than you can imagine. Train stations and bus stations are the most chaotic places. There are even drug dealers. Things have gotten better in recent years with improved security, but you still can't be careless. Okay, I'll be careful then. All right, have a safe trip home. See you next semester. See you next semester. Han Lei left the dorm. The absence of one person made 417 feel a little emptier, though not significantly so. When are you guys leaving? Du Hong was indifferent. His home was in the city, so he could leave whenever. The snow had ruined his plan to go to Ha City, so he had no particular reason to rush. Besides, there was still that apartment near the east gate of the school, even if it was under Hua Yuxuan's name. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Chang smiled. I'll pack up and leave too. I'm driving home, so it doesn't matter when I go. What about you, Yangzi? Me? Zhang Yang scratched his head. Ling Ling is going back with me. She hasn't finished her exams yet. She has one more tomorrow, so I guess I'll leave tomorrow. Is that so? Then I'll stay with you tonight. I'll leave tomorrow too. Oh, Du Ji's going to take me on a joyride tonight? Suddenly, I don't want to stay. Goodbye. He sent a message to Hua Yuxuan to ask about her plans. She was attending a relative's wedding banquet in a couple of days. Du Hong obviously didn't need to go. He could, but there was no need to. Otherwise, he'd have to give a gift, especially since he was considered an outsider. It wasn't that he didn't want to spend the money, but he didn't want to deal with people at the dinner table. They'd pressure him to drink, and if he did, it'd be bad for his health, but if he refused, they'd say he was being disrespectful. He might as well not go. You won't be mad at me for not going with you, right? Why would I be mad? I don't see a problem. Besides, you don't like to drink and don't like to deal with other people, so it's better if you don't go. Also, I might have to help out at my relative's place, so it would be hard to accommodate you. You know me so well, little housekeeper. Is it bad that I know you? No. Du Hong rubbed his nose, the corners of his mouth almost reaching his ears. It's great. I'll stay with Yangzi at the dorm tonight. Han Lei has already left, and Wang Chang will leave soon. Everyone's in such a hurry to go home. When are you planning to go back, Ahong? No rush. I want to spend more time with you, and I still have to take you to see the ice sculptures, light show, and fireworks. You're so good to me, Ahong. Of course I am. At 4 p.m., the snow had slowed down, and though there was still snow on the road, it had been turned to slush by passing cars and was freezing into ice. Wang Chang left the dorm, walking stiffly out the school gate to a green Mini parked by the road. He opened the trunk and put his suitcase and backpack inside. Around 8 p.m., Wang Chang finally drove up to his house. His mother stood anxiously at the door, waiting. She was surprised when she saw a car pull up, and even more so when Wang Chang got out of the driver's seat. Mom, I'm back. Oh, you're finally home. I was so worried. The weather and this time of night. Where did you get this car? Is it a friend's? No, Mom. I bought it. Chapter 182. Xiangzi's Accomplishment. Wang Chang's father, hearing the commotion, also came out. He smiled and nodded when he saw Wang Chang. You're back? Yes, Dad. His father's skin was dark and cracked, indicating how harsh the life of a fruit farmer was. Did you borrow the car? Xiangzi said he bought it, his mother said, shaking her head. I don't know what's going on. His father frowned slightly, but then thought, how did you get the money to buy a car? Wang Chang chuckled and put his arm around his father's shoulder. Let's go inside first. I haven't had dinner yet. We can talk about it slowly. I'll make you some dumplings. Your favorite mushroom and pork filling. Okay. Wang Chang went back to the car to get his suitcase. His father took it, glancing carefully at the car and noticing that it was brand new. He was even more curious now. Carrying his bag into the 3-story house, he felt warmth. Sitting at the square table, he opened his suitcase and started taking things out one by one. Dad, Mom, these are thermal underwear and some health supplements for you, as well as some down jackets and line shoes. Try them on and see if they fit. His father grew increasingly confused. He tried on the shoes and pondered, and finally, an idea popped into his head. It shocked him, but he hesitated before finally asking, Xiangzi, be honest with Dad. Did you do something illegal? Wang Chang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why would you say that? Otherwise, how did you get the money for all of this? I've seen the car on TV commercials. It's called a Mini, right? They cost 30 or 40,000. And these clothes, last year your third uncle gave me a leather jacket from the same brand. He said it cost over 3,000. It's something called Playboy. And so, I was thinking, the allowance I give you is only enough for your living expenses. Where did you get the money for all this? Even with handing out flyers or part-time jobs, it wouldn't be enough, right? There are so many down jackets here, not to mention that car outside. Wang Chang smiled wryly. Why wouldn't you think I won a lottery prize? His father paused. That was actually a possibility. You won a lottery and got a car? No. Oh, you kid. Could you just tell us already? How did you get it? If it's something illegal, we need to figure out how to fix it. Our family are all honest people. We can't break the law. All right, Dad. I'll tell you in a moment, after Mom gets here, otherwise I'll have to explain twice. Just then, his mother arrived with a large bowl filled to the brim with dumplings, each with a thin skin and generous filling. Okay, your mother's here, you can tell us now, right? Wang Chang smiled and nodded. He took a dumpling from his mother and ate it. It was a bit too hot, so he blew on it as he explained. I earned all this money. It's nothing illegal. My roommate makes games, and I gave him ideas and did the planning. I get around 5,000 a month from the advertising revenue of the game. His father counted on his fingers, but still felt it wasn't enough. That's not enough either. Don't worry, let me finish. Another one of my roommates is super rich. After promoting the game we made, it became popular very quickly, and he started making the next game. Of course, that doesn't have anything to do with me. I still just get 5,000 a month. But I don't have to do any work to get that money, so I do part-time jobs every weekend and earn another 1,000 or 2,000 a month. So, I guess I make around 7,000 a month. That much? His parents looked at each other, feeling it was unbelievable. It wasn't even from hard work, but was automatically deposited into his account each month. How could their son have such good luck? His mother quickly realized something. You go out for part-time work every weekend? Won't that affect your studies? Mom, no, it won't. We don't have classes on the weekend, so I have a lot of free time. Oh, that's good then. His father finally relaxed. After trying on the down jackets, his old face was filled with a happy smile. These clothes aren't cheap, right? Wang Cheng chuckled. Mom and Dad, there's something else I want to tell you. What is it? Well, I have a girlfriend. She's in nursing school, and we're in the same year, but they only study for 3 years, so she will be doing her internship in her 3rd year. Oh. His parents didn't express clear support, but they also didn't object. Where is she from? She's from Jiang City. These clothes are all from her. Ah, look at this, making her spend money to buy us clothes. Did you buy something for her parents? You can't let them think that you don't care. I did. That's good. His father nodded. The meaning of the clothes on him seemed to have changed. Hurry up and eat, or the dumplings will get cold. Okay. His parents watched Wang Cheng eat his dumplings. They felt that their son was getting more and more impressive, especially now he was even driving a car. After dinner, Wang Cheng returned to his room and remembered that he had not brought his charger. He went downstairs to get it and heard his parents talking while his father was putting oil into the tractor. Your son's getting somewhere. It's only been a little while, and he's even driving a car. Unlike you, after all these years you still don't buy a car. You ride your motorcycle everywhere, and in rainy or snowy weather, you drive the truck. Although his mother was scolding him, his father felt very happy. The weather was cold, and if the oil was not drained from the tractor, it would freeze and crack the pipes. So, his father drained the oil every night and poured it back in when it was time to use it. Old Yuan was bragging to me the other day about how his son, who went out to work early, is now doing interior design and decoration. Let's be honest, he's just a bricklayer. It's dirty and exhausting, and he only makes so much money a month, only if there is even work. His mother handed a screw to his father, laughing. Now you have bragging rights too. Are you going to find him tomorrow to chat? I'm not going to. There's no point. It's enough that our son is good. If he comes to brag again, then I'll say something, the effect will be better, right? His father tightened the screw, washed his hands, and said, Go kill that old hen that doesn't lay eggs. Tomorrow we'll cook half of it for Qiangzi, in soup, and half stewed in soy sauce. I need to go to the market early tomorrow morning. Qiangzi is back, but we don't have any food at home. We need to buy something at the market. His father thought about it. Then let's go to sleep, and wake up early tomorrow, and let Qiangzi drive us to the market. Isn't it better to let him sleep a little longer? We can go on the motorcycle. It's okay, Mom. I'll wake up early tomorrow. We can all go to the market together. Chapter 183, Going to Market. The next morning, Wang Cheng woke up and washed before dawn. His mother was cooking noodles, and his father was tinkering with his motorcycle. Apparently, the chain was loose. The markets in the countryside are different from those in the city. There are only markets on specific days. The vendors agree on which days they go to each place. This is also more convenient for people to buy things. And the means of transportation for going to market? In the countryside, there is no public transportation or taxis. People either drive their own tractors, 3-wheeled vehicles, or simply walk. Very few people drive cars. It's not that there are none, but they are the minority. The Mini can seat 4 people. The back seats are a bit cramped, but they are fine for his mother's build. Driving the car to the market, they saw many people heading to the market along the road. The sides of the road were filled with tractors and 3-wheel vehicles, and a few cars and trucks here and there. After finding a place to park the car, Wang Cheng looked around. There were no traffic police in the countryside, and no photos taken for traffic violations. As long as you do not obstruct traffic, you can park anywhere. Having not breathed the air of the countryside in a long time, Wang Cheng felt a sense of ease. The noise around him even sounded pleasing. He followed his parents, looking at the stalls on both sides. There were also vendors selling white sugar and candied hawthorns in the middle of the road. His father bought a lot of vegetables and fruits, a few pounds of ribs and pork belly, and 2 fish. Wang Cheng helped carry some of the things when his father's hands were full. Without saying a word, he simply followed them as they browsed the market. While the markets in the countryside are not as clean as shopping malls in the city, and the smell isn't the most pleasant, they are incredibly authentic. The prices are also much cheaper than in the city. Wang Cheng faintly remembered that in elementary school, a large meat bun cost 1 yuan, and you could get 5, as well as free shatang, a kind of bean soup, and rice porridge. That was no longer the case. Now, 1 yuan only bought 2, but they were still cheaper than in the city. In some breakfast restaurants, you have to pay a yuan and a half for a small bun, with very little meat. Hey, isn't that old Wang? Going to the market? Following the direction of the voice, a dark-skinned, thin man with messy hair was smiling at them. Xiangzi is back? On holiday? This was old Yuan, whom Wang Chang's father had mentioned last night. They were good friends and often drank together. Wang Chang smiled and nodded. Yes, Uncle Yuan. I'm on holiday. I arrived home last night. Really? Yuan Jia also came back yesterday, but he is still fast asleep. It's cold, so he can't get any decoration jobs. Then, Yuan looked at Wang Chang's father. Come to my house for lunch. Yuan Jia brought back a girl, his girlfriend, so his mother will make some dishes to have with drinks. Wang Chang's father waved his hand. No, my son only came back last night. I need to spend time with him. I'll find you to drink another time. Haha, all right then, I'll go first. His girlfriend even said she wants to eat Coca-Cola chicken wings. I don't even know how to make Coca-Cola chicken wings. Anyway, I'm off to buy some groceries. Old Yuan left, quickly disappearing into the crowd. Wang's father chuckled. He starts bragging about his precious son the moment he sees you. I can't even be bothered to respond to him. His mother laughed. Yuan Jie didn't go to school. It's late for him to bring a girl home already. It's because his son isn't handsome. If he was like our Xiangzi, tall and good-looking, it wouldn't be so difficult to find a girlfriend. What are you saying? Old Yuan would be angry if he heard that. Wang Chang scratched his head in embarrassment. Although his father's words were crude but honest, he still felt a little awkward hearing them. Dad, is there anything else we need to buy? His father looked at the vegetables in his hand, then thought for a moment. That's about it. We need to buy some shallots and ginger. After buying all the groceries, the three of them walked towards where the Mini was parked. By sheer coincidence, as they were opening the trunk, Old Yuan drove by on his three-wheeled vehicle, coming from the direction of the market. Old Yuan saw them and stopped his vehicle. Oh, a pretty little car. Old Wang, that's not right of you. You didn't even invite me to dinner after buying a new car? So stingy, right? His father laughed and pointed at Wang Chang. I didn't buy it. It's Xiangzi's car. He drove it back from the city last night. Oh, Xiangzi rented a car? Uncle Yuan, I bought it. I didn't rent it. Old Yuan was startled and said subconsciously, how much did it cost? Aren't you at university? Where did you get the money to buy a car? Oh, it's my son's money, of course. Don't talk so much. We need to go back and kill a chicken. Let's go. Let's go. Wang Chang didn't know what to say. He got into the driver's seat, said goodbye to Old Yuan, and drove away. He left Old Yuan there, unable to calm his thoughts. He bought a car after being at university for only half a year? Should I have let Yuan Jie continue to high school? He shook his head, turned the throttle, and headed home. Back home, Yuan was a bit upset. He told his wife about it, and their conversation was overheard by Yuan Jie, who was waking up and looking for food. What are you talking about? Wang Chang bought a car. What kind of car? You're awake, huh? Xiangzi's car is a small green one, with a green license plate, which means it's probably an electric one. I think I saw something similar on TV. It was called Mini or something? Really? That car isn't expensive. It's really cheap. I don't like it. I want to save up and buy a Volkswagen. Oh, why do you want to buy such a good car? It's enough if you can drive it. Just save your money to buy a house. Your mother and I can't earn much here. You need a house in the county when you get married, right? Yuan Jie paused, his face looking a little unpleasant. What do you mean? You are not planning on buying a house for me? Do you want me to buy it myself? Yuan's expression turned unpleasant. He spread his hands. You see how our family is. We simply don't have the money to buy you a house. If you don't have the money, you can borrow some. It's not like you haven't made money all these years. Where has all the money gone? What do you mean? We've only been sending you money for living expenses, that's why. You can't say that, old man. If you didn't send me money, how would I be able to go out with girls? How could I find you a daughter-in-law? And how would I give you a grandson? Quickly, their discussion turned into an argument. Yuan, who was happy because his son brought a girlfriend home, was not happy anymore, because Yuan Jie had just said the following before going back to his room. Lily said that she wouldn't marry me without a house. She wouldn't pay for the mortgage. The house is a must if you want to get married. The dowry won't be high, 68,888. It's very low for her family. Forget about the marriage without these things. Yuan was really upset. He could not catch his breath, but there was nothing he could do. He looked at his wife. They both sighed. Old Wang has a good son, unlike mine. Chapter 184. Returning home in style. Du Gu, Lingling and I are leaving first. Outside the dorm, Zhang Yang had put all his luggage into the trunk of his Mercedes and leaned out of the car window to say goodbye. Hu Ling, sitting in the passenger seat, also smiled at him and Hui Yuxuan. Go ahead, drive safely, Du Heng said. Okay. The snow had stopped, but there was still a lot of it on the roads, especially on campus, where the ground was very slippery and could easily cause falls. Watching the Mercedes disappear around the corner, Du Heng looked at the smiling Hui Yuxuan. It's just the two of us now. Do you have any plans? Hui Yuxuan stuck out her tongue playfully. Nope. Does Ah Heng have any plans? Du Heng shrugged. Nothing specific. This weather is really a pain. And the amusement park has already closed and started building an ice castle, so I'm not going to Ha City. I'd rather not get stuck there because of a snowstorm. Okay, I'll listen to Ah Heng. So, where should we go now? The school is almost empty. Why don't we go ice skating? Sure, I've only done it once a long time ago, but I couldn't, so I didn't play again. It's okay, I can. I'll teach you. Okay. The cold weather made it unsuitable to ride a motorcycle, so the two took a leisurely stroll to the West Gate, where they got into the Night 15 and drove to the nearest skating rink. Inside the Mercedes E300L, Zhang Yang had turned up the music so loud that he could barely hear Hu Ling talking to him. Hu Ling, annoyed, simply turned off the music. What's wrong? I've been talking for so long, and you haven't heard a single word? Were you talking just now? Taking a deep breath, Hu Ling calmed herself down. How long does it take to get to your house from here? I don't know. The GPS says 2.5 hours, but with this road condition, I'm not sure we'll make it in 2.5 hours. Hu Ling nodded. Do you have a lot of relatives? Do your parents know I'm coming? Zhang Yang smiled and shook his head. I didn't tell them. Why didn't you tell them? I want to give them a surprise. Hu Ling rolled her eyes. What's so surprising about that? If you don't tell them, what if they don't prepare dinner for me? You just don't eat, I will. Hee, don't worry, there will definitely be enough. 3 hours later, the Mercedes arrived at the main road of a small township, and after driving for another 10 minutes, it stopped in front of a 2-story building on the outskirts of the town. It was still daylight. The Mercedes suddenly stopping in front of the house attracted the attention of a few neighbors. Zhang's father, who was knocking ice off the eaves, turned around to look at the car. He was stunned when the driver's side door opened. He rubbed his eyes, seemingly unable to believe what he was seeing. Yangzi, you're back? Yangzi is back? A woman who looked a bit like Zhang Yang came out of the house, her hands covered with bits of vegetables and flour, indicating she was likely making dumplings. Behind her, a man wearing glasses also came out, his hands also covered with flour. He was likely helping. Dad, Big Sis, and is this Big Sis's husband? However, he noticed that the way they were all looking at him seemed off. Zhang's mother also ran out of the house. Yangzi's back? Oh, why is this car parked in front of our house? Ask them to move it. It's blocking the way. Mom, it looks like Yangzi drove the car here. Yangzi drove a Mercedes here? Zhang's mother asked Zhang's father, who nodded, causing her to ask, Yangzi, where did you get this car? Zhang Yang chuckled and scratched his head. At this time, Hu Ling got out of the passenger side and quickly greeted everyone. Uncle Andy, Big Sis, good to see you again. This car is Yangzi's. He bought it in cash. Oh? I must still be asleep. I'll go back and sleep for another 2 hours. A few minutes later, after Zhang Yang showed them the registration papers, they finally believed that the Mercedes, worth several 100,000 yuan, was actually owned by the seemingly unreliable Yangzi. But where did you get the money to buy this car? It can't be. His sister, Zhang Yunyun, seemed to have thought of something. She widened her eyes, with a flash of worry in her eyes. She knew that Zhang Yang had been a hacker in the past, but she had never told their parents. Before Zhang Yang could explain, Hu Ling was the first to speak up. Yangzi made a lot of money by making 2 small games at school. She winked at Zhang Yang, who understood and chuckled. Well, I brought gifts for everyone in the trunk. I'll go get them. As Zhang Yang was describing each gift, his parents' thoughts flew off to somewhere else entirely. They had always hoped for Zhang Yang to become a computer teacher in their hometown, with a stable job and a decent salary. It wouldn't be a high salary, but it would be enough in their small hometown. Now, he had gotten into university and already drove a Mercedes. There was no way he would be a teacher. With his skills, it would be an insult if he didn't start a business. They may think that, but at that moment, they felt unable to accept it, or more precisely, they felt it was a little unbelievable. After Zhang Yang had finished introducing all the things, his parents and sister began to try on the clothes and shoes he had bought for them. They were all brand-name clothes, each of them costing thousands of yuan. This jacket costs 1,600? That's so expensive? I don't see anything special about it. It looks about the same as the jackets they sell in the street for 100 yuan. It looks even better, actually. His sister was more aware of the brand. She took a close look and smiled. Dad, this jacket looks normal, but it's very warm. It's a down jacket, and it's even lined. Now that you mention it, it does feel very warm. I thought it was just my imagination. The future brother-in-law, the only one who was considered an outsider at that point, was sitting awkwardly, feeling uncomfortable. He had not brought anything for Zhang's parents, making him seem stingy by comparison. His mother felt distressed, counting the clothes and shoes, looking at the health supplements and feeling a pang of heart pain. Yangzi, these things must have cost a lot of money. Oh, why buy such expensive clothes? You can't eat it. Zhang Yang chuckled. Mom, please don't think about it that way. I could earn enough money to buy all these things in one day. What? His parents, sister, and brother-in-law all widened their eyes. Hu Ling nodded happily from the side. See, this is the man she had chosen. Although his EQ was low, he was really good at making money. My goodness, all of this must be worth 2,000 or 3,000, right? Are you saying you can earn that much in one day? Zhang Yang laughed a little awkwardly and said, not all of the time. If I'm lucky, maybe 40 or 50,000 is possible. If not, maybe around 10,000 or so. Chapter 185. Yangzi. Am I becoming a kept man? So, you're saying you make at least 300,000 a month now? Swallowing hard, Zhang Yunyun asked a question she wouldn't have even dared to dream about. This was also the question Zhang's parents were most eager to know. Even her future brother-in-law was curious. I'm hungry. Huh. Don't stop your sentence halfway. Are you trying to make us die of suspense? Spit it out. But I really am hungry. Even if you don't care about me, you have to care about Lingling. She hasn't eaten yet, and we drove for more than 3 hours to get home. We're both tired and hungry. The dumplings aren't ready yet, and it's only 6 o'clock. If we eat too early, we'll be hungry again in the middle of the night. Helpless, Zhang Yang had no choice but to say, okay, I'll tell you. He drank some hot water and ate a piece of cake to settle his stomach. When the others were almost losing their patience, he quickly said, the advertising revenue from the two games combined is around 300,000 a month. I'm also working on projects with my professor. Although they don't pay much, I've also invested in the stock market. If I'm lucky, I can make around 10,000 a day. If not, it's around 3,000 or 4,000. Wait, doesn't the stock market also have times when it falls? Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively. What does it matter to me if the stock market falls? The stocks I buy just go up. Damn it, so arrogant. The BMW parked in front of their door eventually attracted many neighbors. Thus, Zhang Yang became famous. Yangzi has made it big. He's even driving a Benz. He's really something. I always said it. From the first glance, Yangzi was destined to be a big boss. Now, you believe me, right? He hasn't even graduated yet, has he? He's already driving a Mercedes. Will he be driving a Porsche in the future? Old Zhang raised a good son. 3 teachers in the family, and now Yangzi is so good at making money. The Zhang family is blessed. Does Yangzi have a girlfriend? This aunt here has a niece who's very pretty. Want to get introduced? The earlier comments were fine, but when it came to introductions, Zhang Yang couldn't keep his composure anymore. He scratched his head awkwardly. Thanks, but I already have a girlfriend. This is Lingling, my girlfriend. The woman was a bit embarrassed. She nodded to Hu Ling and quickly left, which made Hu Ling roll her eyes. After dealing with the neighbors, Zhang's dad, a non-smoker, received over a dozen cigarettes and handed out 2 packs himself, his face beaming with joy. His good-for-nothing son had finally made something of himself. How could this old father not be happy? However, after thinking of something, Zhang's dad's expression stiffened. Looking at Zhang Yang, who was still grinning foolishly, he asked, "When you came back last time, were you already making 300,000 a month?" Zhang Yang's expression changed abruptly. His eyes darted around, and he stammered, No. Last time, I only made a one-time payment of 50,000. Just some advertising fees." Zhang's dad nodded. He didn't say much more, naturally knowing why Zhang Yang hadn't told them about his wealth last time. He also knew that he and his wife had been too strict with him. The future brother-in-law was very embarrassed. He had come this time with a purpose. He was almost 30, and his family was pressuring him. Otherwise, what would be so bad about staying home during vacation? He glanced at Zhang Yunyun, who gave him a look, signaling him to seize the good atmosphere and bring up the matter directly. Clearing his throat, the future brother-in-law looked at Zhang's dad and said, "Uncle, I've been with Yunyun for quite some time now, and we get along very well. I was thinking, when should we tie the knot? What do you think?" Zhang's dad's face instantly fell, making the future brother-in-law's heart skip a beat. But when he saw Hu Ling, Zhang's dad smiled again. "Okay, I don't have any other requests. At the very least, you need to have a house in the county, paid in full or mortgaged, doesn't matter. As for the rest, you can discuss it with Yunyun." The future brother-in-law beamed. He had already discussed it with Zhang Yunyun, and his parents had also saved up enough money. They were planning to buy a house after the new year, so there was no big problem for the wedding. "Don't worry, uncle, I know." Does your family know about this?" "They know. My parents also like Yunyun very much." Zhang's dad nodded, glancing at Zhang Yunyun. The latter had a smile on her face, clearly not being wronged. The family was in a cheerful mood. The dumplings were also ready. While eating, Zhang Yang talked about what he had been doing this semester, and it all revolved around one person, Du Hong. "From your descriptions, this Du Hong is super rich, but he's a very polite, sunny, and outgoing person?" "Yes, Dad. Brother Du is a good guy and very generous. After the fight at the amusement park, he gave each of us a 100,000 yuan shopping allowance in his family's shopping mall to show his gratitude." "Goodness, 100,000 for each person?" "Yes, it's just small change to Brother Du. He's not only a super rich second generation, but also, a third generation official." "A third generation official? Someone in his family is working for the government?" "They're not just working for the government, they're very high up." "How high up?" "What's the last name of the top official in Jin Province?" "The top official in Jin Province? I think I saw it on the news. Wasn't his name Du Jiangwo?" "Huh. Your roommate's last name is also Du. Could they be related?" "That's right. That's Brother Du's grandfather. His real grandfather." "My goodness, someone like that is living in the same dorm as you?" Zhang Yang chuckled and nodded. "I owe my current income to him. If Brother Du hadn't promoted my game, I wouldn't have been able to make 300,000 a month, let alone afford a Benz." "If that's the case, then you have to thank him properly. Where is he now?" "He should be in Jincheng, I guess, either at Vank, or in his big villa, or maybe at his sister-in-law's small apartment." "Why?" "If he's not busy, invite him to our home for a meal. We'll help you thank him properly." I'll ask him then." "Wait, don't ask him yet. It's not urgent." Zhang's father waved his hand, stopping Zhang Yang, who was about to send a message to Du Hong. "Don't tell anyone about your 300,000 a month income." "Why? I earned it myself. It's not like I robbed it. Why can't I tell?" "I don't want you to cause trouble for yourself. It's New Year, relatives and neighbors are all coming back. Who knows what crooked thoughts they might have if they know you're making so much money. Will you lend money to them if they ask?" "Sure, I'll lend them." Zhang's dad shook his head. "You don't understand. When they borrow money, they act like they're your grandkids, and if they take the initiative to pay you back, it's fine. But if they don't, how can you ask for it? And what if they say they have no money?" "Then I'll just wait, I guess." Zhang's dad was a bit disappointed. With this kind of awareness, if people knew he was wealthy, he might be squeezed until there was nothing left. If one relative borrows 50,000, and another wants 50,000, and then another one wants 50,000, where will you get so much money to lend them? And if you don't, then you're not being a good relative. You can't be a good person. Then what should I do? Although Zhang Yang was unreliable, he wasn't stupid. After hearing his dad's explanation, he understood Du Heng's previous predicament. Just say the Mercedes is Hu Ling's. Chapter 186. Visiting Yangzi's home. Am I becoming a kept man? Zhang Yang was on the verge of tears, wanting to protest a bit, but after seeing Hu Ling's gaze, he shrunk his neck and said fiercely, "Damn it! If I'm a kept man, so be it. I'll be a kept man with conviction." Why is he getting excited about it? After a heated battle, Du Hong, embracing Hui Yuxuan in bed, looked at the snowflakes fluttering outside the window. His thoughts drifted away. Actually, he was just reliving the moment. Just then, his phone lit up. He picked it up and saw a message from Zhang Yang on WeChat. He fell into thought after reading it. What's wrong? Hui Yuxuan raised her head, her fair face slightly flushed, her watery eyes looking at Du Hong. Her fingers lightly traced circles on his chest. Yangzi asked me to visit his hometown for a few days. He said his parents want to thank me. I don't know if I should go or not. You can go. I'm going to my relative's house tomorrow. Won't you be bored at home alone? What are you saying? It's not like I haven't been alone before. Don't forget, I'm a gaming content creator, too. Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth and giggled. Make your own decision. Du Hong nodded. After thinking about it, he felt that he would be bored alone. How about I go for 2 days and experience a bit of life in the countryside? Sure, I'm going to the countryside too tomorrow. All right, I'll reply to him. After replying to Yangzi, he caressed Hui Yuxuan's shoulder and smiled. We were saying we'd go see the ice sculptures in Harbin. Now we have to be separated for a few days. It's not like we're not going to come back. I'll bring some local specialties for a hang. When we get back, the ice castle should be built as well. I'll take you there, and we can have a good look. Okay. So now? Hui Yuxuan's eyes were filled with alluring charm. She leaned close to Du Heng's ear and whispered softly, "Before you leave tomorrow, you can do whatever you want." The night passed without incident. Actually it was quite simple and monotonous, just basic addition and subtraction, 3 minus 2, repeat. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Hui Yuxuan woke up to the sound of her alarm clock, her head aching a little, her hair a bit messy. She had gone to bed late last night. Without waking Du Hong, she turned off the alarm, got up quietly, washed up, packed her clothes, and left. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Du Hong finally woke up, actually from hunger. He subconsciously reached his arms out to pull someone into his embrace. When the expected person wasn't there, he squinted one eye and saw that Hui Yuxuan had already left. The curtains were tightly drawn. No light could come in. He couldn't tell the time at all. He picked up his phone and was surprised to see it was already 10 o'clock. Hui Yuxuan had sent him a message at 9, saying she had arrived at her relative's house. She had also sent a photo of her and the bride. Looking at Hui Yuxuan, who was smiling so brightly in the photo, Du Hong felt that today would be a day filled with hope. He stretched his arms forward and sat up. After replying to Hui Yuxuan, he asked Zhang Yang for his location, then got up, washed up, ate 2 pieces of bread, grabbed a bottle of yogurt, and left the house. He opened the navigation and drove for 3 hours before he reached the street where Zhang Yang's hometown was located. The navigation was only accurate to this point, so he still needed Yangzi to come and guide him. However, he sent Yangzi several messages without receiving a reply, and his phone calls went unanswered. He didn't know that Hu Ling was also here, otherwise he could have called her directly. Frustrated, Du Hong drove his Night 15 slowly along the road, in the midst of curious glances from the residents on both sides of the street, while still calling Zhang Yang. He drove all the way to the edge of the street. The phone still went unanswered. Du Hong had an idea. He remembered Zhang Yang had driven back in a Benz, so he only needed to look for a house with a Benz parked in front to find him. However, things didn't go as he expected. He did see a Benz, but it was obviously not an E300L. It was a very old model, and it clearly wasn't Zhang Yang's car. This is strange. The navigation says he's on this street. Where would he have parked his car? Helpless, he could only use the simplest and most effective method, asking people. He parked his car in front of a 2-story building, called Zhang Yang again, but no one answered. He got out of the car and walked to the front door of the small building. "Hello, is anyone there?" "Who is it?" A crisp voice came from inside. A young woman walked out, her hands still covered in dumpling filling and flour. The woman was stunned when she saw Du Hong, and even more so when she saw the Night 15. "Who are you looking for?" "Hello. I'm here looking for a person named Zhang Yang. Do you know him?" "You're looking for Yangzi?" The woman's eyes lit up. Are you Du-hung? How do you know? Wow, had he become so famous that anyone could recognize him? Zhang Yunyun smiled and nodded. I'm his sister. Come on in. He's making dumplings in the back. Oh? He had passed by here 3 times, and finally parked right in front of the door. Who would have thought he would have found it by mistake? Hello, sister. My name is Du-hung. Please wait a moment. I have something with me. I'll go get it. With that, Du-hung ran to the back of the Night 15, opened the trunk, and took out 2 cases of Maodai, placed them on the ground. Then, he took out a few cases of health supplements, closed the trunk, and carried them into the house bit by bit. Zhang Yang was called out by Zhang Yunyun, along with Zhang's dad, Zhang's mom, the future brother-in-law, and Hu Ling. Oh, Brother Du, you've arrived? How did you find my house? Hearing this, Du-hung became annoyed. You didn't answer my calls. I had to find it myself. Oh, I forgot my phone was upstairs charging. Du-hung ignored him and placed the things on the table. He smiled and said, Uncle, Auntie, these are for you. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Oh, look at this child. It's enough that you came. Why did you have to bring so many things? Come on, come in, come in. Sit down, sit down. You must be tired after driving for several hours, right? Are you hungry? Auntie will go make you some dumplings. Du-hung rubbed his stomach and nodded with a smile. Thank you, Auntie. I haven't eaten lunch yet. Then I'll go make them for you. With that, Zhang's mom went into the kitchen. Zhang's dad nodded at Du-hung with a smile. Was there a traffic jam on the way? No, I took the highway. There was just a bit of traffic in the county after I got off the highway, otherwise, I would have made it in time for lunch. Ha 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 ha. It's fine. The dumplings will be ready soon. You guys can talk. I'll go help in the kitchen. Sorry for the trouble, Uncle. Oh, don't be so polite. Yangzi, pour your roommate a glass of water. Don't just stand there like a fool. Oh, okay. After Zhang's dad finished speaking, he also went into the kitchen. Zhang Yang ran to pour a glass of hot water for Du-hung. Brother Du here. Du-hung took the glass, warmed his hands, and looked at Zhang Yang, who had a sly grin on his face. Where's your car? In the back. Why did you put it in the back? Isn't there space to park in front of your house? My parents think it's too flashy, so I drove it to the back. Chapter 187. Hit on everywhere. After eating a big bowl of dumplings, Du-hung felt warm and comfortable. He burped, and the future brother-in-law finally asked, What kind of car is that? It's way too big, right? I know, Zhang Yang said quickly. It's a Night 15. A Night 15? Such a long name? How much does it cost? It doesn't look cheap at all, like an armored vehicle. Zhang Yang looked at Du-hung, who waved his hand and smiled. There's no point in talking about money. It's already been bought anyway, so what if I overpaid? Actually, he didn't want to say it and strike a blow to Yangzi's future brother-in-law. However, the latter pulled out his phone, searched for it, and his eyes widened immediately. Does this car cost tens of millions? Oh my god. It didn't strike him too hard, but the envy was real. Zhang Yang glanced at Zhang's dad and Zhang's mom, who had gone to the back to work. After thinking for a while, he said, Brother Du, do you know when the final exam scores will be released? Du-hung shook his head. I don't know. Why, are you in a hurry to know? Zhang Yang chuckled. Well, I mean, I enjoyed a wave of the best treatment during this triumphant homecoming. My parents asked me about my final exam situation last night. Although I earn a lot of money a month, the thing they care about the most is still my studies. Du-hung found it amusing. Hu Ling beside him also felt a bit helpless. She really didn't expect Zhang Yang's parents would be so fixated on his studies. You're making more than 10,000 a day, and they still want you to study? To get a diploma? From what his parents said, they were even hoping he would go on to do a master's degree. They just want me to have a degree even if I start my own company, otherwise I won't be able to manage the people below me. Du-hung patted him on the shoulder, giving him a look that said, good luck with that. He couldn't help him, so he could only support him spiritually. Go for it, Yangzi. You can do it. Yangzi was on the verge of tears. Although the Night 15 was large and looked like an armored car, very few people recognized it, not to mention in a rural street. Most people would come over for a closer look and then leave. They had seen Du-hung getting out of the car and knew that the car wasn't owned by anyone in the Zhang family, so there was nothing else to look at. Zhang's dad and Zhang's mom were busy preparing dinner. Zhang Yinyun was also helping, and the future brother-in-law was also stuck in the kitchen. It was warmer there. Outside was really cold. Although the snow had lessened a lot, the saying that it's colder after the snow stops was true. The temperature was now -10 degrees. It was really cold for Du Hong, who was used to city life. He rubbed his hands, breathed out a puff of hot air, and took out his phone to send Hui Yuxuan a message. It's very cold in the countryside. Dress warmly and take care of yourself. He didn't receive a reply, guessing that Hui Yuxuan was busy at that time. Feeling a bit bored, Du Hong looked at Zhang Yang. Did you just call me to your hometown for me to sit around bored here? Then what should we do? Anything. As long as it's not just sitting at home like an idiot. Moving around will warm me up too. Then, how about we go for a walk? Du Hong glanced at the snow outside and nodded. Sure. Hu Ling didn't go out. She thought it was cold and went back to the kitchen to help. Leaving behind 2 grown men, they stepped out, crunching the accumulated snow under their feet. Yangzi demonstrated his low emotional intelligence and didn't say a word. He just let Du Hong look around himself. Is Hu Ling spending the new year here? Zhang Yang nodded. Yes. Actually, I originally wanted her to go home for the new year, but she said she wanted to earn some brownie points with my parents, so she came here. Okay, Du Hong nodded, seeing a stall not far ahead, with many people standing there buying things. He could smell the fragrance here. What's that? Zhang Yang followed the direction of Du Hong's finger. When he saw the stall, he smiled. That's a stall selling fried skewers. Want to buy some? Du Hong nodded with a smile. Sure. They stood in the line behind the stall. There weren't that many people actually buying things. Most were children following their older siblings. There were only 3 people in front of Du Hong, 1 man and 2 women. The children all belonged to the man, while the 2 women seemed to know each other and were chatting. They looked to be about the same age as them. When the 2 women saw Du Hong and Zhang Yang coming, they felt the wind behind them being blocked. There was no other way. Du Hong and Zhang Yang were tall, and it was normal that they blocked the wind when they stood behind them. Du Hong, who was looking around at the surrounding buildings, didn't notice the short-haired girl in front of him was blushing and kept glancing back at him. She was also saying something to the girl beside her. Jingjing, this guy doesn't match you. Rural men are poor. The girl with the thick bangs and a single ponytail whispered, even though he's tall and handsome, it's useless. The girl named Jingjing shook her head. You're wrong. Just from his accent, he's not from around here. He should be here visiting friends like me. How do you know? First, he came with that guy, and that guy's accent is a local accent. Second, the material of the coat he's wearing is very good. I'm studying fashion design, so I can tell at a glance. So, he's actually not from a rural area. Even if he is, his family is very well off. So what? You're not going to chase after him, right? Don't be silly, Jingjing. Like you said, he's just here for a visit. You don't even know where he's from. What can develop in these few days? Jingjing lowered her head. Finally, it seemed as if she had made a decision. The man in front got 2 plastic bags filled with fried stuff, paid and left. The 2 women took a step forward to order. Jingjing turned her head to look at Du Hong, who had glanced over at her. Handsome, what do you want to order? We can order together. I'll treat you. The girl with bangs poked her elbow, but she wasn't moved. She blinked her big eyes expectantly at Du Hong, making him feel a bit embarrassed. No need. You guys order first. We might order a lot later. Not everything can fit in one pot. Then can I add you on WeChat? If Du Hong didn't understand what this girl was trying to do at this point, then he was a fool. He pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and shook it, saying with a smile, Sorry, my WeChat friend list is full. Then, Jingjing lightly bit her lip. Can you give me your number? Wasn't he being clear enough with his rejections? Chapter 188, Rural Monopoly. The 2 girls left. Although Jingjing was unwilling, Du Hong had made it clear that he had a girlfriend. If she persisted, she would just appear cheap. Only after the 2 girls had left did Du Hong and Zhang Yang step forward to order. Like he said earlier, they were going to order a lot of stuff. It wouldn't all fit into one pot. They ordered everything, even the unhatched chicks. The owner grinned from ear to ear, knowing that this was a big customer. Handsome, you're not from around here, right? Du Hong smiled and nodded. Yeah, I'm here for a couple of days. While flipping things in the frying pan, the owner said with a smile, That short-haired girl is pretty good-looking. You just rejected her like that. What a pity. Before Du Hong could even speak, Zhang Yang scoffed, "Boss, if you saw Brother Du's girlfriend, you would definitely not think that way." "Oh, really? She must be a great beauty then." "Of course. Boss, put a lot of chili sauce on later." "Sure thing." Don't take these kinds of conversations seriously. The owner was just looking for something to talk about. If you took it seriously and pulled out a picture to show him, you would just look like a fool. Du Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't say anything. He waited for everything to be fried before he and Zhang Yang each took a bag and continued strolling leisurely. He took a bite of the fried vegetarian chicken. The sweet and spicy sauce burst on his taste buds. Combined with how hot it was, he was breathing out hot air from his mouth. "I have to say, the taste is pretty good. It's just a bit expensive. I feel like it's even more expensive than in the city. There's nothing we can do about that. This is the only stall selling fried skewers in the whole old town, so it's basically a monopoly. Plus, most people who come back for the new year have a bit of money in their pockets. So, it's normal that the price is a bit high." Du Hong nodded with a smile. Although this guy was unreliable, his insight into these kinds of things was surprisingly clear. "By the way, Brother Du, is your sister-in-law in the countryside too?" "Yes, she has relatives who are getting married tomorrow. She went back today to help out." "Then why didn't you go?" "I don't want to deal with those people, and Yuxuan is on the bride's side. What would I be?" "That's true." They walked further, and Du Hong saw a 3-story building with electric bicycles and tricycles parked all over the place. People kept going in and out, but they all looked young. "What's that place?" "That's an internet cafe. Want to go in and play games for a while?" Even though the internet fees are a bit expensive and the computers are trash, there's at least a computer to play with. "An internet cafe?" Du Hong nodded. "But why are there so many children? Are they all going online as well?" "Yeah, most people inside are children. They're all playing LOL, and they play quite skillfully." "Don't their parents care? They let them play in internet cafes?" "This is the countryside. Why wouldn't internet cafes want to make money? As for the parents, it depends on their child's luck." "What do you mean?" Zhang Yang didn't speak. He just smiled and pointed to a middle-aged man holding a clothes hanger who was angrily opening the door to the internet cafe and walking inside. Du Hong was a bit speechless. Although he could see this kind of thing in the city, the way they did things here seemed much more down to earth. Soon, the man came out of the internet cafe, grabbing a child by the ear. He ignored the child's wailing. His face was ashen. He swung the clothes hanger at the child's butt. After the man left, a group of kids about the same age as the first one rushed out of the internet cafe. They all got into an electric tricycle. One of the kids twisted the throttle, and they sped off. Without thinking, they all came together, and the one taken away by his parent was likely one of them. The parent would definitely scold them once they got home. They couldn't escape, so now they were just running for the time being. He took a bite of fried stinky tofu, feeling like he wasn't as hot as before, so he quickened his pace. "Let's go inside and take a look." "Sure thing." He pushed open the door and walked into the internet cafe. The first impression was that it was messy. Smoke filled the air. The sounds were noisy, even louder than a vegetable market. From time to time, he could hear childish voices shouting, "Give me the gun! Give me the gun!" He glanced over and saw that someone was playing Crossfire's zombie mode. They were just following a player with a good gun and repeating that sentence over and over. Looking at the others, some were playing Dungeon Fighter Online. Some were playing LOL. There were very few playing PUBG. After all, it was a paid game that required them to pay first. For these poor primary school students, there was no chance of playing it. The smoke was a bit irritating. He waved his hand trying to blow away the smell, but that was in vain. "Brother Du, want to open 2 computers and play for a while?" Du Hong hesitated for a moment, then nodded. It was snowing outside. It didn't seem right to go any further, but he couldn't just stay at home doing nothing. He might as well go online for a bit. But aren't these computers a bit too old? A few of the keys on this computer's keyboard are missing, and this one over here is full of dents. It looks like it was burned by something. Zhang Yang pointed at the computer in front of him and said with a smile, "These computers are 5 yuan an hour." "Huh? This trash computer is 5 yuan an hour? I doubt they can even turn on." "The ones at the door are 3 yuan an hour. It would be a blessing if they can even turn on." "Then what about the computers inside? The ones that look kind of new?" "Those computers are 10 yuan an hour." "Monopoly, that's right. There are no internet cafes in the surrounding towns and villages. This is the only one, so the prices are ridiculous. But nobody comes here during normal times. It's only during the New Year period when there are people. Okay then. Du Hong could only accept this reality. He and Zhang Yang opened 2 computers, paying 20 yuan in advance. Having money was one thing, but it would be a miracle if he could play on these computers for 2 hours without his blood pressure skyrocketing. Moreover, Du Hong didn't even know what he should play. He sat down in the innermost seat. Although it was a bit cold near the back door of the internet cafe, the smoke was the thinnest. Here, however, he didn't notice the 2 girls sitting right behind him were the same 2 girls he had met when buying fried skewers. He turned on the computer and directly opened LOL. He didn't log into his social media. Who knew if these computers had any viruses on them? Seeing that Ultimate Spellbook was available, he was just thinking of playing a few rounds when he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. The empty seat next to him was taken. Hi, it's you again. Du Hong was speechless seeing the short-haired girl Jingjing smiling at him. Why was she chasing him wherever he went? Yeah. He nodded without giving her much attention, then turned his head to get Yangzi into a party. He got a friend request as a result, and Jingjing next to him said, "Handsome. Your WeChat has no space. Do you have any space for game friends?" Chapter 189. A man's a boy until he dies. Zhang Yang poked Du Heng's arm, winking and nudging his chin toward the girl. Without needing much explanation, Du Hong knew what kind of nonsense he was about to spout. Shaking his head, Du Hong felt he needed to make his attitude a bit stronger. "I'm sorry, but I have a girlfriend, and our relationship is great. I don't want any other female friends besides her." A hint of disappointment flashed in Jingjing's eyes, but she quickly masked it, nodding with a smile. Then, she retreated to a seat in the row behind. Once the girl left, Du Hong smiled wryly. "Are the girls here also proactive?" Zhang Yang shrugged. "If I wore the same clothes as you, I might get the same treatment." Du Hong raised an eyebrow. "No, I think you're overthinking it." Actually, Zhang Yang's outfits, with Hu Ling's guidance, were already quite stylish. And they weren't the low-key kind either. Sporting brands like HLA and Peacebird, and his shoes were the latest Antam model. Although he didn't look wealthy, it was clear at a glance that he wasn't short on cash. Of course, he could just be putting on a show. There were plenty of people in real life who couldn't afford food, were buried in debt, had various loans and payments every month, yet wore all the latest brands. Zhang Yang scoffed. After Hu Ling's makeover, he was very confident in his appearance. Although, he seemed to have always been quite narcissistic. After playing a few games, Du Hong almost smashed the computer in frustration. Zhang Yang even threw the mouse in the end. After paying 100 yuan in compensation, he cursed and walked out of the internet cafe with Du Hong. Damn it! Such a trash computer, and it's so expensive. It's freaking rubbish. Nothing we can do, as you said, this is the only internet cafe in the nearby villages. There's a demand, so it's normal to raise the price. And they want 100 yuan for a broken mouse. They're practically robbing us. The more Yangzi thought about it, the angrier he got. He couldn't eat the fried skewers that had already gone cold. He just threw them in a snow-covered bin nearby. Du Hong looked at his own skewers, shook his head, and threw them in the bin as well. "Let's go for a walk and then go back. See if we can help with anything." Zhang Yang scratched his head. "There doesn't seem to be anywhere to go. My house is in the market town. There's no pond behind it, and even if there were, it'd be frozen now." Du Hong nodded. Just then, an explosion suddenly echoed nearby. Pop! Du Hong was startled. He looked over and saw that some children were playing with firecrackers. "Those are sparklers. Have you played with them before, Brother Du?" Du Hong shook his head. "This is actually the first time I've seen anyone play with these." Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. "Let's go buy a box to play with." "Nah, those are for little kids. We're too old for that." "Who says? A man's a boy until he dies." "You're shameless, but I'm not. But that's how it is sometimes. Men's happiness is actually quite simple." Yangzi ran off to buy a box of black spiders. When he opened it, Du Heng's eyes twitched. These firecrackers were almost as thick as his little finger. Hey, is this thing really safe?" Yangzi laughed. "Don't worry, Brother Du, the fuses on these are slow. It's very safe. Let's go play in the back." Following Yangzi to the back of his small building, Zhang Yang couldn't wait. He lit one and, Seeing the red fuse ignite, he immediately threw it about 5 meters away. Bang! Although he was mentally prepared, Du Hong was still startled. The power was a bit less than he had imagined, but it was still dangerous. If he hadn't thrown it in time, he definitely would have hurt his hand. Here, brother Du, you try. Du Hong hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He took the box Zhang Yang offered, pulled one out, rubbed it on the phosphorus paper, and lit it. He made sure it was lit before flinging it far away with a swing of his arm. Bang! This time, with the preparation, Du Hong didn't feel anything. But it also didn't seem that fun. However, Zhang Yang chuckled, grabbing a stainless steel basin from the side. Brother Du, in a minute, light it up and put it on the ground. I'll put this steel basin over it. What are you going to do? Of course, we're going to play. What else? Shaking his head, Du Hong did as he was told. Bang! A dull explosion sound rang out. The steel basin flew up at least 5 meters high before landing. After the steel basin, they started setting them off on the snow. Although it felt childish, Du Hong was surprised to find it rather amusing. It's not that fun to blow up these things. It would be better if there was water. Why? If there's water, after it's lit, you can throw it in. See how high the splash goes. Du Hong nodded, scanning his surroundings. Then he spotted a large water vat next to the wall of the 2-story building. It had water in it, and only a thin layer of ice on the surface. How about that? Yangzi followed the direction of Du Hong's finger, and his eyes lit up. That's perfect. However, the explosive force was clearly beyond their expectations. After an even duller explosion, water shot up, and the large water vat shattered. It shattered. Crash! The sound of ceramics breaking rang out, and then Yangzi saw Zhang's mom poking her head out. Their eyes met. Yangzi felt a bit awkward and scratched his head with a chuckle. Mom, do you believe me if I said it wasn't on purpose? Zhang's mom nodded. Without saying anything, she retracted her head. Just as Zhang Yang was celebrating his escape, Zhang's dad burst out with a belt in his hand. You little brat. You're so old and you still play with firecrackers like a kid. You played with them, and you even threw it into the water vat. If I don't give you a beating today, I'm no Zhang. Ah. Yangzi took off running. Dad, it wasn't my idea. It was Brother Du's idea. He's the one who said we should throw it into the water vat. You brat, you still dare to talk nonsense. Someone as polite and honest as Xiao Hung wouldn't say such a thing. Damn it, it's true. And you dare to curse. A few minutes later, Zhang Yang rubbed his butt and looked at Du Hong with a frustrated expression. Brother Du, why didn't you help me plead my case? What are you talking about? It's not that I didn't want to. Then why? Would you believe me if I said I just wanted to see how your dad usually beat you? Forget it. You better not say anything. Yangzi, on the verge of tears, ran to Hu Ling to complain, only to be met with the latter's eye roll. Du Hong, who had been feeling a bit down, was now in a great mood. Just then, a new message popped up in their dorm chat. It was from Hanlei. Hanlei, the final exam scores are out. Wang Chong, so fast? Huh, really? I passed all of them, ha. Calculus 61. Physics 62. 60 points for life. Seeing their conversation, Du Hong logged into the academic system to check his scores. Not bad. He passed everything, and his scores weren't low. His major courses were 98, calculus was 90, and physics was 100. Basically, everything was excellent and above 90, but his English score was only 70. Although he didn't know why he had passed, so Du Hong didn't bother to dwell on it. Actually, the reason was simple. It was because he was always showing off his affection with Hui Yuxuan during class, and the teacher didn't give him any participation points. The 70 points were his full scores on the exam. Participation points and exam scores at a 3:7 ratio. Chapter 190. A dazzling transcript. Wang Chong, lazy, how did you do? Hanlei, not bad. Wang Chong, what do you mean by not bad? Hanlei didn't type. He just took a screenshot and sent it to the group. A few seconds later, Wang Chong, holy crap, you're so strong. All above 80? Calculus 99? A major course of 90. Good job, lazy. You have a good chance of getting into graduate school. Hanlei, it's okay. Despite saying that, Hanlei was very happy, especially after seeing Wang Chong's score. It had greatly satisfied his ego. Wang Chong, I wonder how Du-gu and Yangzi did. Neither of them is saying anything. Hanlei. At Du-hung at Zhangyang. Seeing that they were mentioned, Du-hung hesitated for a moment before replying with a smile. Not bad, we all passed. Zhangyang. Huh? Exam scores are out? Let me check, hold on. 1 minute later. Zhangyang. Damn it. I failed one subject. Wang Chong. Which one? Hanlei. Calculus? Physics? It's definitely not a major course, right? Zhangyang. English. It's weird. I only got 56? How is that possible? Du-hong. I only got 70 as well. Zhangyang. Impossible, right? Why are our scores so low? I didn't think the exam was that difficult. Wang Chong. Maybe you too didn't get participation points. Zhangyang. But why not? We handed in the assignments and were present at every roll call. Hanlei. If I remember correctly, your English class is the same one as your girlfriend's, right? Zhangyang. Yeah. Hanlei. If I'm not mistaken, during class, Du-gu sits with his girlfriend, and you sit with yours, right? Zhangyang. Is that not obvious? Hanlei. That's right. You were showing off your love during class, and the teacher didn't like it, so they gave you 0 participation points. Zhangyang. Damn it. That's so unfair. Wang Chong. It's okay. There's a makeup exam at the start of the semester, as long as you get 60 points. Zhangyang. That's good. Wang Chong. How are your other subjects? Post them and let us see. My scores are a bit dangerous, but it's fine since I passed. I'm not applying to graduate school anyway. Zhangyang posted a screenshot to the group. Wang Chong. Not bad, about the same as me. Zhangyang. If the teacher hadn't screwed me over with English, I would have passed everything. This English teacher is an idiot. I'm never taking his class again. Hanlei was satisfied after seeing Zhangyang's scores. It was exactly like this. The scores needed to be lower than his. He was always going to the library and the self-study room. If his grades weren't the best in the dorm, then who could he complain to? Now, only Du-hung hadn't sent his scores. Hanlei. Du-gu. How about posting a screenshot of your transcript? Let us mortals admire the glory of a master. Wang Chong. Du-gu is probably about the same level as me and Yangzi. Du-hong. Let's just forget about it. There's nothing to look at. Hanlei. Just post it, Du-gu. Don't be embarrassed. Wang Chong. Yeah, Du-gu, post it. After a moment of hesitation, Du-hong casually took a screenshot and sent it to the group. Then, the group went silent. For a moment, Du-hong thought he had lost internet, but he checked several times and the signal was 5G, and other groups were still receiving messages, so he knew it wasn't a problem with his internet. Damn it. That's ridiculous. Hanlei didn't send any messages. He was a bit discouraged. Why wasn't his the transcript that was so dazzling? Although the English score was only 70. Wait, 70? Damn it. Full score on the English exam? Even the essay was perfect? I'm impressed. Okay, he was convinced. There was nothing to say. Thinking about it, it was only natural. Someone as wealthy as Du-hong was able to get into a university like Jincheng University. He must have some real talent. He had gotten in on his own merit, not with money. I already said there was nothing to look at. Wang Chong. Hey, have you guys collected the Fu cards yet? I'm still missing a dedicated Fu card. Anyone has one they can give me? Unable to let the conversation continue, since they couldn't bear the blatant showing off, Wang Chong took the lead to change the topic. Zhangyang. Huh? What? The Fu collection started? I'm going to start scanning now. Wait for me. Hanlei. Seriously? Are you that short on money? Is it worth wasting the data and time to earn 2 yuan? Or even less? For real? Zhangyang. That's not the point. Why wouldn't I take money for free? Don't look at me like I'm just one person. But if millions of me act the same, that's 5 billion. Wang Chong. And if more people think that way, then we'll get more. Hanlei. I can't compete with that. Goodbye. I'm going to scan for Fu cards now. Du-hung didn't say anything. He had already opened the camera and was scanning the character Fu on the Zhang family's door. First card, dedicated Fu. Second card, dedicated Fu. Third card, Almighty Fu. Fourth card, Harmonious Fu. Ant Forest, Patriotic Fu. A few minutes later, he looked at the Fu cards he had already collected and couldn't help but find it amusing. Were they so eager to give him money? But he really didn't care about those few yuan. Just then, Wei Yuxuan sent him a screenshot. She had also collected all the cards. Ahing, am I amazing? I collected them all on the first day. Du Hong touched his nose and sent a screenshot back. Me too. Wow, Ahing is amazing too. Hee, we're both so lucky. They're all missing several cards. How about we treat ourselves to a cup of milk tea to celebrate? I'm in the countryside. There aren't any milk tea shops here. Plus, this red envelope is only 2 yuan, right? Not even enough for a cup of milk tea. A bit embarrassed, he had forgotten about that. Then I'll make it up to you when you get back. Okay. Oh, Ahing, the scores are out. Have you checked? Du Hong directly sent a screenshot of his transcript. Wow, Ahing, you're amazing. What about you? A screenshot was sent. After looking at it, Du Hong was completely stunned. All full marks. Huh, that's not right. Why were they all full marks? Looking at the English section, it was 100 points. For some reason, Du Hong felt a bit defeated. Although this 100 points wasn't harmful, it was extremely humiliating. What did it mean? It meant that the English teacher didn't treat them equally. Huo Yuxuan's participation score was perfect, and his was 0. I didn't know Yuxuan was such a nerd. Didn't I tell you? No. So you know now? I know now. I'll have to teach you a lesson when we get back. How dare you not tell your fiancé things? Ahing. Yeah. I miss you. Just those 4 simple words caused Du Heng's heart to tremble. His fingers hesitated on the screen for a long time before he finally typed a few words in reply. Me too. It's okay. We'll see each other tomorrow night. I'm going back to Jincheng tomorrow night. See you tomorrow? Yeah. See you tomorrow? Chapter 191. It's normal for rich people to have several girlfriends. What? You failed a course? The moment Zhang Yang announced he'd failed English, his father's eyes widened, his tone stern. Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively. Dad, don't get worked up. It's because the teacher didn't give me any participation points. Otherwise, I'd definitely have passed. There's a makeup exam at the start of the semester, and I only need 60 points to pass, so it won't affect my credits. Zhang's father was about to nag, as 60 was a pretty low score, but then he remembered Zhang Yang's current achievements and the fact that he had said that as long as he didn't fail, his postgraduate recommendation would be secure. Besides, he seemed like he didn't need a postgraduate recommendation right now. If it wasn't for the sake of having a decent education on paper, he wouldn't even need a degree. All right, Xiangzi is already very successful. Why don't you say a bit less? Lingling and Xiaoheng are here. Save some face for your son, Zhang's mother interjected, giving her husband a way out. The latter nodded, not saying another word. Du Hong caught a fragrant scent wafting from the rice cooker. He leaned in for a sniff and almost drooled. Zhang's mother laughed at Du Heng's actions. Smells good, doesn't it? Yes, Auntie. What is it? Homemade sausage. If you like it, take some home with you when you go back for your parents to try. Du Hong smiled and nodded. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Oh, you're too kind. You're Yangzi's roommate and have helped him so much. If it weren't for you, he'd probably be addicted to games all day. Truth be told, he was also currently addicted to games. However, he certainly wouldn't admit it in front of Zhang Yang's parents. Zhang's mother ladled a bowl of freshly stewed chicken soup for him, complete with 2 eggs. After taking a sip, he smacked his lips. While it wasn't as delicious as Aunt Shue's chicken soup, it had its own unique flavor. That evening, Du Hong ate 3 bowls of rice. Although the farm-style food wasn't particularly exquisite, it surprisingly suited his appetite. After dinner, he also drank 2 bowls of chicken soup, leaving him as full as Zhang Yang and unable to stand. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he lowered his head pretending to play on his phone. It was too shameful, visiting someone's home and eating as if he hadn't eaten in ages, downing 3 bowls of rice and 4 bowls of chicken soup. It was, after all, free-range chicken from the countryside. The soup was topped with a layer of yellow oil and sprinkled with some chopped scallions, making it incredibly fragrant. Feeling bored, Du Hong looked around at the walls. On the wall near the kitchen, he noticed a whole section covered with certificates. He rubbed his stomach and stood up, going over to take a closer look. There were certificates for being a good student, outstanding young pioneer, excellent student, and even an outstanding class cadre. Some of these certificates were Zhang Yang's, but the majority belonged to his older sister, Zhang Yunyun. Though the wall was packed with them, considering the names on the certificates, they didn't seem like anything extraordinary. It made sense. Nowadays, elementary schools wanted to avoid discouraging students, so nearly every student received all sorts of certificates for various reasons, to go home with some cheer for the new year. After looking for a while, he lost interest and returned to his seat. He looked at Zhang Yang, who was still groaning and rubbing his stomach, and asked, "Where am I sleeping tonight?" "There's a room upstairs, but it might not have any sheets or bedding. I'll ask my mom. Wait a minute." 10 minutes later, having washed his face and soaked his feet in hot water, he climbed into bed. Leaning against the headboard, he looked. Around the small room, there were a few bags of rice stacked in the corner, and if you sniffed carefully, there was a faint musty odor. Zhang Yang's parents were not only teachers but also farmers, although they didn't seem to grow much. They mainly grew rice for their family's meals. After playing on his phone for a while and exchanging goodnight messages with Wu Yuxuan, he lay down to sleep. A day in the countryside always seemed exceptionally long. When he woke up the next morning, the sun was just starting to shine into the room. He glanced at the time. It was already 7 a.m. He hadn't slept well the night before. The bed was a little hard, and the blanket felt slightly damp. Though it wasn't cold, sleeping was uncomfortable. However, it had been raining and snowing for the past few days, so dampness was normal. His blanket was considered good, while Zhang's parents' blankets felt like you could wring out water. He didn't know how they managed to sleep. When he came downstairs, he found that Zhang Yang was already up. He was sitting in the doorway, basking in the sun, chatting with a few people who seemed to be his neighbors. "Haha, no, I'm just a freeloader. The bins belongs to Lingling. She's the rich one. I'm just benefiting from her," Zhang Yang said. "Then isn't that even more impressive? You managed to chase after such a rich girl and bring her home. Impressive, Yangzi." Zhang Yang scratched his head, chuckling. It's all right. Did you also drive that armored car in the doorway back here?" "You mean this one?" "This car belongs to Brother Du. He's here visiting for a couple of days. He's still sleeping upstairs." "Is this car expensive? It doesn't look like anything cheap. How does it compare to your bins?" Zhang Yang waved his hand, laughing. "It can't compare. This car costs enough to buy dozens of my cars. There aren't many like this in the entire country." "Oh, really? That powerful? So, the person visiting your home is a rich man?" "Yes, Brother Du's family is super rich." "Amazing. You found a wealthy girlfriend and made such a rich friend. Yangzi, if you become successful in the future, don't forget about us. I changed your diapers when you were a baby. I bought you candy when you were a kid. Does your friend have a girlfriend?" "I have a relative's daughter here who's pretty and gentle, a good girl to settle down with." "Show me a photo first." Zhang Yang scoffed, remembering she said this before. "Hey, Brother Du has a girlfriend, and she's very pretty, so you don't need to find him one." "Oh, if he's so rich, what's wrong with having more than one girlfriend? Even after getting married, he can still keep some outside." The atmosphere instantly froze. This topic was definitely not safe to continue. Sucking up to rich people was fine, but selling their relatives' daughters to them to become mistresses, concubines, and so on was too inappropriate. Just then, Du Heng came over, looking at Zhang Yang sitting on the bench, and asked, "Yangzi, do you have a new toothbrush and towel?" "Yes, Brother Du, I've prepared them for you. You can find them inside." "Okay." Du Heng nodded and turned to leave. He saw a woman looking at him strangely, like a madam greeting a client. Her eyes were full of money. "Is that your friend?" "Yeah." "Is he tall and handsome?" "Yangzi, I also have a niece here. She's very pretty. Do you want to introduce her to your friend?" "I have a relative's daughter here too. She's a car model and has a great figure." "Wait, didn't I say Brother Du has a girlfriend already?" "Oh, it's normal for rich people to have a few girlfriends." Chapter 192. Her boyfriend is someone you can't afford to offend. It took all of Yangzi's persuasion to dissuade the enthusiastic neighbors from trying to set Du Heng up. At the same time, he secretly resolved never to mention that Du Heng was rich again. After washing up, Du Heng took a bowl of egg fried rice with 2 fried eggs and a stool, and sat down in a sunny spot to enjoy a tasty meal with Zhang's mom's homemade fermented tofu. The morning sun was warm, making him feel lazy. The awkward chatter at the doorway continued, but Du Heng had no intention of joining. He sat alone, enjoying the morning sunshine. Life in the countryside was slow, especially during the winter. Besides the 3 daily meals, it seemed that all there was to do was play cards and chat. This kind of life was comfortable, but it would become boring after a long period. That's how Du Hong felt after breakfast. Besides basking in the sun, it seemed like there was nothing else to do. After thinking for a few seconds, he decided that he would return to Jinxing in the afternoon. He told Zhang Yang his plan, and the latter didn't try to make him stay. So, after lunch and a short rest, he drove away from Zhang's house heading towards Jinxing. Since it was sunny and he was driving back to the city, there were very few cars on the road, but it was really cold outside. It wasn't cold when it snowed, but it was freezing when it melted. Basking in the sun felt warm, but opening the car windows, the wind made his face hurt. He reached Jinxing at 5 o'clock. Du Hong didn't go straight to Vank. He wanted to buy some things to take back. Let's rewind back to the morning. Yuxuan, what are you doing? Why are you so distracted? Are you missing your boyfriend? Or should I say, your fiancé? Hui Yuxuan's pretty face blushed slightly. She hesitated before softly nodding. I wonder if Aheng has gone back yet. Tisk, TSK. You are hopeless, you know? Sigh. If Gaojun could be as successful as your boyfriend, how great would it be? Isn't brother-in-law pretty good too? His family is wealthy, and he treats you well, otherwise, why would you marry him? The bride, whose hair was being styled by the makeup artist, rolled her eyes. Gaojun's family is wealthy, but he's not the only son. He has 2 younger brothers. If he didn't treat me well, I wouldn't have married him. Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth and giggled. Her stunning face in the mirror made the bride quite envious. Yuxuan, your skin is so good, and you're so pretty. If only my eyes could be as big as yours, and my eyelashes as long. You're very beautiful too, sister. You're so good at talking. All right, Gaojun should be here soon. You should stay away from the door and avoid getting bumped into. Okay. As they say, speak of the devil. The groom arrived with 2 groomsmen and several other people. With great effort, they managed to open the door. The smiling groom and groomsmen entered the room. They found the red shoes and helped the bride put them on. After offering tea and changing the title of a dress, the groom carried the bride out of the door. Both of the groomsmen noticed Hui Yuxuan, their eyes occasionally wandering toward her. There was no helping it, just standing there. Hui Yuxuan was the most captivating. Even though she was wearing a down jacket, it didn't detract from her tall figure and her stunning face. Brother, look, that woman is so beautiful. I see. Later, let's sit in the same car and see if we can strike up a conversation. Okay. Hui Yuxuan sat in the back seat of one of the middle cars of the wedding convoy. The 2 groomsmen smiled and nodded, also sitting down. The older brother sat in the passenger seat, while the younger one sat in the back. The groomsmen were the bride's younger brothers. The older brother already had a girlfriend, while the younger one was about the same age as Hui Yuxuan. So, the older brother gave his younger brother the opportunity. As the convoy started moving, Hui Yuxuan glanced outside before focusing on her phone. Du Hong sent her a photo of himself basking in the sun. In the photo, Du Hong was lounging lazily with his eyes half closed, a relaxed expression on his face. It made her smile gently. The young man next to her had a strong cologne scent. His hair was slicked back, making him look even more energetic than the groom. Hui Yuxuan, looking at her photo, felt a slight nudge on her arm. She turned to look at the young man next to her. He smiled. Hi, let me introduce myself. I'm Gao Fei, the groom's younger brother. Hui Yuxuan frowned slightly. She knew what he was after without having to guess. It wasn't that she disliked him in particular, but the smell of his cologne was already overwhelming. She nodded slightly and hummed before lifting her phone. Sorry, I'm looking at a photo that my boyfriend sent me. The young man was dumbfounded. The older brother in the front seat was helpless, shrugging. However, the younger brother was clearly not ready to give up. It was just a boyfriend. Couldn't she just dump him? He had enough confidence in himself. Actually, he was chasing another girl, but she was constantly leading him on without accepting him. Now, seeing that Hui Yuxuan was 1,000, 10,000 times better than that girl, he instantly changed his mind. His family was rich, and he was always self-centered, thinking that everyone should let him get his way. Actually, they wanted to hold today's wedding in the city, but my sister-in-law's family insisted on holding it here in the countryside. It's such a hassle. We even have to take people from here to the city. Otherwise, You guys would have been staying in a nice hotel last night. Hui Yuxuan didn't know what he was trying to say. She frowned slightly, nodded, and didn't say a thing. The younger brother just became more enthusiastic. Let me tell you, they were looking for a better convoy for today's wedding. My family has money, but my dad said that since my sister-in-law's family wanted to do it in the countryside, we wouldn't spend that much on the wedding convoy. Hui Yuxuan wanted to laugh. Was he telling her that his family was rich, or trying to say that his dad was stingy? I can take you to the mall later after the banquet. Hui Yuxuan raised her head and tucked her stray hair behind her ear. She shook her head, smiling. Sorry, my high-speed train back to Jinqing is tonight. I want to rest well this afternoon. The younger brother wanted to say something, but Hui Yuxuan had already lost her patience. Her voice turned cold. I'm very tired. I need to rest. Having finished speaking, she leaned back in her seat, closing her eyes, leaving the younger brother dumbfounded. After a moment of consideration, the younger brother sent a message to the groom. Bro, ask sis-in-law for me. Who's the tall and pretty girl in the wedding convoy? Gao Jun looked at the message on his phone. After hesitating, he looked at the bride. My brother said there's a tall and pretty girl in the back. He wants me to ask who she is. The bride rolled her eyes and said, What for? I'm warning you. You better tell your troublemaking brother not to provoke Yuxuan. Her boyfriend's background is terrifying. Anyone who messes with him will be sorry. Is it that exaggerated? What background does he have? The bride said, His grandfather is a top-level regional official. Do you understand? A top-level regional official? A provincial governor. That's that powerful? Of course, and that's not all. Her boyfriend is also a super-rich second generation. Unlike you, he's the only son, born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Super rich? How rich? You wouldn't be able to afford a single car of his. Not that bad. What car does he drive? A Knight 15. He used to drive a Lamborghini. The lead car he used during their engagement was a Rolls-Royce Phantom that was over 9 meters long. You wouldn't be able to afford any one of those. A Lamborghini. I could afford that. Chapter 193. Reserved seats on the high-speed train. The younger brother's expression became comical. He had thought about showing off to win the beautiful woman's heart, but it backfired. Instead, he was scared by the woman's boyfriend. Leaving aside how much money he had, just having a governor grandfather was frightening enough. Hui Yuxuan was content to enjoy the peace and quiet. It was great that no one was bothering her. Time passed quickly. That night, Du Heng video called Hui Yuxuan at Vank. The latter was just getting on the high-speed train. While video calling Du Heng, she was looking for her carriage and seat. Be careful by yourself on the train. Isn't it because I wanted to see you that I'm here? Otherwise, I could have taken the car with my parents. Du Heng chuckled awkwardly. Hui Yuxuan hadn't found her seat yet. She was walking forward with her white bag. You could see that the seats on either side were full. She glanced at the time. It was already 8 p.m. The fact that the high-speed train was packed at this hour showed the pressure of the Spring Festival travel rush. There are so many people. It's full. Why didn't you buy a business class ticket? There are fewer people in business class, and it isn't so noisy. Hui Yuxuan shook her head and smiled. I wanted to save money. Second-class seats are okay too. I want to save up, so that when a Heng needs money someday, I can give you money. Du Heng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If I don't have money, won't I just ask my parents? We all need to be independent. That's true, but my family only has me. If I don't inherit the family business, am I supposed to give it to someone else? Hui Yuxuan rolled her eyes. Well, I also want to save up for our kids to buy toys and clothes in the future. Tisk, tisk. Du Heng's lips curled up as he chuckled. Kids. He deliberately emphasized the S, making Hui Yuxuan roll her eyes again. I found my seat, but it looks like someone's taken it. Tell them it's your seat, and let them go back to their own seats. Okay. Hui Yuxuan's camera was facing her, so Du Heng couldn't see who had taken her seat. Hello, ma'am. This is my seat. Can you please go back to your own seat? You say it's yours, so it's yours? Does it have your name on it? As soon as she said that, Hui Yuxuan knew she had encountered a seat hogger. She frowned slightly. Ma'am, this is my ticket. This is my seat. The middle-aged woman was wearing a red padded jacket, holding a black bag, and a big gold bracelet on her neck. She didn't seem like she was short of money. The woman squinted at Hui Yuxuan, glanced at the ticket in her hand and sighed. Kids these days don't even know the most basic respect for elders. I'm so old. I've been standing for so long, and I just sat down for a rest, and you're already trying to make me get up. Sigh. Hui Yuxuan frowned tightly, crumpling her ticket in her hand. She glanced at the others in the carriage. They all looked as if it was none of their business, which made her feel a little disheartened. Ma'am, I waited for hours for this train, and I'm very tired too. Please move, or I'll call a conductor. The woman's expression changed instantly. She glared at Hui Yuxuan menacingly. Look at you, young lady. You look quite pretty. Why aren't you looking for a rich guy to hang on to? Why are you here trying to snatch seats from the likes of us? What do you mean? You're dressed so cleanly. Who knows if you're already dirty and stinky? Hui Yuxuan's face flushed with anger. She had never suffered such an injustice before. Her eyes instantly turned red. She thought she had politely asked the woman to move, but instead, the woman not only refused to move but also said such nasty things. Du Heng's face on the other side of the video had turned ashen. Yuxuan, turn the camera around. Let me see what kind of person is so disgusting. Hui Yuxuan pursed her lips and nodded, turning the camera around. Du Heng saw the woman and sneered. I didn't expect someone who looks like a person to do things like an animal. So disgusting. What did you say? What I said is for your own good. I've already called the police. If you don't move, security will take you away soon. You dare, the woman panicked. Let me tell you, my son is the deputy secretary's secretary. The deputy secretary's secretary? Du Heng found it familiar. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, remembering something from the past. Is your son called Chang Yaowen? You know my son? Of course, I'm the one who put him in there. I never thought that I would meet his mom. I also never thought that his mom would be this disgusting. You. The woman finally started to panic. After her son went in, he had written her letters saying that he had provoked someone important, so important that the mayor had to smile before him. Her hands and feet were ice cold. She quickly stood up and clasped her hands together begging, I'm leaving. Please be merciful and forgive an old lady like me. Du Heng raised an eyebrow. Forgive you? Don't you remember the crap you were spewing earlier? The woman in front of you is my fiancé. I am the rich guy you said she hooked onto and turned dirty. Ah. The woman was so scared that her legs gave way, and she immediately knelt on the floor and started kowtowing in apology, confusing everyone in the carriage. How could someone who was so arrogant and nasty just now turn so cowardly all of a sudden? Ahang, it's fine. She just needs to give up her seat. You're not angry? It's certainly infuriating, but when a dog bites a person can't bite the dog back, right? That's true. Their conversation was extremely sarcastic, but the woman didn't dare to complain. After kowtowing several times, Hui Yuxuan chased her away. Although the people in the carriage didn't know what was going on, they could tell from the sudden change of events that this beauty must have an incredible amount of power behind her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to make the woman so scared without calling security. Hui Yuxuan rubbed her sore eyes. She had been looking at her phone at the train station all afternoon and almost cried just now, making her eyes very uncomfortable. It made Du Heng feel sorry for her. Silly girl, next time just buy a business class ticket, and you won't have to deal with this crap. Hui Yuxuan nodded, feeling a little wronged. But I just wanted to save some money for the future. You just need to be beautiful. I'll make the money. No, my dad will make the money, and we'll just be responsible for spending it. Hui Yuxuan was amused by Du Heng. She rubbed her eyes again and said, I'm not going to talk to you. I want to sleep for a while. I'm so tired. I got up too early this morning and haven't rested since then. All right, you go get some rest. Okay. After ending the video call, Du Heng didn't continue enjoying the home theater. He put on his clothes, picked up his car keys and phone, and went out. He was going to the train station to pick up Hui Yuxuan. Chapter 194. Beautiful lady. Where to? Let me give you a ride? Big sister, you're so pretty. A little girl with pigtails sitting in the seat next to her, smiling with two cute dimples, but missing two front teeth that made her speech slightly slurred, looked at Hui Yuxuan and spoke. Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly. Little sister, you're very cute too. She opened her bag and took out a golden monkey candy and handed it over. The little girl happily took it, unwrapped it, and popped it directly into her mouth. She was a different character than the little girl she met at the zoo earlier, but they were both cheerful. Her parents smiled apologetically at Hui Yuxuan. Sorry for the trouble. It's nothing. She's very cute. The little girl's mother touched her head and smiled at Hui Yuxuan. Where are you heading to? Jinqing. We are too. We couldn't help you earlier. That woman has already made another girl cry. Hui Yuxuan nodded, not saying much. She thought that she had hoped someone would come out to help her, but no one did. Maybe the fact that the other girl gave up made them think that they couldn't help anyway. But it's impressive how your boyfriend was able to scare that woman. Hui Yuxuan smiled gently, still not saying anything. It seemed like there was nothing worth saying. It's like you're getting rid of bad people. That kind of seat hogger deserves to be punished. That's right. It's fine if someone sits in a vacant seat for a bit. But if the actual passenger is there and they still refuse to move and say such terrible things, that's really a low-quality person. For a moment, everyone was fired up, speaking as if they would have done something earlier. But really, it was hard to blame them. No one knew what kind of background the woman had. It wasn't worth it to offend an uncertain factor for someone they didn't know. Of course, there might have been some people who were genuinely kind and willing to speak up, but they were a minority. The journey continued in such an unpleasant way, and eventually Hui Yuxuan just put on her headphones, closed her eyes to get some peace and quiet. It was already 10 o'clock when they arrived at Jinqing train station. When she got off the high-speed train, the cold wind made her shrink her neck. She put on her hat and scarf, put her hands in her pockets, and followed the crowd towards the exit. When she got outside, not knowing why, she didn't go to the taxi pickup point on the basement level, but came to the side of the road outside the station. Almost at the moment she took out her phone, a gray Porsche pulled over with its hazard lights flashing. The window rolled down, and the man of her dreams rested his arm on the window, teasingly saying, "Beautiful lady, where are you going? Let me give you a ride?" Hui Yuxuan's slightly flushed face blossomed into a flower-like smile. "I want to go into my boyfriend's arms. Can you take me there?" Du Heng grinned, opened the car door, picked up Hui Yuxuan and spun her around before putting her down. He didn't say anything, instead, giving her a deep kiss. He didn't let go until the cars behind them started honking, hurrying him up, by which point Hui Yuxuan was almost out of breath. "Let's go. Get in the car. Let's go home." Imogen. At this moment, the unpleasant feelings from earlier on the high-speed train vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the sweetness that Du Heng brought to her. The car had turned on its air conditioning. Hui Yuxuan took off her hat and scarf and threw them on the back seat. Her gentle eyes were fixed on Du Heng's profile, her lips curling into a smile that seemed a little bit infatuated. "I knew a Heng would come to pick me up." Smelling the faint fragrance inside the car, Du Heng knew it was Hui Yuxuan's scent. He turned on his left indicator, merging into the traffic and laughing. "Did you guess what would happen after we got home?" Hui Yuxuan's face flushed as she lowered her head and nodded softly. She hummed gently, making Du Heng wish that he could find a place to pull over and do the deed. The thought flashed through his mind, but Du Heng didn't stop. The night was still long. He could take a hot shower when they got back, turn on the air conditioning, maybe get some red wine to set the mood. That would be the most beautiful. And most importantly, after that he could go straight to sleep. Perfect. By the way, I bought a projector and a pair of speakers, and set up a home theater and a home karaoke in the house. Doesn't the house already have a 75-inch TV? You can sing on that too. You would just need to buy a set of microphones. Du Heng shook his head. Life needs a sense of occasion. That big TV is in the living room. I always felt that our bedroom was missing a TV. This projector is very good, and as for the speakers, they are just to make the sound more immersive. Hui Yuxuan nodded, smiling. A Heng is in charge. I don't have any objections. Also, a Heng. My parents want us to go to their house for dinner the day after tomorrow. They'll be back tomorrow. Of course, what would I object to about going to my future father-in-law's house for dinner? Hui Yuxuan rolled her eyes. They said they were going to bring some local specialties back, but the local specialty there is just wild chicken from the mountains. I can't take that with me. It doesn't matter. Now there is no such thing as a local specialty. You can buy everything now. But I wanted to bring a gift for a Heng. You are the best gift. Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly, looking out the window. The snow on the road has almost melted. Yeah, we can fly to Haching now in my plane. Do you want to go? Isn't your amusement park already doing an ice and snow castle? We don't need to go to Haching anymore. That's right. After we eat at your house the day after tomorrow, let's go to the amusement park in the evening. The ice and snow castle only opens in the evening. Hui Yuxuan hesitated for a moment before nodding. Okay, let's invite our auntie and uncle as well. Sure, I'll call them and ask if they want to come. Half an hour later, the Porsche 911 arrived at Vank, parking in a private space in the underground garage. Oh right, Du Hong had bought several parking spaces to make things easier. They were all connected to each other, so he could park underground on rainy and snowy days and park upstairs at other times. It was convenient. In the bathroom heater was turned on, and in the rising steam, two blurry shadows were intertwined, expressing the deep longing of the past 2 days. Red wine swirled in a clear glass. After showering and going back to bed, they continued to express their longing for each other until the late hours of the night. There was nothing to talk about that night. The next morning, at 8 a.m., Hui Yuxuan was woken up by the vibration of her phone. She glanced at Du Hong, who was sleeping with his back to her, and picked up her phone. She realized that it was a message from Hu Ling. Yuxuan, help me? What's wrong? Hu Ling told Hui Yuxuan about Zhang's father asking Zhang Yang to say that the Benz was driven by her. The latter found it a bit amusing. And then his family came to visit today, and they are all asking me a million questions. I don't know how to answer, and the worst thing is that I don't know what the family of rich people is like. Chapter 195, Lolita Outfit. But I don't know either. How could you not know? Isn't your family also very rich? But my parents have always been thrifty. My dad doesn't even drive a Benz, let alone me. Oh, well, you have a Porsche now. Just tell me, what do rich girls do every day? Hui Yuxuan was somewhat amused, hesitating for a moment before answering. There's nothing particularly special. If I had to say, I think most girls from rich families spend a lot of time thinking about how to make themselves more popular. Ugh, forget it. Asking you is useless. I'll just make something up myself. Okay, good luck. Is Du Hong next to you now? Yes. Tisk, TSK. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder. How is it? Hui Yuxuan didn't know how to answer that question. Luckily, Hu Ling had some tact and didn't push it further. Are you planning to stay at Zhang Yang's family for the new year this year? How are his parents? They're really nice. Du Hong has been there. You can ask him about it. Okay, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. There are several kids from his family's relatives that keep surrounding me. It's giving me a headache. Hui Yuxuan found it amusing. That's how it is during the new year. The New Year's greetings haven't even started yet. That's when it will really get lively, with even more kids. Oh my God, I can't even imagine it. I just want to find a corner to hide in. These kids are too noisy. Okay, I'll let you go find a corner then. Okay, bye. Putting her phone down, she shook her head gently. When she turned back, she found that Du Hong was smiling at her. You're awake? Du Hong smiled and gently pinched her nose. I've been awake for a while. Didn't want to disturb you since you were chatting so intently. Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly, turned around to hug Du Hong and whispered, I'm so happy. What's wrong? Because you're right next to me when I wake up. Du Hong's lips curled up as he hugged her gently, smelling the fragrance of her hair. It made him feel that the entire day would be wonderful. I'm happy too. After cuddling for a while, Hui Yuxuan went out of the bedroom wearing thick pajamas. She was going to make a loving breakfast for Du Hong. Du Hong leaned against the headboard, looking outside through the crack in the door. He could hear the sound of the gas stove being lit in the kitchen, and soon the sound of hissing came. Stretching. Since he was awake and Hui Yuxuan was already up preparing breakfast, he had no reason to stay in bed. He put on the thick pajamas that Hui Yuxuan had bought for him. Although they were a bit bulky, they were really warm. He put on his slippers, turned off the air conditioning in the bedroom, and went to the living room. The underfloor heating had already been turned on, and it was fine to walk barefoot. On the floor, a robot vacuum was working diligently. Du Hong stepped over it and went into the bathroom to brush his teeth. When he came out, Hui Yuxuan had already made breakfast and was waiting for him to eat. Breakfast was simple: fried eggs, a cup of hot milk, and 2 slices of bread. Du Hong was slightly taken aback after looking at it. So, all Hui Yuxuan did was fry 2 eggs and make 2 cups of hot milk. Hui Yuxuan giggled. There was no time to make porridge, so let's just drink milk. Du Hong nodded with a smile. It's okay. It's the same. After breakfast, the two changed clothes and went out. Since they were going to Hui Yuxuan's home for dinner tomorrow, they couldn't go empty-handed, so they needed to prepare something. Will there be any relatives at your home tomorrow? Hui Yuxuan shook her head. I don't know. Should I call and ask? Du Heng waved his hand. It's fine. It would seem too deliberate if you called to ask. Let's just prepare a few extra portions. Okay, I'll listen to a Heng. They didn't drive the Porsche 911 because this car wasn't suitable for shopping, especially when buying a lot of things, as it couldn't fit everything. And so, the Night 15 set off. With the roar of the engine, it quickly left Vank and headed towards the nearest shopping mall. The shopping mall had a supermarket. After buying their things, they were naturally going to shop around for a bit. The next day, at the Waterside Garden, Building 9, Apartment 2802, it was very lively. Du Heng's guess was correct. Hui Yuxuan's family had indeed received relatives, 2 families to be exact. Her maternal uncle's family and her aunt's family were both present. Chen Zihao was curled up in the corner of the sofa, clutching his Huawei P50 Pro, playing online with some of his good friends from class. Bro, how? When is your brother-in-law coming? We've already lost several matches. We can't even get to the final circle. It's too miserable. Yeah. Xiao Hao, when is your brother-in-law arriving? Chen Zihao looked at the time. It was almost 10 a.m., but there was still no sign of Du Heng and Hui Yuxuan. He said helplessly, he should be here soon, right? My brother-in-law is a very punctual person. There must be a reason why he is so late. His guess was correct. Yesterday, Du Heng saw girls wearing Lolita-style clothes at the mall, so he also bought a set for Hui Yuxuan. That night, the latter had also obligingly styled her hair in pigtails, so the two had ended up going to sleep late and waking up late as well. They had woken up a little after 8 a.m., and on the way they got stuck in traffic. They had only just reached the entrance of the apartment complex now. Du Heng had dark circles under his eyes, and Hui Yuxuan wasn't much better. However, seeing the happy smile on her face, it was clear that she was very happy. Although her eyes felt dry, she was feeling very sweet inside. After registering, they entered the interior of the apartment complex. As it was a high-end complex, vehicles that didn't live there were, in principle, not allowed. Inside. If they did come inside, they were charged a fee, 5 yuan for 2 hours, and then an additional 5 yuan every hour after that, with a cap of 20 yuan. However, Du Heng didn't care about the money. Getting a ticket for parking on the side of the road would instantly be 200 yuan, and wouldn't it be nicer to use that 200 yuan to take Hui Yuxuan for a double pizza? The main problem was that if they parked outside, the car might get scratched or bumped, and they would not be able to find the culprit. That would be a hassle. If they parked inside the complex, it wouldn't happen. If there was a problem, they could just ask the management to show the surveillance footage. The management also wouldn't say anything. After all, they had already paid the money. Plus, it was such an expensive car, and anyone with a brain would let them view the security footage. They parked the car at the base of Building 9. They opened the trunk and took out several cases of mutai and some nutritional supplements. After closing the trunk, Du Heng and Hui Yuxuan quickly ran into the lobby on the first floor to wait for the elevator. It's so cold. The sky is cloudy again. I wonder if it's going to snow again. I checked the weather forecast. It's going to rain and snow for the next few days. Du Heng put down what he was carrying and pressed the elevator button before smiling wryly. We're a bit late. Your parents won't say anything, will they? Hui Yuxuan shook her head with a smile. They won't, but how are you going to explain those dark circles? Mine aren't that noticeable thanks to my makeup. Du Heng touched his dark circles and shrugged. I'll just tell the truth. You're my fiancé anyway. What do I have to be afraid of? Chapter 196. Chen Zihao's Little Plans. Knock, knock, knock. After gently knocking on the door, they rubbed their hands. It was cold, the cold wind in the corridor was chilly, and they were carrying things, so their hands were a little stiff. Even though it was a digital lock, like last time, Du Heng still didn't know where the doorbell was. So, he could only take the most foolish approach, knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked a little harder. After a few knocks, the door was opened. It was Hua's mother who had opened the door. She still had a scarf wrapped around her waist. Her eyes lit up after seeing Du Heng and Hui Yuxuan. Oh, you finally arrived. Your dad was just saying that he should call and ask. Hurry up and come in. Hurry. How did you bring so many things? Come on. I'll help you carry those. Come in. It's cold outside. She closed the door, cutting off the cold wind. Du Heng finally felt warm. He put the things on the living room table and glanced at the people inside. Some of them looked unfamiliar, and for a moment he didn't know what to call them. He scratched his head a bit awkwardly. The uncle's family didn't put on any airs. They stood up from the sofa and walked over. "Oh, Xiaoheng is here. I'm Yuxuan's maternal uncle." "Uncle." Du-hong greeted him with a smile, walked to the wall and picked up a case of wine and a case of nutritional supplements, handing them over. "A gift for you." "Oh, we're just here as guests. Why would you bring us a gift? You should give it to your father-in-law. He likes to drink more than me." Was father scoffed. "Take it if he gives it to you. This is Xiaoheng's goodwill." The uncle nodded and took it. Du-hong nodded towards Wu Nong and the cousin-in-law. He glanced at the child who could already walk. "He can walk now?" "He just learned. Not too steady yet." After nodding, he greeted his father and then looked at his aunt's family, and that's when he noticed Chen Zihao was winking at him. "Go to the sofa and rest for a while. Later, when the chicken soup is ready, I'll get you a bowl first to fill your stomach." Du-hong nodded, went to the sofa and sat down. Hua Yuxuan, her aunt, and Hua's mother went into the kitchen to get busy. "Brother-in-law, you've finally arrived. We've been waiting for you." Du-hong raised an eyebrow. "Waiting for me? What for?" "To take me flying." Chen Zihao showed his phone to Du-hong and laughed. "Our skill level is too bad. We were thinking of playing a few rounds of squads since we were on break, but we kept losing. We've lost all morning." Du-hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was treating him like his gaming crutch. "I uninstalled PUBG on my phone. You'll have to wait for it to download." "It's okay, we'll wait." "Oh yeah, brother-in-law. I finally finished assembling the Death Star that you sent me." Du-hong was confused. "Did it take you so long to assemble?" Chen Zihao nodded. "Yeah, there was nothing I could do about it. I had class during the day, and I had to do homework at night. I could only assemble it during my free time on weekends. If it wasn't for the winter break, I don't know when I would have finished it." Du-hong touched his nose. He seemed to have gotten him into trouble. He should have bought a simpler one. He opened the App Store and started downloading and installing PUBG. At this time, Chen Zihao showed his phone to Du-hong proudly. There, perfectly restored. It was worth spending so much energy. Du-hong nodded and gave a thumbs up in praise. "Amazing, you were able to assemble it." Chen Zihao grinned and scratched his head. Actually, my classmates also helped me." "That's great too." Suddenly, Chen Zihao leaned closer to Du-hong's ear and whispered, "Brother-in-law, your complexion looks really bad." Du-hong awkwardly wanted to hide under the sofa. He rubbed his temples and smiled. "I haven't been sleeping too well these past few days, of course. My complexion is going to look bad." Chen Zihao said "Oh," grinned, and nodded. He was smart enough to know the truth. "Brother-in-law, I'm planning to also fill out my college application for Jincheng University. Aren't your grades really good? Your sister said that your grades are good enough to go to the best universities." Chen Zihao waved his hand. "I don't want to go there. There are only super geniuses in there. I'm just good at using my brain. I can't compete with them when it comes to diligence." Du-hong shrugged. "It's up to you. Whether you'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, I think Headmaster Hua will welcome you to Jincheng University." "Hee. I'll be counting on my brother-in-law to look out for me then." "You've got a principal grandfather. You still need me to look out for you?" Du-hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "If you apply to Jincheng University, what about Sun Xiaonan?" "Sure." Chen Zihao turned his head to look at Chen's father, who was playing chess with his uncle, and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that he wasn't looking. "The main reason why I'm applying to Jincheng University is because Xiaonan's grades can only just barely allow her to apply to Jincheng University." "So, you two plan to meet at Jincheng University and start a deep, unforgettable love affair?" "Hee." Chen Zihao grinned and nodded. "Yes. Then I wish you good luck." "Okay, brother-in-law, PUBG is installed. Come on, take me flying." Du-hong glanced at his phone, nodded, picked it up and logged into the game, joining Chen Zihao's team. "Oh, here he is. Wow, brother-in-law has this outfit? I want it, but my parents won't give me any pocket money." "Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. Let's go. I want to win." "Let's leave Du-hong for now." In the kitchen, Hua Yuxuan kept yawning while helping out with the vegetables, making Hua's mother shake her head. "Young people need to have some restraint. Look at you. Your dark circles are so bad that even your foundation can't cover them anymore." Hua Yuxuan blushed and lowered her head, not daring to refute. Her aunt laughed. The chicken soup is ready. Go fill a bowl and take it to Xiaohong. He's clearly trying to keep himself awake. Otherwise, why would he be too lazy to say anything when he came in? Hui Yuxuan stuck out her tongue and stood up. After washing her hands, she filled a large bowl with the chicken soup that was floating with a golden layer of oil and placed it on the coffee table in front of Du Hong. The latter was on a rampage and didn't have time to drink it. When Hui Yuxuan returned to the kitchen, she was chased out again. We don't need your help in the kitchen. Go out and wait outside. You're going to be a rich wife in the future. You don't need to do this kind of work. Go chat with your dad. So, Hui Yuxuan went to sit next to his father and watched Qin's father and her uncle play chess together. Checkmate. You lost again, brother-in-law. Qin's father smiled and used his cannon to capture the uncle's general. He had won several matches in a row. I gave you 2 horses and you still can't beat me. Looking distressed, the uncle unscrewed the lid of his thermos and took a sip, shaking his head. I give up. I can't beat you. Brother-in-law, you do it. Teach him a lesson for me. His father didn't refuse. He had been watching his uncle lose and felt anxious for him, but a gentleman does not interfere. So he couldn't teach him how to play and could only feel anxious. The family was happy. Even Wu Nong and the cousin-in-law, who were watching the Super JoJo with their child, were touched. They looked at each other and smiled. Haha, chicken dinner. Chicken dinner. Brother-in-law is awesome. Chun Zaheo suddenly yelled excitedly, while Du Hong smiled and rubbed his hands. He stretched his stiff fingers, picked up the chicken soup that had just cooled on the coffee table, and drank it all at once. Again. Chapter 197. The uncle's family encounters problems again. It was really fun. It's so awesome to play with brother-in-law. We win every time. Landing with an M4 and an 8x scope on a 98K, we don't even have to run from the zone. Next round, let's jump to the research lab. I don't want to run anymore. I want to get a gun as soon as I land. Next round, my butt. It's time to eat. It's time to eat so soon? I don't feel like much time has passed. Log off. We can play again in the afternoon. He turned off the game, moved his fingers, rubbed his eyes. Carrying 3 noobs had really exhausted Du Hong. Staring at the screen for a long time had made his eyes very sore. He had drunk 2 bowls of chicken soup during that time and felt warm inside. He glanced at Qin's father and his father, who were still playing chess, stood up, stretched, and walked over. He stood behind Hui Yuxuan. The latter turned back and gave Du Hong a beautiful smile, leaning on Du Hong as if she was his little bird, making his father shake his head. She was just leaning on his arm, and now it had instantly lost its appeal. Lunch is ready. Hurry up and clear the table and bring the dishes up. I'll help. Du Hong said that and went into the kitchen to help carry the dishes, with Hui Yuxuan following closely behind. More than a dozen dishes were placed on the table, and the steam rose up. The whole family sat around the table. Since it was a round table, they didn't differentiate between the upper and lower seats. Chen Zaheo took his phone and took several pictures of the dishes, then grinned and posted an update. Chen's father poured a full glass of mutai for his father, then poured a glass for his uncle. He looked at Du Hong and asked, Xiaohong, do you want a little bit? Du Hong waved his hand. No thanks. I'm taking Yuxuan to the ice and snow castle in the afternoon. Oh yeah, you should also drink a little less. We can go to the ice and snow castle together. Ice and snow castle? Chen's father and his father looked at each other and then shook their heads. Forget it. You 2 young people can go and have fun. It won't be fun for us. It's better for us to play chess and cards at home. Yeah, you can just take Yuxuan. No need to worry about us. His mother said gently, and Chen's mother also nodded. Although Wu Nong and his cousin-in-law really wanted to go, at this time, it felt like it wasn't right to say that they wanted to go. I want to go. Chen Zaheo excitedly raised his hand. I'll play by myself. When you arrive, just leave me there. I won't bother you. As he said that, he winked at Du Hong. The latter nodded, understanding. Okay, Xiaohao can go with us. Okay. After saying that, Chun Zaheo lowered his head, pulled up the chat box with son Xiaonan and sent a message. Xiaonan, let's go out and play in the afternoon. But my maternal grandpa's family is here. Wouldn't it be bad if I went out? Are they your relatives? Yeah. Are they very close? So, there you go. You don't need to entertain them. Come and play. It's the ice and snow castle. Where would Jincheng have an ice and snow castle? My brother-in-law said there is one, so there must be one. The other side hesitated for a while before sending a message. Okay, let me know when you're going to leave in the afternoon. Okay, see you in the afternoon. His mother picked up a piece of braised pork for Du Hong and smiled. Eat more, your body needs to be healthy. You can't buy health with money. Du Hong nodded awkwardly, while Hui Yuxuan blushed and lowered her head, eating the food in her bowl. His father and Chen's father, as well as his uncle's family, were a little confused, while Chen Zihao was winking at Du Hong, his eyebrows dancing all over the place. His father shook his head, confused, and looked at his uncle. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Is sister-in-law's health all right?" The uncle nodded. "She can now eat normally, and we're relieved that she's being watched by a caregiver in the ward, but this cost." The uncle's face was a little pale. Clearly, the cost was very high and had already become a burden for him. His father and Chin's father looked at each other. They both knew that their families were probably going to have to help out again, but there was nothing they could do. The bond of family was something that they could neither escape nor shake off. It was obviously inappropriate to talk about this at the dinner table, but his father's personality made him like to care about these things. How is Xiaoneng's work going? He delivers food during the day and drives a taxi at night. He can earn over 10,000 a month. His income is pretty good. Good, work hard, and you will turn things around one day. Wu Ning nodded vigorously. I will, uncle-in-law. The conversation continued. Du Hong listened while he ate. The uncle's family gave him a good impression, so he wanted to help them. What kind of illness did aunt-in-law get? It was gallbladder stones at first. She had surgery to remove them, and half of her liver and gallbladder were removed. Since they were removed, why do you all seem so unhappy? Before the uncle could speak, his father said helplessly, because her condition worsened, now it's early-stage cancer. Cancer? Du Hong frowned. That's not a minor illness. What did the doctor say? The doctor said that she had just had surgery and her body hasn't recovered. Right now, it depends on whether she can recover by herself. After all, it's early-stage cancer and there's a chance of self-recovery. Is the hospitalization for observation purposes, or? That's one aspect, and on the other hand, your aunt-in-law can't eat anything now. She throws up as soon as she eats, and even if she's tube-fed, she will still vomit. Wouldn't her nutrition be lacking then? She can only receive nutrients intravenously. Du Hong nodded. Which hospital is aunt-in-law in? The provincial hospital. There are 6 patients in her ward, and she's always complaining to me that it's very noisy. There's even a patient who likes to play Douyin loudly, and no matter what the doctors say, it doesn't work. This was normal. After all, dealing with medical disputes wasn't easy, and it was difficult for doctors and nurses. In that case, this afternoon, get aunt-in-law a private room. It will be quieter and the caregivers will be more attentive. I hope that aunt-in-law will recover soon. He didn't mean to lend money to his uncle's family. Helping them get a private room was already as far as he could go. I will tell the doctor to pay more attention to aunt-in-law's condition, but I feel it's not good for aunt-in-law to be in the hospital by herself, so you should send someone to accompany her. The uncle smiled wryly. I also want to accompany her, but a day's hospitalization and medical expenses is several hundred, and adding the caregiver expenses, it's thousands. Now, I'm back to doing my old job, working as a bricklayer for other people. That was indeed a bit difficult. The uncle was working, Wu Neng was busy during the day and at night, and his cousin-in-law had to take care of her child, so it was no wonder they left his aunt-in-law alone in the hospital. Children were not allowed to enter the ward. Doctors and nurses would not allow it. Then, I'll arrange for a nanny, who will be specifically responsible for taking care of aunt-in-law, so you can all focus on your work. This was equivalent to indirectly lending money to his uncle's family. The daily salary of a nanny was several hundred, although not much, but for his uncle's family, it was a lifesaver. But how can that be? We can't have you spend money. Helping aunt-in-law get a private room is already enough. Chapter 198. The Enormous Ice and Snow Castle. In the end, Du Hong still paid for a nanny for his aunt-in-law. It cost 300 yuan a day, which wasn't a big deal for him. He called a director at the hospital, and the other party immediately arranged for his aunt-in-law to change her ward, and also required the nurses at the nurses' station to closely monitor her condition. They also promised Du Hong that they would not charge him for the hospitalization fee, and he would only have to pay for the medical expenses. The medical expenses could be reimbursed, which would make things a lot easier for his uncle's family. Looking at the uncle who had tears streaming down his face, the latter kept thanking him and would lift his hand to wipe his tears from time to time, making Wu Nong and his cousin-in-law feel moved. No need to thank me. I didn't do anything. I just made a phone call. If you really want to thank someone, then you should thank this Director Wang. Okay, we will. We will. The uncle drank a small glass of wine and left for the hospital as soon as lunch was over. Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan were preparing for a nap in the latter's room. After lying down, Hui Yuxuan asked curiously, "Aheng, how do you know the Director Wang at the provincial hospital?" "Actually, I don't just know Director Wang." Du Hong gently pinched Hui Yuxuan's nose and laughed. "I also know Director Li, Director Zhang, Director Ma." Hui Yuxuan playfully rolled her eyes at Du Hong, lightly pinching his waist and pretending to be angry. "Hurry up and tell me." Okay, I'll tell you, let go first." "I'll let go after you tell me." Du Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Because my family is very wealthy, there are definitely going to be people in some industries that we're close to. This way, when there's something to do, we can ask for their help. For example, this Director Wang, his wife is a small supervisor in one of my family's companies." "You have connections?" "Yeah, they don't have any real power. We're just paying them a salary to keep them around. Then, when they become useful, we will use them, just like now." Hui Yuxuan thoughtfully nodded. "Then why did you suddenly want to help Uncle's family today?" "You saw it. Your uncle's family is trying hard to build a relationship with your family. Your cousin is also working very hard. Your uncle, at his age, is still running around to work as a bricklayer. Of course, that is not the main reason." "Then what is the reason?" "Because I really like your cousin's child. He's very cute, and I don't want him to grow up in a lifeless family. So, I'll just help them out. It's actually not a big deal. It's just 2 phone calls." Hui Yuxuan was amused. "One of your 2 phone calls got a nanny who makes a salary of 10,000 yuan a month. The other is a connection that you pay to keep around. Those aren't things that ordinary people can easily do, okay?" Du Hong shrugged and grinned. "Who said I'm an ordinary person?" "Oh." Hui Yuxuan rolled her eyes. "Who was the one who was saying that he was just an ordinary guy before?" Did I say that?" "Yes." "Really?" Du Hong grinned. "Anyway, I'll become a man soon." "Ah." Because they didn't have the little box, Du Hong didn't do anything. He just hugged Hui Yuxuan until he woke up leisurely when it was almost dark. He glanced at the time. It wasn't even 5 p.m. His head was a little sore. He had slept for too long in the afternoon. His eyes were very swollen. It took him a while before they felt a little better. "Yuxuan, wake up, let's go to the amusement park." Hui Yuxuan made a buzzing sound, pouting as she slightly opened her eyes. "What time is it?" "It's almost 5 p.m. It's almost dark. It's just right to go now. Hurry up and get up." "Okay." It had to be said, the winter blankets were really a stumbling block when it came to going out. It took a long time before the 2 of them got dressed and went outside. The living room was very quiet. Wu Nong and his cousin-in-law also went to the hospital to see aunt-in-law with their child. Chen Ziheo's parents and Hui Yuxuan's parents had also gone. Only Chen Ziheo was left in the living room, playing on his phone. "Brother-in-law, you're awake? When are we going to set off? Where is everyone? Why are you the only one here?" They all went to the provincial hospital to see aunt-in-law. Du Hong nodded. "Okay, then let's go." "Okay." Chen Ziheo gave an okay gesture, lowered his head, and sent a message to Sun Xiaonan to let her know that she could leave now. They went downstairs, got in the car, paid the parking fee, and drove out of the apartment complex. Just as they were merging into traffic, Chen Ziheo leaned over to the driver's seat and whispered, "Brother-in-law, Xiaonan is also leaving." "Where should she go?" "Just go to the amusement park." Weren't we going to the ice and snow castle?" "Yeah, the amusement park has been closed for a while, but it's opening the ice and snow castle today." "Really? What do you think?" "Wow, brother-in-law is awesome." The road to the amusement park entrance was blocked. The amusement park's official website had announced that it was opening today and that the ice and snow castle was opening as well. The vendors seized the opportunity and had long since found their spots on the side of the road outside the park to set up stalls, making the already bad road conditions even worse. Even the city inspectors couldn't do anything about it, because the ones who blocked the roads weren't the stalls, it was the people buying things. since it was still a while before the park opened. But more and more people were coming. The areas in front of all of the stalls were crowded. Du-hong had received a call from the person in charge a long time ago. He took another route to the back door of the park and entered the park through a small door. At the same time, the park's main entrance began the ticket inspection. The tourists were all huddled together, pushing and shoving, and nobody would give in to anybody. The sky had completely darkened. More and more tourists entered the park. The tourists followed the directions on the signs and walked towards the inner area of the park. Du-hong took Hui Yuxuan to look around first. Qin Zihao ran ahead to meet Sun Xiaonan, who couldn't get in at the main entrance and didn't dare to push her way in either, afraid of a stampede. Du-hong and Hui Yuxuan each held a cotton candy. The one in Du-heng's hand was a blue heart, and the one in Hui Yuxuan's hand was pink. I can't bear to eat it. This heart is so pretty. Du-hong shook his head with a smile, tore off a small piece and put it in his mouth, eating it with a sweet expression. Eat it, otherwise, it won't be so pretty if it gets blown out of shape by the wind later. Hui Yuxuan was still reluctant to eat it. Du-hong tore off a small piece from the cotton candy in her hand and put it in his mouth, then laughed and ran away, making the latter stamp her feet on the spot and run up to snatch the cotton candy in Du-heng's hand. Gradually, more and more tourists were coming to this area. Du-hong glanced at the crowd and said with a laugh, "Hurry up and let's go. If we're too late, I'm afraid we won't be able to squeeze in." Okay. There was no need to distinguish directions. Wherever there were more people, you couldn't go wrong. Soon, they heard cheers and exclamations. Looking up, a huge ice and snow castle stood not far away. It wasn't just the tourists. Even Du-hong was a little surprised. Such a huge ice and snow castle would require a lot of ice. Such blocks of ice must have been transported from other places, and then carved locally. It must have cost a lot of money. Wow, aheng! The ice and snow castle is so big. Du-hong nodded with a smile. It is very big, a bit more than I expected. Chapter 199. Wang Cheng hits someone. Luckily they had arrived early. Du-hong and Hui Yuxuan took many photos inside the castle. Du-hong also bought Hui Yuxuan a fluorescent hair accessory, 2 small glowing ears that she wore on her head. The temperature inside the castle was a bit low, and the colorful lights made the huge castle even more dazzling and magnificent. However, more and more people came in, and soon it was so crowded that there was almost no place to stand. Aheng, let's go out. There are too many people here. Du-hong nodded. There was no point in staying any longer. They slowly squeezed their way out, following the edge of the castle. Hui Yuxuan held his hand tightly. It took a great deal of effort to get outside the castle, and it was just in time for the fireworks show to start. Bang, bang, bang. Brilliant fireworks bloomed in the sky, lighting up the night with color. The people who hadn't squeezed into the castle now had a front row view. They all cheered and pulled out their phones to take photos. Du-hong put his arm around Hui Yuxuan and quietly stood at a distance, watching the fireworks bloom. The latter leaned in Du-heng's arms, a sweet smile on her face. The fireworks show lasted for almost 10 minutes before ending. Du-hong felt a little sore in his neck. He turned his head and looked at Hui Yuxuan, who was still immersed in the fireworks show. Yuxuan, was it pretty? Hui Yuxuan nodded vigorously. Also, there were so many people. Yeah, there were a lot of people. It's impossible to squeeze into the castle now. Shall we go back? Okay, I want to hear a heng sing when we get back. Okay. The two of them completely forgot about Qin Zihao and Sun Xiaonan. They only realized it when they got in the car. I think we forgot about Xiao Hao. Oh right. Hui Yuxuan's eyes widened. What should we do? Should we call him and ask where he is? Okay. As he said this, Du-hong pulled out his phone and called Qin Zihao. The first call wasn't answered, and it automatically hung up. The second call rang for a long time before being answered. Hello, brother-in-law? The sound from Qin Zihao's side was a bit noisy, and you could even hear someone using a loudspeaker to direct the crowd. Xiao Hao, where are you now? Ah, what did you say, brother-in-law? It's too noisy here. I can't hear you clearly. Du-hong looked at Hui Yuxuan, cleared his throat, put the phone to his mouth and shouted loudly, Where are you now? Oh, I heard you. I heard you. I'm still at the main entrance. Xiaonan hasn't come in yet. I'm almost dying of anxiety. You should go directly to a staff member and have them help you find her over the loudspeaker. Show them your golden legend. Pay. Your golden ticket. Okay, I'll try. Oh, and also, your sister and I are going back. What are you two going to do? Ah, we haven't played yet. Then why don't you guys go back first? Xiaonan and I can play for a while, and then go back by ourselves. Okay. You two be careful, we're leaving first. Okay. After ending the call, he looked at Hui Yuxuan and shrugged. It will probably take them another hour or two to finish playing. Let's go back first. Hui Yuxuan hesitated a bit. But, won't it be dangerous if we leave the two of them outside? They're not a few years younger than us. Don't think of them as too stupid. Plus, it's still early, they won't come back too late. Hui Yuxuan nodded. Okay then, let's go back. Nothing was said that night. Early the next morning, Du Heng's phone kept vibrating. The 417 dorm group chat was buzzing, discussing something. He squinted his eyes and swiped open the chat and was taken aback. Wang Chong, I hit someone. 120 just came, and they've been sent to the hospital. Hanlei, is it serious? How old was the other person? Wang Chong, it was an old man. He looked at least 70 years old. It was pretty serious. The old man was unconscious at the time. Hanlei, how did it happen? Where did you hit him? Wang Chong, this morning I drove my parents to the market. I wasn't driving fast. After all, there were a lot of tricycles and electric bikes on the road. Then, this old man riding an electric bike suddenly moved into the middle of the road. There was a car coming from the opposite lane, so I didn't dare to move in that direction. I hit the brakes but still hit him. Hanlei, do you have a dashcam? Wang Chong, yeah, sigh. I'm so unlucky. How could I meet someone who rides their bike like that? Isn't that just a death trap? Hanlei, that's how it is in the countryside. It's good that you have a dashcam. If you didn't, you'd have a new parent to worry about. Zhang Yang, what's going on? What's going on? Did Brother Chong hit someone? Wang Chong, yeah, I'm talking to the traffic police right now. After looking at the dashcam footage, I don't know how they're going to rule. Hanlei, if the old man doesn't die, that's all right. But if he dies, you're going to have a lot of trouble. Wang Chong, I know. Zhang Yang, it's that serious? Will you go to jail? Hanlei, if the old man dies, that's a criminal case. He will go to jail. Zhang Yang, why? It was clearly this old man who was asking for death. Why should Brother Chong go to jail? Hanlei, if a person dies, that's a criminal case. Do you understand? But if it isn't full responsibility or major responsibility, you can just pay some compensation. Du Heng couldn't stand it anymore. His fingers tapped the screen as he started to type. Du Heng, no, the accident is entirely the old man's fault. You don't need to be afraid since you have the dashcam footage. I think the traffic police will rule you not responsible very soon. Hanlei, really? We've had similar cases here before. The driver went to jail. Du Heng, there must be other reasons, like overloading or drunk driving. In that case, it would be his full responsibility. As soon as he sent the message, Wang Chong sent several laughing emojis and happily said, really? The traffic police ruled me not responsible and the old man fully responsible, ha ha ha. Hanlei, really? That's great, otherwise, we wouldn't have had a peaceful new year. Wang Chong, yeah, my parents were so worried. My dad even said that if I really had to take responsibility, he would borrow money to get them to sign a letter of understanding to get me out, but now it's fine. Hanlei, it's not that simple. The family will definitely not let it go easily. I think you can offer them some money on humanitarian grounds and leave the rest to the insurance company. Wang Chong, okay. The topic ended there. Du Heng also didn't think anything of it, but Wang Chong's trouble had just begun. The old man had died after all. The hospital soon sent out a death certificate. Wang Chong found the old man's family. He met his eldest son. He was thinking about giving the family some money to show his good faith, but the other party thought that 5,000 yuan was too little and wanted 50,000 yuan. If he didn't give them the money, they would go and make trouble at his home. Uncle, can we reason a bit? The traffic police already ruled me not responsible. The insurance company will compensate you. How can you ask for such an outrageous amount? The 5,000 yuan is just for humanitarian reasons. It's not money I'm paying you as compensation. No way. My old man was killed by you. Are you using 5,000 yuan to get rid of us like beggars? It's at least 50,000 yuan, otherwise, your family won't be able to have a peaceful new year. Chapter 200. Wow, it's chapter 200. Wang Chong found it a bit funny, especially the self-righteous face of the person before him, which made him feel a little disgusted. Wang's father took a step forward and said apologetically, "We're very sorry. We didn't expect something like this to happen. Your father moved into the middle of the road too suddenly, the distance was too close, and there was no time to brake." The man snorted angrily, waving his hand impatiently. "I know who you are. Your family owns an orchard. I'm going to make it clear. If I don't see 50,000 yuan today, I'm going to lead some people and turn over your orchard." At this time, the old man's second and third sons came back. The youngest son learned that Wang Chong was the one who had killed their old man. His eyes turned red and he rushed towards Wang Chong, raising his fist to punch him in the face, but was pushed away by Wang Chong. "What are you doing? I'm warning you. If you do anything else, I'm going to call the police. I came here today to apologize. I didn't have to come, because I'm not responsible. The insurance company is enough to compensate you. It's just that I couldn't live with myself and wanted to give you some money. Not responsible? If you didn't drive, wouldn't you have killed my old man?" This was clearly someone who didn't want a reason. Wang Chong shook his head with a sneer. "Since you're not going to accept my good intentions, then there's nothing I can do about it. I'm sorry, the 5,000 yuan is gone too. Goodbye." Having said that, he gave his father a look and was about to leave when the old man's second son blocked his way. There was a circle of the old man's neighbors standing at the door. They were all there to watch the show. There were 3 sons in this family. The eldest son worked on the farm, and the second and third sons used to be thugs in the village. Now they worked in the city and often caused trouble. "What do you want?" "What do we want?" The second son took a long drag from his cigarette, threw the butt on the floor, stepped on it, and glared at Wang Chong. "Just because the traffic police ruled that you're not responsible doesn't mean that you are not responsible? That's right, if you didn't drive, then nothing would have happened. It's your fault for driving. You must pay 50,000 yuan today, otherwise, you won't be able to leave." 50,000 yuan? Heh, that's not even enough to get rid of a beggar. One price, 200,000 yuan. Give it to us, and we won't make trouble. Otherwise, Wang Chong's fists clenched tightly. Wang's father stepped in front of him and said sternly, 200,000 yuan is too much. We don't have that much money. If you don't have it, go and borrow it." The second son glared, looking like a demon. The flesh on his face was trembling. "Otherwise, no one is going to leave today. Try calling the police if you dare." Wang Chong frowned tightly and started to think of a solution. He felt regret in his heart. He shouldn't have come. Good intentions often went unrewarded. "We don't have that much money." "You don't have it? Who are you trying to fool? Looking at your age, you're still in school, but you already have a car. Your family also owns an orchard. How is it possible that you don't have 200,000 yuan? Do you know that this is extortion?" "Extortion? I'm happy to. You hit and killed someone, and you're still being reasonable? Let me tell you, I'm not all there in the head, even if I stab you with a knife and kill you. A certificate of mental illness will let me continue living freely." Wang Chong didn't know if he was a psychopath, but looking at his red eyes and distorted face, he knew that there was definitely something wrong with this guy's brain. Perhaps to make his words more threatening, the second son directly pulled out a folding knife from his pocket and pointed it at Wang's father. Since he had pulled out a knife, Wang Chong knew that this matter wouldn't be settled peacefully. After hesitating for a moment, he pushed past his father, stood in front of him, and said to the second son, in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "I don't have the money. Let me make a call to borrow some money. Don't worry, it's not to call the police." "Okay, go ahead." Wang Chong nodded, pulled out his phone, and called Du Hong. Du Hong, who was watching a drama with Hua Yuxuan, felt a thump in his heart when he saw Wang Chong's call. Usually, they would chat on WeChat, not call. After a short moment of thought, he answered the call. "Hello, Xiangzi? Brother Du, lend me 200,000 yuan. I'll pay you back when I have the money." "Okay. Where are you?" "I'm at my hometown." "Got it. Give me your card number." "Okay." After ending the call, Du Hong picked up his phone and was about to transfer the money to Wang Chong when he realized that Hua Yuxuan had woken up. "Ahing, what's wrong?" "Xiangzi wants to borrow 200,000 yuan from me." "What does he need so much money for?" "I think he's probably being blackmailed. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably the family of the old man he killed this morning." Do we really have to give them money like that? Didn't you say it wasn't his fault?" 200,000 yuan isn't a small sum. I know. Du Hong shrugged. But sometimes other people won't reason with you. So what do we do now? Transfer the money to him first, and then call the police and have them arrested. Won't we get the money back then? But what if they run away after getting the money? Run? Du Hong laughed. They won't be able to run away. As he said that, he transferred 200,000 yuan to Wang Chong, and then made another phone call. Hello, Uncle Zhao. I'm calling to increase your performance bonus. After leaving the old man's house, they got on Wang's father's motorcycle and left. On the way, Wang Chong felt very guilty. After thinking about it for a long time, Wang's father said, Changzi, I'll go and borrow 200,000 yuan from our relatives. You should pay your roommate back first. Wang Chong nodded. After thinking about it, he picked up his phone and called 110. He definitely couldn't give this money away for nothing. Hello, I want to report a crime. I'm being extorted. The amount is 200,000 yuan. The address is times. Someone has already reported it? The police have already arrived? We just left there. He ended the call, nudged Wang's father's back and said with a wry smile, Dad, let's go back. They need us to give testimony. Let's go get our money back. Oh, okay. When they returned to the vicinity of the old man's house, they found that there were 3 police cars parked at the door. The flashing police lights were a little blinding. The area was full of people, all of them there to watch. They squeezed through the crowd and found the police who were escorting the old man's 3 sons. After explaining their intentions, the police officer carefully looked at Wang Chong, checked his ID, and nodded. The money will be transferred to your card soon. Don't worry, we will take these 3 people back to question. Is there anything you would like to say? Wang Chong shook his head. The second son was still glaring at him menacingly, but he was berated back by a traffic police officer. If there is nothing else, you should go back. Oh yes, our Captain Zhao would like to see you. Captain Zhao? Where is he? Over there, the one with the bars on his shoulder. Following the direction the police officer pointed to, he found Captain Zhao, who was giving instructions to his subordinates. Wang Chong politely greeted him. Hello, Captain Zhao. Captain Zhao was a very tough man, with a burly figure and his arms hanging naturally at his sides. He was close to 1.8 meters tall and looked very imposing. He sized Wang Chong up and nodded with a smile. Young Master Du told me to come. I know about what happened. Don't worry, this family, besides. The eldest, the second and third sons have a number of previous records. If you appeal together, they'll have to stay inside for a long time. Wang Chong nodded gratefully. Thank you, Captain Zhao. I'm very grateful. Haha, it's our job. There's no need to thank us. If there's nothing else, you should go back quickly. We'll take care of the rest. Okay. Thank you, Captain Zhao. We'll go then. Okay, go ahead.